And welcome. You're listening to the X22 report. Atlanta Fed Bostic retires, leaving an opening. Trump is taking back control of the economy. Let's get right into the economic collapse financial news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, the private West Central Bank, the World Economic Forum, everything that they told the public is not coming true. Trump's tariffs are not destroying the economy. They're not creating inflation. We're not heading into a recession. Actually, Trump is doing the opposite. He's bringing out of the recession that they have caused. And what people are noticing as we approach Thanksgiving, people are noticing that the prices of food are coming down. And we can see Walmart has already said, listen, this is the cheapest Thanksgiving we've seen in a long time. Target right now is reducing prices on 3,000 groceries and essentials. They're lowering prices on thousands of items that shoppers frequently buy, and it will make a difference for families managing tight household budgets during the holidays. And this is coming from the chief merchandising officer of the food. And basically, the price cuts build on Target's growing affordability efforts on the holiday season. The retailer highlighted that this is the lowest price ever for Thanksgiving meal. So just like Walmart, Target is doing the same exact thing. Now, if inflation is a problem, how are they doing this? Think about that for a second. Think about it. Fuel prices have come way, way down, and they're going to continue to drop. Trump actually is keeping inflation very, very steady. So this is absolutely incredible right now. And you can see what's going to happen as we move into the future. As energy prices continually lower, prices are going to continually come down. Now, does this remove all the inflation that we've had? Absolutely not. What it really means is that the transportation, the production, and everything like that, that is going to become a little bit cheaper. But the inflation that we've already accumulated over time, well, that pretty much stays. But I do believe Trump, in the end, he'll be getting rid of that. And how do we know that we have inflation? Well, all you got to do is look at the mint, the Philadelphia Mint. Because remember, we can't even produce a penny. It costs almost 4 cents to produce 1 penny. That means the value of the currency is losing its value because we don't even have enough currency, to actually create the currency. That should tell you everything you need to know. You see, in a sound money system, this wouldn't be a problem. But the only reason we have this here in 2025, going into 2026, is because the value of the currency has declined so much that we can't even produce the penny. If this continues on, we won't even be able to produce the nickel later on. Because right now, if it's taken 4 cents to produce a penny, in a couple of years, it'll be 8 cents to produce the penny, and we won't be able to produce the nickel. So really think about that for a second. And that actually shows you how bad the central bank system really is. And we could see the Fed right now, they are now fracturing because, again, Trump has put certain individuals into place within the Fed. And those people that have been left over in the Fed, you could see there's a division right now. Actually, Election Wizard put this out and said, Fed officials are fracturing over a December rate cut after inflation-focused hawks pushed for a pause after last month's reduction. And when you look at inflation is not doing what they thought it was going to do. It's not going up. And actually, with the lower fuel prices, with Trump keeping the inflation very steady, things are starting to come down, like rent, for example. Zero Hedge put this out and said October inflation unexpectedly crumbles amid biggest drop in rents in 15 years. So this is going to be a major, major problem for the Federal Reserve. And you can see that there are certain individuals within the Federal Reserve, like Moran. They are now saying, listen, we need to push forward. We need more rate cuts. And I do believe he's pushing for a 0.5 point. And of course, we know that Powell and those people above Powell, they do not want the Fed to cut rates. But we could see every step of the way, they are now losing control. And we see there is a Fed head in the Atlanta Fed, Bostic. He is now retiring. And he put out a press release. And remember, this individual is supposed to be the first, he is the first African-American and openly gay president of a regional Federal Reserve bank. And what did he do during his time there? Well, he's best known for a big trading scandal where trades on Bostic's behalf took place during a prohibited blackout period around the Federal Open Market Committee meeting 154 times between March 2018 and March of 2023. He also filed an inaccurate disclosure form, held more Treasury securities than allowed, and twice executed trades that were different than those he sought central bank clearance for. In 2024, the Fed's in-house watchdog said Bostic's trading and investing broke central bank rules, and Bostic created the appearance he acted on confidential information and the appearance of a conflict of interest in violation of the Atlanta Fed's Code of Conduct. So this is very, very interesting. So basically, he is now retiring, and this is a very big shakeup in the central bank because you have to remember, Trump has been trying to fire Lisa Cook. All eyes were on her because she lied on her real estate form. And the Supreme Court right now is looking at this. But now we have Bostic leaving, which leaves an opening. And eventually when the Supreme Court says, yeah, we're going to get rid of you, Lisa Cook, that's going to leave two openings, which means Trump and the Patriots, we're going to be taking control over the Federal Reserve. He's going to have the people in place to do what? To restructure the entire system into the Treasury. Because I do believe this is the plan from the very, very beginning. When I say the beginning, I'm going all the way back to 2016. And I think Trump now is putting all the pieces together to actually wean us off of the Federal Reserve, restructure the Federal Reserve, push it into the Treasury, and we will create our own currency. Once again, we'll be in control of the creation of currency, and the private West Central Bank system will not, which means we will not be borrowing the currency with interest attached. We will bring in income from the tariff system. And yes, Trump is waiting for that ruling from the Supreme Court, because once he gets that, the central bankers are really screwed. And as we move forward and we actually have Congress in place where we have complete and utter control of the House, complete and utter control of the Senate, and we get rid of the Federal Reserve Act, and we actually remove the 22nd Amendment, or actually create another amendment to replace that, maybe another amendment on top of that, to actually say we should never, ever have a private West Central Bank ever again. I do believe this is going to make it completely and utterly impossible for the central bank to come back. Remember, Trump's mission is not to do business as usual, not to keep the system the way it is, because we've had this system. It doesn't work. His entire motivation is to basically bring us back to the Constitution and actually prepare us for the future where the central bank can never, ever come back into existence. Because what would be the purpose of running for the election, going through all this crap? And when I say crap, I'm talking about Russia collusion, Alpha Bank hoax, impeachment number 1, number 2, all the indictments, a couple of assassination attempts, the judiciary trying to stop him just so he can keep everything the way it is. And when he leaves, we just go back to the way it was. It doesn't make any sense. So what he's going to do, he's going to push forward, and he's going to make sure that this never, ever happens again. And I do believe he is going to do it. But you could see the European Central Bank Governor Council member Martin Kocher said that, yeah, you know something? Trump's tariffs have hurt less than expected so far. We thought this was going to be a complete and utter disaster. He said, we have not seen the strong reduction in growth rates and the inflationary effects of the trade conflicts that were anticipated in March and April. So basically, the central bankers were completely and utterly wrong, and everything that they said has not come true. And what's going to happen right now is you're going to see the entire system get better and better and better. And this is the central bank's worst nightmare, because when people start to realize that we actually don't have to borrow the currency anymore to support this much smaller government, that we can use the tariff system to actually fund the much smaller government, and we can go back to sound money and we can get our buying power back. Well, once the people see this, and actually they see very, very cheap energy, which we'll be talking about in just a sec. Once the people see this, and they get their buying power back, when they don't have to pay taxes the way they're paying them now, people are going to go, holy crap, why do we ever have the central bank? It makes no sense whatsoever. And the central bank will never, ever be able to recover from all of this, because once the people are awake, It's game over for all of them. And you can see every day that passes, it just gets better and better and better. And you can see that with Trump's one big beautiful bill, he put certain things in there for the year of 2026. So when people get their tax returns and people start to realize, well, wait a minute, look, I have a lot more money. Energy's much lower. Inflation's not going up. I got the refunds that I thought I was going to get plus a lot more because of the one big beautiful bill. This is absolutely incredible. This is what Trump actually is counting on, because you have to remember, the midterms are very, very important, especially to get rid of the central bank. And he knows how important it is. So what did he do? He set it up so basically when everything hits, people are going to feel absolutely incredible. And think about it, what's the other thing that's going to hit? All those investments that he was been talking about, they're all going to rush into this country, and the manufacturing plants are going to be built. People are going to get incredible jobs. And no, you don't have to wait for the manufacturing plants to be built, because again, there's going to be jobs to build them, to build the roads. We need engineers. We need those people that work with plumbing and electrical. So yes, there's going to be jobs, construction jobs, and then there's also going to be manufacturing jobs. So we're going to see a lot of this, and it's all going to hit in 2026. It's going to be absolutely incredible. And yes, Trump, he's getting ready to drill all over the place. Remember, he told us we have liquid gold under our feet. And Trump right now, this is coming from Election Wizard, he wants to allow new oil wells off California's coast for the first time since 1984. So basically, they shut it all down in California because of what happened in 1969 in Santa Barbara. There was an oil spill which released 200,000 gallons of crude oil and killed seabirds, mammals, and fish. And since that disaster, they pretty much shut it all down. And then in 1984, basically, it was the last federal lease sale that occurred, and basically everything has been shut down. And since then, there's been no new leases that have been issued in the federal waters off the state. So now Trump is going to start this up again. And again, yes, he needs permission from the state of California. If it's within 3 miles or so, if it goes beyond 3 miles, then he doesn't need the permission of California. So we'll have to see how this all plays out. But it looks like he's planning to move forward with all this, just like he's planning to move forward to actually spur the real estate industry by pushing 50-year mortgages. Now, a lot of people, they're all panicking and they're saying, oh, this is going to be awful. Look how much interest you're going to have to pay and everything like that. Yes, in a central bank system, yes, everyone can see that. But this is not business as usual. And actually, what's very interesting, and Last Refuge pointed this out, when was the last time someone owned a house for 50 years? The average is 7. The intent of the program is to drop the monthly mortgage payment, knowing the term of the loan doesn't matter because the ownership will be far less. It's an alternative. It's an option. It can help people think bigly, think different, and actually go beyond that. This is just going to get people into their homes that never could. And think about when we start to basically wean ourselves off the central bank, and just use the first part of it, where all of a sudden you don't pay income taxes. So that money could then go to actually pay off your mortgage a lot sooner. And we also gave an example where you can actually use that money to put it into Bitcoin or other investments like gold or silver, because that's going to continually rise. And you can make money. And again, yes, you're paying a lower payment, but think about it. Then go much further than weaning us off the income tax. Go to the part where Trump brings us back to sound money, gets rid of the central bank, pays off the central bank. Your buying power then returns. You can pay off this house very, very easily because, again, it's a fixed mortgage. Just like if we go all the way back to 1971, those individuals that purchased their homes prior to coming off the gold standard had a fixed mortgage. They got a fixed mortgage, and let's say you bought a $25,000 house, $30,000 house, and the mortgage was, $300, $400 a month. You were making $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 a month, and all of a sudden your wage went up, gave you additional buying power. Your mortgage was fixed. It didn't move. So you felt like you were getting richer, but you really weren't. Here, when Trump returns the buying power back to you, you actually are getting richer because the devaluation of the currency disappears. You get all that value back. And this allows you then to make enormous amount of payments on your home and you own it very, very quickly, which means you have gained wealth. And think about gold, think about Bitcoin, think about where all of this is going. It's going to be absolutely incredible. And I do believe that DeSantis is kind of basically starting the narrative with property taxes. Observing Consciousness put this out and said the property tax annihilation has been brewing for some time. DeSantis has appointed lead in this narrative deployment. DeSantis, it's almost like they have to pay rent to the government just to enjoy their property. That's wrong. We need to do something about it. This isn't just about property taxes. It's about the elimination of most taxes across the board. And yes, he's absolutely right. It's about time to wean us off of the control that the central bank has over us. Even though it's through the government and all these property taxes, but you have to remember what caused all of this. It is the central bank system once again. And now we're going to be breaking that control. And actually, Secretary Scott Bessent, he let everyone know that all these investments, everything that's coming to this country, we're going to be building an incredible amount of factories. There's going to be an incredible amount of jobs. And 2026 is going to be an incredible year. Trump War Room put this out and said, this is what Secretary Scott Bessent put out. We got the tax bill passed on July 4th, which gives huge incentives to come to the U.S. Build your factory, expense it immediately, and create American jobs. And I think 2026 will be a blockbuster year. Plus, think about what's going to happen in 2026. Think about the tax refunds that families are going to get. Rapid Response 47 once again, and this is coming from Secretary Scott Bessent, says, we're going to see substantial refunds for working families next year as a result of POTUS historic tax cut. And that's absolutely true. And then take this to the next level. Trump said he's going to be giving out $2,000 dividends to each person. So if you have a family of 2, it's $4,000. Family of 3 is 6. Family of 4 is 8. It's not stimulus. See, remember, this is a dividend. This is income coming into this country. We're not borrowing it. We're not stimulating the economy by borrowing currency from the Federal Reserve, which is creating inflation. We're using the income coming in from tariffs, and that is a dividend that he's going to give to the people. No borrowing, no inflation, nothing. Just like if you had stocks and you were getting a dividend from the stocks. And you could see we are now on our way. Now, the other thing that's very interesting, and you could see why Trump is looking at this, because he's thinking long term. Trump War Room put this out, and Secretary Scott Bessent once again said, every child born retroactively to January 1st for the next 3 years is going to get a $1,000 account that's going to be invested in the U.S. stock market. Alex said, not enough people are talking about how massive this will be for the next generation of Americans. Think about this. Think about what Trump is thinking about. He's looking into the future. If you give the children $1,000, it goes into the stock market, and you keep it there, over time, the investment's going to go up. And I do believe that with what's happening in this country and what's going to happen with the companies that are going to be formed in this country and the companies that are going to be coming back to this country, I think the stock market is going to soar like we've never seen before. And I think Bitcoin's going to soar. I think gold is going to soar. I think silver is going to soar. Other precious metals are going to soar. Why? Because once again, once people start to realize and see that the fiat currency is really worth nothing, because when people are getting their buying power back, people are going to start to realize that the money is actually gold. It's actually silver. And yes, Bitcoin. And I think people are going to start to say, you know something? I need to get out of this fiat currency. I need to put this into something completely different. Because as time goes on and Trump builds the tariff system and the fiat system is not being used the way it has been used, where Congress is just continually borrowing and borrowing and borrowing, people are going to start to recognize that the alternative currencies are the way to go. And I do believe everything is about to change, and Trump is taking back control of the economic system, and he's going to return that power back to the people. And we can see it's already happening. He's about to take control of the Federal Reserve. And once he has control of that, the restructuring is going to begin. And actually, they're going to do exactly what he wants them to do. And you're going to see rates come down. You're going to see everything start to change. And you're going to start to see the economy start to boom. Because think about it, if he brings the rates down, it's going to spur the real estate industry, the automobile industry. Businesses are going to expand. They're going to get loans. It means more jobs. More jobs means more people are getting paid. More people are getting paid. That means the money go back into the economy. Then think about all the energy that's coming down. Lower energy prices mean lower prices in the stores. Lower prices for airline tickets, lower prices for pretty much everything. And think about it, when he starts weeding everyone off of the income tax, well, all that money is going to come back to the people. And think about the tax cuts and everything else, which means people are going to feel absolutely incredible. And people are going to say, you know something, I should be buying certain things because now I can. And if people are buying more, that means businesses are doing well. The entire time they were trying to push Trump to release the Epstein files, Trump, he knew that they were altered. He knew that they were fake. He knew that they created these to create a Russian collusion 2.0 type of scenario. So this way it would bog him down and people would be looking through them and nothing would be done. And Trump, he pushed back on this. Now, there were certain individuals that wanted this release because they thought, oh, this was the real Epstein files. Now, Trump countered all of this by saying, you want the real stuff? Let's do it. Let's go to the judges and let's ask for the grand jury information because that's the real information. Now, of course, the judges didn't want to release the real information. And Trump, he never fell for the trap that the D's and the deep state players have set up, even though people were continually pushing this. Oh, release it, release it, release it. And think about it. Everything that they have done up to this point, I'm talking about the D's, the deep state players, they've been trying to delay or stop Trump. I mean, all you got to do is go back a little bit in time, and you could see that since he came down that escalator, they've been trying to stop him ever since. And they even tried to assassinate him multiple times. And it has all failed. And the shutdown that we just encountered has also failed. Everything the enemy does actually exposes them, and it makes it worse for them. And you could see that they're having a very difficult time. So instead of waiting for Trump to release the Epstein files, the shutdown is about to end, and all they have left going into the year 2026, going into the year of the midterms, is to start releasing the fake information that they created. So they're releasing it themselves. So what did they do? They redacted certain parts of documents to make it look like Trump was involved in certain things. And people are looking at this going, well, yeah, you redacted this, but this isn't true. And this is fake. And everyone is debunking it now. So this is all the information that everyone wanted. And it's all going to be fake. And what's going to happen now is that it's going to expose the D's. They took the bait. They're releasing fake information. You think this is going to help them or hurt them in the long run? See, in the long run, what they're actually doing is they're setting the narrative up for Trump. And this is absolutely amazing. They're going to pour all this information out, and then Trump is going to say, you know who was really involved in this? Well, let me tell you. And all of a sudden, you're going to start to see the grand jury information. You're going to start to realize, hey, look, it's Bill Clinton, Obama. Look at all these CEOs over here. Hey, look at all, like Soros and the rest. Look at all these people. Everyone's going to start to realize, well, wait a minute. What? Trump's not involved in this? That's what's going to happen. They're actually setting the entire narrative up where they're going to bring themselves down. That is what they're doing. And think about it. as more and more evidence comes out against the deep state players, because you could see that Cash and Pam Bondi, they're releasing this information. And think about why you have certain individuals saying, Cash, he doesn't know what he's doing. He's in a dream world. He's against the American people. Oh, look at Pam Bondi. She's getting nothing done. She has no idea what she's doing. She's never going to prosecute. Why do you think they're doing all of this? Because they're attacking those who are going to expose their crimes. Why do you think Trump put Radcliffe in place, Cash in place, Pam Bondi in place, Tulsi Gabbard in place, Kristi Noem in place? Why do you think he put these people in place? Let's include RFK in this. Why do you think? Yes, because they're good workers? Do you think because they're just going to do the opposite of what Trump wants? Do you think that because they're going to do nothing, they're just going to sit there? And let's include Bongino. I forgot about him. You think they're just not going to do anything? So let's see. Cash, during the Trump administration, and you know this from his book and from the movie that was created from his book, he actually exposed the entire Russian collusion operation. He investigated with Devin Nunes, and they figured out how they did it. So do you think Trump went through all this crap? They tried to assassinate him. They're still trying to stop him. Do you think he put these people in these positions just to sit there and do absolutely nothing? You think Bongino said, you know what? God, I hate making $4 or $5 million, whatever he's making as a podcaster. You know what I want to do? I want to make $180,000 a year and just sit in the FBI office and do nothing. Does that make any sense to anybody? Plus, the other reason they put these people in the place, because they can withstand the attacks. Trump knew, and these people knew, that when they started to release the information that was so damaging to the deep state players, they were going to use influencers. I'm talking about those people on social media. I hate that word, influencers, but those people on social media, the fake news, the Ds, they were going to come out and attack with everything they have. Now, if you have a weak person in these positions, you know what they're going to do? They're going to fold. But you know what Trump did? He put strong people in these positions because he knew that they have to stand up to everything that's going to be thrown at them. And they also have to respond to all of these fake stories with facts, which will destroy everything they're trying to do. This is why Trump did all of this. And if you really look at it, and people are saying, oh, look, there's no investigations. Really? Well, let's see, the Clinton corruption files came out. Did anyone know they were researching that? Did anyone know they were doing that type of investigation? Cash is coming out already and saying, listen, we made a deal with China. We're going to stop the fentanyl from coming into this country. Actually, they have all these different operations going on where they're arresting multiple people, saving children all over the place. Yeah, nothing's going on. If you actually step back and you take a look, they're prepping for what is coming. And think about it. Who in their right mind would tell social media people, fake news, the Ds, what they're investigating? You keep it quiet. Go back to the art of the deal, which is the art of the war. Remember this one quote from Sun Tzu, Art of War, and this is exactly what they're doing. Let your plans be dark and impenetrable as night, and when you move, fall like a thunderbolt. Think about it. Think about what they're doing. Right now, they're building the narrative because the normies, I mean, those people that, are working hard, supporting their families, they're really not paying attention. Yes, they love Trump. They want him to succeed, but they haven't really looked. They heard things about, Clinton and Obama and things like that, but they really haven't really looked deep into what was going on. And some of it for them, they think, oh, no, that can't be believable. I mean, speak to your relatives, speak to your friends, speak to those people that really aren't involved, and you really start to understand that, yes, they know something's up, but they really don't believe everything. And I think you know what I'm talking about. And Trump needs to show them that, yes, this stuff is true. Yes, what we're exposing is absolutely true. And this is what people need to understand. And this is why they're bringing this information out right now. And you can see that every day that passes, the attacks are going to intensify. They're going to continually attack cash. The people are going to say it's never enough. No matter what they're doing, they can make arrests all over the place right now. They would say it's not enough because that's what they're programmed to do right now, to make it seem like nothing's happening when everything is happening. A lot of what is happening is behind the scenes. Remember, this is not a 4-year election. It's not business as usual. Hey, let's keep the central bank. Let's keep doing what we've been doing. Let's keep the agencies the way they are. We're transitioning into something different. And when you transition into something different, it takes a while. It just doesn't happen overnight. You have to remember, the deep state players, they basically gutted America. They destroyed the young generation. They destroyed manufacturing. They destroyed education. They destroyed those individuals that wanted to go into vocational schools and learn a skill. They destroyed the infrastructure in this country. They've destroyed patriotism in this country. Trump now is rebuilding all of this step by step. And yes, he has to do things that you might not like, but it has to be done to rebuild the country, because I know everyone wants to go from point A to point Z without anything in between. It's almost like someone losing weight. And I like to use this because it's easy to do. Someone who weighs 300-400 pounds, they go on a diet for a week. Let's say they go on a diet for 10 weeks because it's been 10 months. They go on a diet for 10 weeks and they go, crap, this stuff doesn't work. This is not crazy. I was expecting to go from 400 pounds to 200 pounds. And here I am at 380 or 390. It's not working. This diet sucks. Well, think about it. Did you put in the work? Is everything done? No. So Trump has been in office for 10 months and he's trying to reverse and rebuild America from, let's see, how many years now? Let's just go back to 1971 when it all started, when we came off the gold standard. I'm not saying that's where the deep state started, but let's just go back to that time. 50 plus years? So let's say 10 months, 50 freaking years. Is that people are joking right now? Are you serious? And let's just expand this a little bit. Let's say Trump said, you know what? We're just going to arrest all the people right now. We're going to get Obama. We're going to get Hillary Clinton. We're going to do this. Who cares what judges we have? And when they start releasing them, because look at the judiciary right now. Which judge? You're going to use what? Boasberg? How many cases are going to go in front of Boasberg? Think about it for right now. What do you think is going to happen? So let's say he arrests everyone. Let's say half of them get off. Half of them get a slap on the wrist and maybe, 10% go to jail because of the corrupt judiciary. Everyone going to be happy? It's going to be great, isn't it? And let's say he just does that, never gets rid of the central bank, because you have to remember, if he doesn't get rid of the central bank, the open-ended credit card, you're going to have the same freaking problems again. It's like the building that we discussed yesterday. The people are putting in their steel girders into the mud. The building looks beautiful, and the outside looks fantastic. I mean, it's a beautiful building. It's going up very, very quickly. Trump on the other side, he's still digging that freaking hole. But he's digging it deep, really deep. He's pouring the cement in, reinforced steel girders. This building's going nowhere. The other building, they're already on the 10th floor. They got to go to 20. But all of a sudden, the building starts to shake, starts to fall apart. People going, what the hell's going on here? The building's beautiful. Why is it coming down? Oh, don't worry. Everything's okay. Well, in the end, that building's going to collapse. And guess what? They got nowhere. If Trump does that right now and he arrests all these people, brings them in front of all these judges, doesn't get rid of the central bank, doesn't get rid of everything that they put in place over the last 50 so years. I'm not even going all the way back to 1913. Let's just go to 1971. It's just easier. If he doesn't do all that in that first 10 months, I mean, really think about it. 10 months. Does that make any sense? No, we have to do it right. We must do it so they can never, ever, ever come back. They can never take control of this country. That is what Trump is planning for. And we're going to explain what it means when Trump comes down as a thunderbolt, where he keeps his plans behind the scenes in darkness until the right moment. So all these people out there that are complaining and whining and doing all these things, the work has to be done first. We need to make sure that we can prosecute. We need to make sure that it sticks. Haven't we already seen it? Durham tried to do it in D.C. How'd that work out? Worked out nice, huh? Everyone started to complain. Holy crap. Think about it. Trump is trying to deport people. Trump is trying to remove the agencies, fire people. What is the judiciary doing right now? Are they trying to stop him? I mean, Comey right now is trying to say it's vindictive prosecution. He's trying to get out of it. And again, if you have an Obama-appointed judge, if you have a Biden-appointed judge, what do you think is going to happen? Look at all the cases that Trump was tried on. Look at the judges that he had. Did he get a fair deal? Did he get a fair trial? No, he did not. So why do we want to rush this? Why does everyone want to move so quickly? Why are these people whining? Because they're being pushed by others. And Trump and his team, they were put in a place for a specific reason, to do a job and do it well. People hate it when people do jobs well. I don't know why. They like the liars. They like the cheats. They like all the things that aren't true. They love listening to that, but they hate when people take time, when people do it right. I mean, when people are trying to lose weight, and I think everyone can understand this. Maybe people are thin and they don't understand that. But when, you gain a little weight, and when you ask people like, how did you lose the weight? And someone says to you, hard work. I worked out every day. I ate the right foods. People don't like to hear that. You know what they like to hear? I did nothing. And I took this little pill here and I did that and I did this and I was just able to lose it and I didn't have to do any work. I didn't have to do any of those things. People love to hear that part. But in reality, let's say they did lose the weight. Who's going to keep it off? The person that did the work, the person that did it through sweat, the person that took the time, the person that did it, that decided to do it right. They're going to keep it off for a longer period of time. That's what Trump and the Patriots are doing right now. Now, we're going to be talking a lot more about this a little bit later. But first, let's talk about the illegals again, because, again, this is part of the plan. We need to get rid of the illegals in this country because, again, the deep state players brought them all in here. And what's very interesting is that Newsom, he was caught red-handed on 17,000 illegal trucking licenses. And we could see that Sean Duffy, he started to investigate all this and caught Newsom. The Biden-era sanctuary state policies in California, foisted on the state and Americans by Democrat Governor Gavin Newsom, have once again collided with federal law, this time on America's highways. The California Department of Motor Vehicles has admitted to illegally issuing 17,000 commercial driver's licenses to foreign nationals who are not legally eligible to hold them. And this is coming from Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. After weeks of claiming they did nothing wrong, Gavin Newsom in California have been caught red-handed. Now that they're exposed, we know now there's 17,000 illegally issued trucking licenses, and they're being revoked. So it's hard to believe that these people lie, isn't it? But look what Cash is doing. Cash now has announced that China has agreed to work with the U.S. to stop the precursors used to make fentanyl. Effective immediately, essentially, Trump has shut off the pipeline that creates fentanyl that kills tens of thousands of Americans. So again, all of this is happening right now, and a lot more is happening, but they're not ready to bring out the rest of the information. The people, they're getting a crash course in everything that we've been studying for a very long time. And the people are going to have to be brought up to speed so they understand what is happening. Just like when Trump allowed the deep state players to overthrow the United States government, overthrow the duly elected president, the people needed to understand why it was a bad idea to bring illegals into this country. And he needed Biden/Obama, he needed them to do this on a grand scale so people could understand it. And guess what happened? People started understanding. He needed men to go on women's sports on a grand scale so people could understand it. Sometimes you really need to show the everyday person the truth, because Trump, he could have told everybody, listen, and he did, by the way, that they're going to open up the borders. And people, you know what they said? All right, I don't really care. Yeah, I mean, those people that have been studying it, those people that knew what was going on, they cared. But most of America was like, okay, let the borders be open. You know, let the people come in. They should have a fair chance. Now, even the Democrats, now they see this should never happen. And you can see that the D's, they're not finished in attacking Trump. Remember, the attacks are going to intensify. They're going to make up stories about cash. They're going to make up stories about Pam Bondi. They're going to say they're ineffective. They're never going to do anything. Actually, even the people on social media are going to say this about them. So be careful who you follow, because I think in the end, the people are going to show you who they truly are. In the beginning, you might not see it. But as time goes on, guess what happens? The roll drops, and all of a sudden, you really see who they are. And I think we're already starting to see this, and I think it's going to get worse and worse as time goes on, especially when Cash and Pam Bondi start to bring out more and more evidence, slowly but surely. And all these people are going to be shown that they have been wrong from the very, very beginning. So what are the D's doing right now? Since Trump didn't take their bait, they said, screw it. The shutdown didn't work. So you know what? Let's release it ourselves. That will get him. Well, Trump, he knew they were going to do this. They took the bait. So the New York Times, they published an article on how the House Democrats released emails in which Jeffrey Epstein alleged that Trump knew of the convicted sex offender's conduct and spent hours at my house with a victim. So once again, they're trying to use these headlines to convince people that Trump was involved in all of this. Colin Rugg put this out and said, Democrat Representative Garcia says more Epstein files will be released, says he's received about 23,000 documents a few days ago. We actually just received all of these emails, a total of about 23,000 documents. We've been going through all of these very carefully over the last few days. We'll be releasing additional documents likely later today. Now, remember, the Democrats have always had these documents. And what they're going to do is they're going to go through it, redact it, and they're going to try to use it to their benefit. Because remember, this is the made-up crap that they've created. And once again, if we go back a little bit in time, you can see they were planning for this for quite a while. Hans put this out and said, during the 2016 election, supposed journalist, and I wouldn't even call him a journalist, Michael Wolff, was brainstorming with a known child sex offender on how to invent leverage against Trump. Letting this guy into the White House in 2017 to write a so-called Trump biography that turned out to be a smear job was a blunder for the ages. And you could see that somebody was talking, Michael was talking to Jeffrey E., trying to figure out what can they use against Trump. Now, let's just say, if they truly had something on Trump, they would have used this a long time ago. That should tell you everything you need to know. And think about it. They tried Russia, spying, Alpha Bank hoax, impeachment number 1, number 2, COVID, overthrow of the government, insurrection against Trump to complete their overthrow of the government, indictments, raid on Mar-a-Lago, assassination attempts, judiciary trying to stop Trump, tried to push the fake Epstein files that they created. Trump didn't take the bait. They shut down to delay Trump, tried to kill the economy and many other things, tried to use it against Trump. That all failed. So what are they left with right now? The doctored Epstein files. So Democrats are now starting to selectively release emails from the Epstein files, Why? Because Trump didn't fall for the trap. Now they're going to put out their fake information. Trump has forced them into this trap. They will push the Epstein part of it. So now they're going to bring this into the public realm. The people are going to learn about Epstein. Their files are going to be debunked. It's going to show that they're liars. But now we have the Epstein narrative out there. Trump has now positioned it all. Because think about it. Cash and Pam Bondi are releasing the treasonous crimes. Later on, we're going to use the Epstein information to destroy them. And they're following exactly what Trump wants. They are starting the Epstein narrative, not Trump. Think about it. Optics are absolutely incredible. Why interfere with an enemy while they're in the process of destroying themselves? The Oversight Committee put this out and said, why did Democrats cover up the name when the estate didn't redact it in the redacted documents provided to the committee? It's because the victim, Virginia Giuffre, publicly said that she never witnessed wrongdoing by President Trump. Democrats are trying to create a fake narrative to slander Trump. Shame on them. MJ Truth Ultra says, people are not understanding just how dirty Democrats are. Let me break this down. The Democrats released a redacted version with victim, knowing full well the original estate documents included Virginia Giuffre. She is victim. This is from Virginia Giuffre herself in 2016 deposition. Trump didn't partake in any sex with us. It's not true that he flirted with me. I didn't see him have sex with any girls. Trump was never in the presence of other girls. Their victim, Virginia, fully vindicated Trump in 2016 and many times in the years to come. Democrats, all they do is lie. Technofod says the Epstein-Maxwell emails reference Virginia. Virginia testimony contradicts them. She never saw Trump and Epstein together. Trump never acted inappropriately towards her, no sex and no flirting. She was never at Epstein's house with Trump. It's all fake. Now think about what else is coming. Yes, they're going to redact. They're going to replace it with certain words because they need to create a narrative. But it's all going to be debunked. This is what everyone wanted released. This is what everyone was waiting for. The fake information. This is what everyone was saying. Release it. Why isn't Trump doing it? Because he knows everything. That's why. He knows because he's seen all the classified information. Nothing can be hidden from him. He sees all. He knows all. All these other people, they have no idea. So when he says this is fake information, he's saying it for a reason. But he trapped them in all this. But let's go back a little bit in time. Because remember when ABC 3 years ago, when they told ABC not to air the Epstein information? By the way, Patriots Are Control put this out. Because it implicated Bill Clinton and Prince Andrew. You know, the real people that are involved in Epstein. And believe me, these are not the only people. Just take a listen to what happened back then.
For 3 years, I've had this interview with Virginia Roberts. We would not put it on the air. First of all, I was told, who's Jeffrey Epstein? No one knows who that is. This is a stupid story. Then the palace found out that we had her whole allegations about Prince Andrew and threatened us a million different ways. We were so afraid we wouldn't be able to interview Kate and Will that also quashed the story. And then Alan Dershowitz was also implicated in it because of the planes. She told me everything. She had pictures. She had everything. She was in hiding for 12 years. We convinced her to come out. We convinced her to talk to us. It was unbelievable what we had. Clinton. We had everything. I tried for 3 years to get it on, to no avail, and now it's all coming out, and it's like these new revelations, and I freaking had all of it. I'm so pissed right now. Like every day I get more and more pissed because I'm just like, oh my God, it was what we had was unreal. Other women backing it up. Hey, yep. Brad Edwards, the attorney, 3 years ago, saying there will come a day when we will realize Jeffrey Epstein was the most prolific pedophile this country has ever known. I had it all 3 years ago.
I think that tells you everything you need to know right there. And Trump, well, it looks like the D's, they took the bait. They're that stupid. And they began the Epstein narrative. We should say thank you to them. Trump, he put this out on Truth. He said the following: the Democrats are trying to bring up Jeffrey Epstein hoax again because they'll do anything at all to deflect on how badly they've done on the shutdown and so many other subjects. Only a very bad or stupid Republican would fall into this trap. The Democrats cost our country $1.5 trillion with their recent antics of viciously closing our country, while at the same time putting many at risk, and they should pay a fair price. There should be no deflections to Epstein or anything else, and any Republicans involved should be focused only on opening up our country and fixing the massive damage caused by the Democrats. Then he put this out. In other words, the Democrats are using the Jeffrey Epstein hoax to try and deflect from their massive failures, in particular, their most recent one, the shutdown. And this is all going to backfire on them. It always does. And really think about it. We are going to get the real Epstein information. The real Epstein information is the grand jury information. Trump, he already set that narrative up. That's why he mentioned it from the very beginning. This is why he said, Pam Bondi, get the grand jury information. Who denied it? Was it Pam Bondi? No. Was it Cash? No. Was it President Trump? No. Who denied the real information? Those people that have the most to lose. And that should tell you everything you need to know. The other thing that should tell you everything you need to know is how the blue states, the governors, the mayors, the prosecutors, how they actually protect the criminals, how they protect the child molesters, how they protect the pedophiles. And how do we know this? Well, Dapper Detective put this out and said, California Sheriff Jim Cooper is sounding the alarm on Gavin Newsom's mental health diversion law that's letting violent offenders from child abusers to armed robbers dodge prison time, even in cases where babies were tortured or killed have qualified for diversion. Think about that for a second. And you can see that Kristi Noem, Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, and many others, they're all involved in basically protecting the children. Actually, they're doing the hard work before we have the accountability. They're making sure the children are safe. They're making that these pedo networks are shut down. They're making sure the criminals are arrested so they can't do what? They can't do harm to children. They can't do harm to people. Because when you corner a wild animal, like the deep state players, what do? They go all out to harm everyone in their way. And they're trying to make it as safe as possible for when we go after these people. This is why Trump designated Antifa as a terrorist organization. Now, people are saying, well, if he did this, why aren't he arresting them? Because you don't just want to round up the couple that are out there, because you don't want them to change tactics. You don't want them to change anything that they're doing. And when the time is right, when the moment is right, because that moment's coming, that's when you go after them. We'll be discussing that in a little bit. But Patriot Oasis put this out and said, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem says 150 plus child predators will be removed during, and I love this Operation Dirtbag. I mean, come on. They're coming up with incredible names here. This operation was called Operation Criminal Return. I call it Operation Dirtbag because these individuals were sex offenders, but not just sex offenders. They targeted children, committed sexual assault, battery, and attempted homicide. These 100 individuals will be gone. They are cleaning it all up. And like we said yesterday, Trump, he's not thinking about, hey, you know what? Let's just arrest these couple of people. Hey, you know what? Let's stop the foreign people from coming into our colleges. Trump is thinking long term. I got to rebuild this country. And to rebuild this country, I need talented people. Right now, we don't have it. I know this is a hard thing for people to really believe and understand. But think about the damage the deep state players have done here. And it's a terrible thing. And we all know that we don't want foreigners coming in taking different positions or, keeping the colleges alive and doing all these things. But again, Trump is thinking about it. If I'm going to bring, and I'm talking about Trump and what he's saying right now, if he's going to bring in manufacturing, high-tech manufacturing, we need people that know what they're doing. We need people that understand how to do these certain jobs. And they must understand the technology. Now, think about what the deep state players have done over the many, many years. They have destroyed the young generation. If you look at the young generation and those people that have children who are in their teens or 20s, and you look at their friends, maybe they're not their children, a lot of children today don't know how to do that much because a lot of these kids went to college, and this is why Charlie Kirk was saying that college is a waste of time. They learn nothing except gender crap or anything else that they're studying. And actually, if you looked at it, Charlie didn't go to college, and he knew a lot more than them. And a lot of these children, they don't know how to do anything because this was the deep state's plan. The deep state plan was to start at a very young age. Look at our elementary schools today. Brainwash the children. Keep them stupid. Our scores have gone down since the Department of Education came into existence. Over these many 50 years here, our scores have gone down. We haven't been getting smarter. We've been getting dumber because this was part of their plan. And at this point, to move forward, yes, we are going to need assistance. Trump knows this. You see, he has the insider information. He knows what's going on. Plus, when you look at the birth rate in this country, it's been falling. I mean, the progressive birth rate has been falling a lot faster than the conservative birth rate because I think we all know why. Because the young women, they've been brainwashing them into thinking family's bad. Children are bad. The conservatives at least said, okay, I'll wait for a later age maybe, but I still want children. I still want to get married. But not at the rate that we need it. And that's why Charlie Kirk was out there saying, listen, get married, have children. Why do you think Trump is pushing IVF right now? Because he knows what the deep state players have done. What did they do? Through food, through vaccines, through medication. They've destroyed our fertility rate. See, when people look at this country and people say, well, what do you mean? I don't think a lot of people understand the damage the deep state has done to this country. It wasn't that they were just treasonous. They were destroying the country from the inside out. And it's been going on for a very long time. I don't think people understand how bad of shape this country is in right now. I think Trump is looking at it and looking at it from D.C. going, holy crap, I'm looking at all the numbers. I'm looking at what they've done here. I got to rebuild this. It's the structure is rusted out. And I'm talking like he's a builder. The structure is rusted out. The building's going to collapse. The foundation is no longer strong. I'm going to have to redo everything. I'm going to have to redo the foundation. We're going to have to rip down these rusted girders. I'm going to have to put up new titanium girders that will withstand, any type of force. Gale force winds, you name it, earthquakes. This thing is not going to come down. That's what he's doing to this country right now. And I don't think people really understand what the deep state, what they did to this country. He does. He sees it. And I think people are really starting to see it. Disclose TV put this out, and this is the interview when Trump was speaking to Laura Ingraham. And Trump says the H-1B immigrants are necessary since there are not plenty of talented Americans. Now, Laura says we have plenty of talented people here. Trump says, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't have. You don't have certain talents, and you have to. People have to learn, and he's absolutely right. I know people don't want to accept this. I know people are angry. I know people are saying, oh, look, he's bringing in these individuals. I can't believe this. But again, if we're going to rebuild this country, actually our founding fathers did this. You know that? When the settlers were coming into this country, they had certain skills. They knew how to farm. They knew how to build. They knew how to do things. That's what we're doing right now. We're bringing in certain people to assist us because the country was gutted out, destroyed by the deep state players. He knows this. And we're in a time period where technology is very, very important. And we don't have the workforce that we once had. It was shipped off overseas. I know you don't want to accept it, but that's what happened. During the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, that's what they were doing this entire time. We were importing almost all of our goods. They had the abilities. They knew what they were doing. As Trump brings back the manufacturers, what does he have to do? We need to teach the people here. We need to innovate. We're not going to innovate with gender studies, with all these crappy courses in college. They did this on purpose to get more money. Think about it. Go look at college. Look at all the courses. I would say 90% of them are crap. They're meaningless. They should never be taught. We don't need them. And all those people that wanted to go into vocations, they need to go into vocations. They need to be apprentices. They need to learn. We need to rebuild. This is why he's doing this. And people just can't grasp it. They just don't want to believe it, but believe it. And actually, down the line, you're going to see it. And what's very interesting is Trump has also signed an executive order strengthening the foster care system, which is very interesting. So this new system is going to be focused on supporting foster youth transitioning out of the system of adulthood by expanding and enhancing what? Access to education, workforce and career development, digital resources, and other supports. This will be accomplished by leveraging federal and private sector commitments. So he's already setting this up, not just with children that have parents, but foster children. He's doing it everywhere. Observing Consciousness put this out on X and said the following. Trump is showing us deep state dumbed down generations by giving them poor education, demotivating them to work by paying them to stay home, and poisoning them with medications and processed foods. It is going to take time to heal, educate, and train them to be productive members of societies. And that is absolutely true. People don't know how to do hard work anymore. People don't even know what that means. And those people that are working just a little bit, they're complaining every step of the way. But I do believe we will get there. Remember, this is not just about arresting people. This is about taking back our country and what they did to it. It's a lot more that meets the eye. And you could see the deep state players, they're moving forward with their plan across the world. And what is their plan? To shut people up, censor people. And you could see out in South Korea's president is telling police and civil officials that hate speech and misinformation spread on social media must be considered a crime that goes beyond the limits of freedom of expression and must be severely punished as it is a threat to democracy. So when you look at the EU, they have the same exact laws. Now South Korea wants to do this. What they're doing right now is they're prepping for a communication shutdown because they're going to try to censor. They're going to try to shut people up. They're going to arrest people. I mean, I think we saw this going back in time when people used to talk, against the church, talk against the king, and they called it heresy. And they arrested the people. They threw them in prison because how dare you talk about anything that goes against what we've been saying. And they're doing it again. How dare you go against our narrative? But in the end, it's all going to fail you. Why? Because the United States is different. The United States has a constitution like no other. We're born with the right to speak freely, to carry a weapon. We're born with multiple rights. They can't be taken away. Other countries, their privileges, very, very different. And you could see the Mexico president, she's panicking a little bit because basically, since she didn't get rid of the cartels, it seems like she's building a wall around her presidential palace to protect her. Open Source Intel put this out and said, demonstrators will be rallying against Sheinbaum's administration for its perceived inaction on drug cartel violence, particularly the assassinations of local politicians. So it looks like she's going to have a very difficult time. And it seems like Netanyahu right now is going through a difficult time, and he is on trial. And Trump has sent a letter to President Herzog, formally asking him to pardon Netanyahu, saying the case against him is political and unjustified prosecution. So Trump is still in line with Netanyahu, and he is trying to get Netanyahu pardoned. And once again, Trump is in control. Nobody is in control of Trump. He's for America. And yes, he will work with other leaders. Yes, he will make deals with other leaders if it benefits the United States. And think about it. Did Israel and their actions, did it benefit the United States? Absolutely. And remember, every single country has deep state players in it, just like the United States. But I do believe Trump, in the end, he will gain control over pretty much everything. And all the deep state players in all the different countries around the world, well, most likely around the world, they will be arrested and they will be brought to justice. It reminds me of Sum of All Fears. But yesterday was Veterans Day, and what's very interesting, and this is a throwback to 1995, Trump actually saved the New York City Veterans Day parade by personally donating $200,000 and raising another $300,000. He was always for the military. And Trump, he said something very, very interesting about the military. Patriots Are Control put this out and said, President Trump reiterates that his administration fired 9,000 sadists and horrible people from the VA. A sadist is someone who derives pleasure, especially sexual gratification, from inflicting pain or humiliation on others. What the F? Trump is eradicating so much evil that most people don't even know about it. And that's absolutely true. He sees it all. He knows exactly what's been happening in government around the world. He sees classified information, and he's receiving classified information. He knows exactly what's going on. But it looks like Pete Hegseth, and Nick Sorter put this out, he has declared woke is officially dead at the Pentagon. No more social justice, no more political correctness, no more toxic ideological garbage that infected the department, no more identity months, no more DEI offices, no more dudes in dresses, no more climate change worship, no more division, no more gender delusions. That's what we voted for, and that's absolutely true. And you can see the deep state players, they are trying to push their candidates in the blue states. Now, remember, the blue states are the blue states. Yes, they're cheating in the elections. They use mail-in ballots. They extend election day to election week or election 2 weeks because they install their people, just like Ma'am Dandy was installed. But what's very interesting, and Paul Sperry put this out, this 2.5 million, 4,316 square foot family home of Lena Khan, the ethnic Pakistani socialist who's leading Ma'am Danny's transition team. Her corporate executive parents sent her to Yale. Now she hates capitalism and is pushing socialism on all New Yorkers. Now that's very interesting. It seems very interesting that all the people that want socialism have a lot of wealth. Look at Bernie Sanders. Look at Ma'am Danny's family. Look at all these people. All these people push socialism, and all these people have an incredible amount of wealth. It always seems that it always works out that way, doesn't it? Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that a new revelation has raised questions about Swalwell's integrity and eligibility to serve in Congress. A public deed of trust for Swalwell's D.C. home at 209 South Street, dated April 18, 2022, confirms the property is designated as his principal residence as a condition of the loan. So that's his principal residence. The deed includes explicit language making the borrower liable for false or misleading statements regarding occupancy. So basically, he's not supposed to have a principal residence in D.C. He's serving California's 15th district and claiming his hometown is Livermore on his official House profile. But how can D.C. be his principal residence? That doesn't make any sense. Under Article 1, Section 2 of the U.S. Constitution, members of Congress must be inhabitants of the state they represent at the time of their election. In California, maintaining this inhabitancy means holding tangible, verifiable ties to the state, such as owning or renting a resident, registering to vote, paying state income tax, and possessing a California driver's license. California Election Code 349 goes even further. A domicile is defined as the place in which his or her habitation is fixed, and the place where a person intends to return and remain. If Swalwell's true domicile is in Washington, D.C., the city where he has declared his principal residence, he may no longer meet the basic requirement of being a California inhabitant. Public record searches have not revealed any home ownership or lease under Eric Swalwell's name in California. The address most often associated with his background in Livermore, 320 Mitchell Court, is only 3-bedroom, 1,350 square feet home that belongs to the Mizwika family, who has lived there continuously since 2008, making it highly unlikely that Swalwell resides there today. So, unless that's his family, unless he's living there, it doesn't make sense. That's kind of odd, don't you think? Now, the other thing that we could see is that out at the TPUSA event in UC Berkeley, they were rioting, burning things down. They stole a man's cross, and a Muslim actually stole his cross. We'll be talking about that in just a sec. And you could see that the fake news, the deep state players, they were trying to say that this was mostly peaceful, which it was not. Andy No put this out and says, this is the quote that they were chanting. When fascists come and cause a wreck, they get a bullet in their neck. And this was being chanted by the Antifa militants who tried to shut down the event. So basically, they're out there telling everyone that, yeah, we're going to kill you, just like we killed Charlie Kirk. Really think about that for a second. And what's very interesting is that during this event, a man with a cross, and he had a red shirt that said freedom on it, it looks like his cross was ripped off of his neck, and it appears that a Muslim man took it, and he was punched roughly 15 times in the face. He never threw a punch himself. Instead, he struggled to retrieve his cross. He was then arrested, and his face is completely and utterly bloody. And what's very interesting, the individual that decided to take the cross, he tried to hide his face. Andy No put this out and said, a Muslim far-left extremist who severely beat TPUSA attendee on the face after robbing him at U.S. Berkeley has been identified as Jihad, I'm going to mess up this name, Deprapaleza. The 25-year-old listed California Public Health as his employer is a rapper known as AR, the Believer. He tried to hide his face. He tried to shield his face from cameras, but it didn't work. So once again, you can see how violent they really are. Now, people are asking the question, well, if Antifa is designated as a terrorist organization, how come none of the Antifa terrorists are arrested? They were rioting in California because, again, Trump is waiting for the right moment. He knows the deep state players are going to actually push an insurrection. He knows that they're going to take this to the next level. He doesn't want them to change tactics. He doesn't want them to maybe change what they're going to do or switch things up. Basically, he's sitting back and waiting. But they are investigating what happened at Berkeley. Attorney General Pam Bondi put this out and said, Antifa is an existential threat to our nation. The violent riots at U.S. Berkeley last night are under full investigation by the FBI-led Joint Terrorism Task Force. We will continue to spare no expense unmasking all who commit and orchestrate acts of public violence. Under President Trump's leadership and pursuant to his executive order designating Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization, the Department of Justice and our law enforcement partners are dismantling violent networks that seek to intimidate Americans and suppress their free expression and First Amendment rights. So basically, they're gathering evidence and they'll be using this later on. Trump, he put this out on Truth. He said the following: I'm proud to announce that Chicago, Illinois, despite all the radical opposition and obstruction we have from the mayor and the governor, has seen car theft, shooting, robberies, violent crime, and everything else drop dramatically since the launch of the DHS Operation Midway Blitz. In Chicago, only weeks ago, shootings are down 35%, robberies are down 41%, and carjackings are down almost 50%. And this is with just a small initial federal force, not the full surge we have done in Chicago and Memphis. As we ramp up more assets, these numbers will continue to drop. This has been achieved despite the extraordinary resistance from Chicago and Illinois radical Democrat leadership and the constant violent left-wing terrorism against ICE officers and federal agents that insurrectionist Democrat officials refuse to stop or prosecute, including constant physical assault and attempted assassination. Clandestine says Trump's language in this post is extremely important. Trump calls out the insurrectionist Democrat officials. He points out they refuse to stop or prosecute left-wing terrorism, conditions that are met for the Insurrection Act. And then he highlighted a certain section in the Insurrection Act, and this is what it says. So hinders the execution of the laws of that state and of the United States within the state, opposes or obstructs the execution of the laws of the United States, or impedes the course of justice under those laws. What is Trump doing? He's laying out the narrative, the path, because again, in the end, when the deep state players go full force with the insurrection, because again, think about what Trump is doing with the election. Think about how they're being exposed, how the evidence is pouring out right now. In the end, they will riot because these people do not want to be arrested. They're going to try to create so much chaos that we can't have an election. And they're going to try to run. This is not going to work. And this is what all of this is being built up for that moment. And you can see that Trump is not letting the fake news get away with what they have done back on January 6th. Trump has confirmed that he'll be suing the BBC for $1 billion for deceiving the public on his perfect January 6th speech. And basically, none of these people should be let off the hook. Because think about what they did. They coordinated their effort to create an insurrection against a sitting president. Then blame it on Trump, blame it on MAGA. No, Trump should never, ever let this go. The people should never let this go. They overthrew the United States government. They overthrew the duly elected president. And then they had an insurrection against this country. Think about it. But we could see the government is now going to be opening up. The U.S. House of Representatives, they're going to vote. Trump is going to sign it. And the government, once again, will be opening up. Now, what's very interesting is that Trump now is calling out the former Speaker of Texas, Dade Phelan, and he tried to get rid of Paxton, and you could see that he decided to quit. Trump, he put this out and said, fortunately for the great state of Texas, their former speaker, who is no longer speaker, Dade Phelan, is quitting politics. He was the one responsible for killing every bill having to do with voter integrity and school choice. Good luck in your next life, Dade. Absolutely. Get rid of all these people. Observing consciousness says, listen, everything that we're seeing, everything that's happening right now, it is all connected. Many still think nothing is happening, yet the signals are everywhere if we zoom out. Governors, cabinet level officials, intelligence chiefs, prosecutors, bankers, and corporate power centers are all under review or facing action. Katie Hobbs is being pressed on pay-to-play patterns in Arizona. Hillary and Bill Clinton have been subpoenaed in the Epstein hearings while the DOJ revisited its own conduct from the error. Barack Obama's National Security Circle and the intelligence directors who shaped the 2016 narrative are now before grand jury panels. James Comey faces a federal indictment. John Brennan, Peter Strzok, Lisa Page are again under subpoena. Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook is named in a mortgage fraud probe. New York Attorney General Letitia James stands indicted on federal charges. Former National Security Advisor John Bolton faces an 18-count case under national defense statutes. State AG Ken Paxton has filed civil action against voter registration networks, while Florida AG James Unimeyer investigates J.P. Morgan Chase over debanking and data sharing claims. Inside the IRS, the whistleblower who exposed the interference in the Hunter Biden tax case now leads criminal investigations as the agency reopens its own files. Step back, and the pattern forms. Simultaneous inquiries running through political, financial, and bureaucratic layers. The system is auditing itself. What looks quiet up close is movement on every tier. Once you widen the lens, absolutely. And you could see, as you widen the lens and you see what's happening, they're going to attack Cash. They're going to attack Bondi. They're going to attack all of it. And basically, you could see that Cash and team, they were put into place to withstand all of this so they can go after the deep state players. The Wall Street Journal put this out and said, Kash Patel's effing wild ride as FBI director. In just 1 week in October, he ticked off his bosses with premature comments about terror investigations and squeezed in a trip to Boondoggle Ranch on the Bureau jet. Well, first of all, he has to take the jet everywhere. He cannot fly private. It's in the rules. He has to do this. Many people in government must do this. He has to have access to classified information the entire time. He does have to repay for the flight, and it's a coach fee. It is taken out of his check. So this is all BS right here. Eric Knight says, Wall Street Journal has become another three-letter equivalent of CNN. Under President Trump's leadership, this FBI is laser-focused on saving lives and defending the homeland. We achieved historic reductions in violent crime, seized double-digit increases in fentanyl and narcotics, arrested 35% more espionage actors, brought record number of child predators to justice, and stopped terror attacks before they happen. Thankfully, Americans can see through the Wall Street Journal hot garbage. Then we had Todd Blanche. He said the following. The Wall Street Journal left out my quote, maybe because it didn't fit their story. This reporting is flat out false. The Attorney General and I have worked shoulder to shoulder with Director Patel every step of the way. An anonymous coward spreading lies to divide this department insults the men and women of law enforcement who risk their lives to keep the country safe. Absolutely. Cash says fake news by Wall Street Journal and basically points to what Todd just said. It is all fake news. John Reese says, hello, Panikins. Do you really think that Dan Bongino gave up a $3 to $4 million a year podcast just to run out the clock on these lawfare Democrats? Same for Kash Patel, who was attacked daily by Democrats who grabbed his phone records and investigated him endlessly. I can tell you these types of investigations have to be airtight. You see what this judge is doing to Comey case in the EDVA, right? He's ordered the DOJ to submit grand jury evidence to him for in-camera review and then turn it over to Comey's team. He's trying very hard to find a reason to dismiss the case outright. Same thing in the Tish James case. DOJ is beating them back, but they have to be perfect on the law, and we haven't even talked about the jury pool they're dealing with. These right now are test cases. And do you really think Trump went through all this crap, almost got killed, to just say, you know what? I put these people in here. I'm not going to do nothing. Do you think Cash, who was investigated, Bongino said, you know what? I'm going to give up my podcasting gig to actually bring people to justice. You think he's just sitting there doing nothing, just twiddling his thumbs? He's going to quit any day. Oh, wait, he's still there, isn't he? Very interesting. No, the attacks are going to continue. They're going to say these people are doing nothing. They're going to say they're going to bring no one to justice. It's all happening behind the scenes. Plus, they have to have thick skin to basically battle through all of this. Mike Davis says, lawyer up, lawfare Democrats. Justice is coming. Nobody is above the law. Absolutely. And think about it. All roads lead to Obama. And Trump, he's never going to let anyone know what his plan is. Cash is not going to let anyone know. Pam Bondi, Dan Bongino. No, they're not going to let people know what they're doing. Think of the quote from Sun Tzu, Art of War. Remember, Trump wrote a book called Art of the Deal. It's like the art of war. Remember the quote we started off with? Let your plans be dark and impenetrable as night. When you move, fall like a thunderbolt. Now, this is a famous quote from Sun Tzu, ancient Chinese military treatise, The Art of War, specifically Chapter 7, Maneuvering. Let your plans be dark and impenetrable as night. This urges complete secrecy and unpredictability in your preparations. Just as darkness conceals everything from view, your intentions should remain hidden from adversaries. Revealing plans prematurely allows enemies to prepare countermeasures, anticipate your moves, or even exploit weaknesses. Sun Tzu emphasizes deception throughout the chapter, noting early that in war, practice dissimulation, and you will succeed. The goal is to create confusion and doubt in the opponent's mind, forcing them to react blindly while you maintain the initiative. And then, when you move, fall like a thunderbolt. Once the moment is right, execute your strategy with overwhelming speed and force. A thunderbolt strikes instantly and without warning, sudden, violent, and unstoppable. This contrasts the patient buildup of secrecy with rapid, unhesitating action to maximize surprise and minimize the chance for resistance. The quote teaches that true mastery lies in the paradox of stillness and motion. Brood in shadows until the perfect opportunity, then unleash chaos. It's not about brute strength, but psychological and tactical superiority. Keeping foes off balance through ambiguity, then striking where they're vulnerable. Think about what Trump's doing. He's gaining the leverage. He's making them very weak. In the end, when he has all the leverage, he's going to strike like a thunderbolt, like no one has ever seen. And you could see that Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, they're continually investigating, they're putting out evidence, and they're showing the public these are the people that are treasonous to this country. We began with Comey, we began with Bolton, Letitia James, subpoenaed Brennan, Clapper. Soon Schiff will be brought into the mix. Many others will be brought in. And actually, there's like something over 30 people that were subpoenaed. And now we have information that Pam Bondi and Kash Patel have released, and it is the Clinton corruption files. And they were accepting foreign donations. And I do believe that we all knew about this. I do believe that we've been waiting for this. And slowly but surely, what Trump's team is doing, they're actually bringing this out into the public realm, dripping the information out so the people of this country understand who the criminals are. Remember, it's not just a one-off criminal. These are all the people that are involved in the criminal syndicate. All these people are going to be brought to justice. And in the beginning stages, you just can't start arresting people and trying these people when you don't have other things in place. Remember, Trump is a builder. When he builds a building, he doesn't say, hey, you know what we should do? Let's build a building today. You know what? Let's get some lumber, some concrete. You know what? Let's just start putting it up. No, what they start off with is a plan. What is the building going to look like? How are we going to put it together? How are we going to run the electric? They have an architect. They have engineers. They all get together and they make a plan. Now, a lot of people say, hey, nothing's happening. I thought he was going to build a building. I don't see the building being built. Of course, they're planning for it. They're creating the plan. That's what they're doing. It might take 8 months. It might take 10 months. It might take a year until the plan is finalized. Then the plan has to get approved. And then what happens? They got to build the foundation. They start digging. They start putting in the concrete, the steel beams. They make sure that the foundation is secure. What do you think they're doing right now? They're basically, with all the plan that they've came up with, they're now implementing their plan. And again, to build the foundation so we can bring these people to justice, what do you have to do? Well, you need to make sure that you have the judges that are going to follow the rule of law. You need to make sure that the agencies are cleaned out. You need proper investigations. You need to make sure you get rid of all the sleepers. You need to make sure that everything is there to eventually bring them to justice. So when people say we should just arrest people, we should just go after these people, we can't do it unless we have the foundation built. Plus, Trump is in the process of also constructing the new America. You have to remember the deep state players, the criminal syndicate, they have destroyed the entire country. They've gutted it out. Trump has to bring it back to where it was. Remember, what kept this country going, what kept it operational was what? Think about it. Money. Where did the money come from? The central bank. Who paid? Every single day. The people of this country. So Trump said, okay, if I'm going to create this new America with new technology, with bringing back the manufacturers, lowering energy prices, I need a way where the people don't pay taxes, where the value of the currency doesn't decline, where the money stays in this country to build the infrastructure. But again, since they gutted this country out, since over a very long period of time, our children, they've been brainwashed, the education system is crap, we don't have the ability now or the training to do what needs to be done, which means we're going to need certain assistance from the outside. Trump knows this. Remember, he's not a worker. He's an entrepreneur. He's a builder. There's a very, very big difference. You see, a worker only looks at the job that they have to do. This is all I got to do. I got to do this job every single day. This is what I'm doing. An entrepreneur, a builder, an innovator looks ahead. Okay, if I want to get over there where I have this incredible country where we no longer are borrowing currency, where we have manufacturing, we're the leader in technology, what do I got to do right now? Maybe I need to bring in some Chinese students who are getting proper training in their country. They're very good at math. They're very good at science. They're very good at certain things. Have them come into this country and actually maybe teach the American people how to do certain things as we bring manufacturers back to this country. Remember, a lot of the manufacturing was pushed out of this country into other countries. They've been getting the training. They know how to do things. Remember, he's not thinking today. He's thinking 10, 15, 20 years down the line. How do you build the foundation? Because with a strong foundation, you can build on top of that. Floor after floor after floor after floor. That is what he's doing. And people don't even understand this. I mean, when he mentioned that we're going to be bringing in the Chinese into this country, into the colleges, he's saying because the colleges would actually go bankrupt. Well, that's actually true. And we'll explain that a little bit later. Plus, he's looking down the line. Yes, there might be Chinese spies, but I do believe that Cash and all the rest, they're going to be vetting them, making sure that they're on the up and up. But as a whole, the majority of students that are brought into this country, people don't even realize what they have done in this country and how they helped the industry in this country. And that's what Trump is thinking about right now, because he's not thinking about, oh, I got to work and just do these couple of things and hopefully the country will be able to survive. Remember, this is not a 4-year election. This is not, business as usual. Basically, he's taking everything they've done, everything that you know, and he's now reversing it. He is now going to change the entire structure, something that you've never, ever seen before. And this is when he says, I understand MAGA. I understand where we have to go. And it's not just about this country. It's about the world. We're connected now to the world. And this is why he's making peace around the world. This is why he's making economic deals around the world, because it benefits this country. It benefits the people of this country. So when you really look at this and you hear people saying, oh, look at this, he's done nothing. No, look behind the scenes. Just like when you're building a building. When people say, look, he's not even building a building. Nothing's even happening. He has the plans done. The plan's done. He's building the foundation. Think about it. Those people that want to build the building, this is what their building would be like compared to Trump. Trump has a strong foundation, really, really deep girders, reinforced cement. It can hold up to anything. The other people, you know what they're doing? They're sticking the steel into mud. They're building on top of that going, look, our building's going up. He's got nothing. You see, I'm the person that knows what they're doing. I'm building the building. It's going up really fast. Doesn't it look great? But you know what's going to happen later on? The whole thing is going to collapse because it's fake. There's no foundation to support it. So all these people that want the arrests, all these people are saying, oh, you see, he's going back and bringing in the Chinese. Oh, all these people that are doing, guess what's going to happen? That building is going to collapse. Trump's building, that's taking a little bit longer because he wants to make sure the foundation is strong. That building is going to withstand anything the deep state, the central bankers do to try to destroy this country in the future. He's not thinking about this moment. He's thinking about the future. How do we go from what the deep state has given us? How do we get to where we want to go? What do we have to do? That's what he's doing right now. And we'll explain this a little bit later. And remember, the first part of this is getting rid of all the criminals, the human traffickers, child traffickers, the rapists, the terrorists, you name it, that the deep state has brought in. Because remember, they were gutting our country for a very long time from the inside out. He's got to repair all of this. And it doesn't happen over 10 months. It doesn't even happen over 4 years. I do believe he's going to move very, very quickly, but I do believe he's setting it up to make sure that this continues way past him. He's thinking way, way into the future because this is what innovators, entrepreneurs do. He's not a worker. You see, a lot of people have worker mentality. I go to work, I answer my emails, I do my everyday job. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but they're not innovating anything. They're just going to work. I completed my task. I feel good. There's a very, very big difference compared to completing a task and creating something brand new that was destroyed. Think about that for a second. That is what Trump is doing right now. And a lot of people can't understand this because when you look at the tariff system, when you look at what he's doing with energy, see, right now with all the energy and all the oil that's under our ground, Trump has been preparing for the drilling. He's preparing for all this with the leases, the regulations, and everything like that. That's why he said in 2026, you're going to see fuel prices really start to come down. Now, he helped it out by having OPEC actually produce a lot more oil. But as we drill here in this country, energy prices are going to go down, which means prices are going to go down for everything. Because lower energy prices equals lower prices. And that's what he's doing right now. Yes, we're going to have accountability. Yes, but certain things have to be done way before this. And this is exactly what Trump is doing right now. We'll be talking a lot more about this. But first, let's talk about the illegals that Trump is now removing. And actually, this is really going to pick up speed once 2026 is because the one big beautiful bill really goes into overdrive. The funding comes out, and we're going to have over 200,000 people applying for the job to get rid of all these illegals. Bill Malugin put this out and said, ICE Los Angeles has arrested a Moldovan fugitive illegal alien convicted in her home country of premeditated murder with exceptional cruelty after she tortured and threw her victim out of a 9th-story window. DHS said Victoria Sorosian fled to the U.S. to avoid a 17-year prison sentence and was arrested by ICE during the first Trump administration in January of 2020. Per DHS, after her 2020 ICE arrest, she used various legal tactics to avoid deportation, including filing multiple appeals before ultimately being released into the U.S. During the Biden administration in 2022, she is now back in federal custody after being arrested by ICE in Los Angeles last week. This person should have never been let into this country. And this is why we have to vet every single person. And you can see this is why the deep state players are fighting so hard. Because they don't want Trump to create this new America. They want the America that they have created. And this is why they're attacking ICE law enforcement. This is why they're attacking the CBP. This is why they're going to be attacking the National Guard. Homeland Security put this out and said, no retreat. Our ICE law enforcement is now facing an 8,000 increase in death threats against them. POTUS, Trump, and Secretary Noem have their backs. These anarchists will fail. The fight to secure America's culture, people, and values is only just beginning. Absolutely. And you could see how the deep state wanted to censor everyone because, again, think about it. Just think about the illegals for a second and how the social media platforms of Tricia McLaughlin, DHS, and many others, how they're able to debunk everything the fake news is saying. Remember, the deep state players never wanted this. They wanted the fake news to be in control of the narrative. But now with social media and many others who are able to post on social media, they're able to debunk the fake news very, very quickly. If the deep state players had control over the social media companies, which they did in the past, and they were able to censor people, this information wouldn't be getting out there. The people would be believing the fake news. Think about that for a second. And think about it. JP Morgan actually debanked Trump Media, True Social. But JP Morgan didn't debank Jeffrey Epstein, even though there was evidence of sex trafficking. I think that tells you everything you need to know right there. And the other thing that tells you everything you need to know is how the governments work to try to get influencers to do what they want them to do. I mean, look out in Canada with Lauren Southern. This is what she put out on X. Intelligence agents showed up at my door late last year. I told them to leave. They proceeded to call me from anonymous numbers, repeatedly contacted my gym, told me they wouldn't go away unless I built a relationship with them as an asset. Your audience will never know. Returned to speak with me multiple times, claiming they were giving me last chances before they threw me to the wolves. They told me that the courts wouldn't care if I was actually guilty or not, that essentially someone had to take the fall and I could ensure it wasn't me. It was repeatedly implied to me that you're smart, you know it's not what's true that matters, it's the perception. I was made to believe there was a potential arrest coming. Made to believe I could never travel to the U.S. again without being arrested by the FBI. Made to believe I might not be around to see my child grow up. None of these things were true, and I can enter the U.S. without issue. I was never arrested. I did nothing wrong. I was psychologically manipulated for months in an attempt to turn me into a government asset. We have one-party consent in Canada, and I believe it is in the public interest for people to understand how this works, as I know I'm not the only one. I have nothing against the agent. He was just given instructions and a job. But I have no doubt if his job were to destroy my life and try to jail me based on perception, not truth, he would do it. I'm just doing my job as well by publishing this. These are just a few excerpts cuts from hours of conversation to give people an idea of our conversation. And when you really understand this, you can see this was actually happening not just in Canada. It's happening out in Europe. It was happening here in the United States. They were trying to control what people said and censoring those who weren't saying the right thing. And now they're having a major problem because they are no longer in control. And you have to remember what they have done. They have gutted the United States as best they possibly can. And then Trump now is in the process of rebuilding all of this, just like a builder would. And think about what they tried to do. They tried to basically remove the weapons from the people. Actually, if you look at New Zealand, you look at Australia, you look at the UK, many of the European countries, they took the weapons away from the people. And look at Canada, our next door neighbor. They said, oh no, we're only going after assault weapons. Eventually, what did Trudeau say? You will no longer allowed to have a pistol. Remember, they don't have the same rights as the people here in the United States. We're born with the rights. We have the right to bear arms, which means to carry any weapon. And I do believe that we do not need a concealed carry. We do not need a license to carry a weapon. It's almost like, remember, that's the Second Amendment. The First Amendment, it says free speech. Can you imagine if you needed a license to speak freely? Can you imagine if they said, well, this license that we're giving you allows you to speak freely in these different locations, but not these? Isn't that what they do with the Second Amendment? All of this is unconstitutional. they're infringing on our right. Every time they implement something, they're infringing on our right. And if they did this to the First Amendment, which I do believe they were going to do in the end, this would be infringing on the First Amendment because, again, they already started censoring people. And Trump is letting everyone know he's all for the Second Amendment. And what's very interesting, he reposted on Truth, or retruthed a post on Truth from Guns. And it says the Second Amendment explained shows women in their burqas, face covered, all in chains, walking. And then shows a woman with an AR, free, ready to fight. That should tell you everything you need to know. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that basically with the central bank system and the way the deep state players constructed this entire criminal syndicate, they keep people poor. And they make sure that a lot of people can't pick themselves up. This is the way the central bank system is designed. And Trump, he actually put this out on Truth, pointing to Donna Hawk, which is X team. And it says Elon has been dropping major truths like this one. And it says this is horrible. Elon talks about the homeless industrial complex, where NGOs in California receive billions of dollars to keep people homeless, nearly 1 million per homeless person per year. It's not clear how to turn this off. It's a self-licking ice cream cone. They get this money, and the money is disproportionate to the number of homeless drug zombies. So they actually try to increase. They're getting somewhere close to $1 million per homeless person. They don't arrest the drug dealers, otherwise the drug zombies will leave. When you incentivize homelessness, you get more homelessness. This is why when Gavin Newsom said he's going to be fighting homelessness 21 years ago, basically all he wanted was the funding to launder the money. Homelessness was never, ever going to go away. And what's very interesting, like we said from the very beginning, Trump is taking everything the deep state players have done, where they gutted the United States, gutted our education system, gutted our medical system, gutted our government. They basically destroyed everything in this country. Trump has to rebuild all of it. And he's looking ahead. And he was being interviewed by Fox News, and he said something very, very interesting. Disclosed TV put this out and said, Trump says 600,000 Chinese students coming to the U.S. is pro-MAGA stance because you would have half the colleges in the United States go out of business. I know what MAGA wants better than anybody else. Johnny MAGA says, here we go again. The 600,000 number that Laura Ingraham references is 2 years' worth of visas for 300,000 currently attending colleges. You can dislike the policy of having them here, but Trump is not advocating bringing more foreigners here. So why is Trump highlighting the economic role of international students in subsidizing U.S. universities? Chinese students make up the largest group of international enrollments, around 290,000, around the 300,000 mark, in 2023 and 2024 academic year. Typically pay full tuition, over $40,000 to $70,000 per year, without access to scholarships and federal aid or in-state discounts that domestic students receive. This generates billions in revenue. Think about that for a second. So cutting international enrollments by half could wipe out 20 to 50% of tuition income at affected schools per higher education analysis. For context, international students contribute 28% of total U.S. higher ed revenue. With fewer U.S. high school graduates due to declining birth weights, colleges need international students to maintain headcounts and justify federal funding or accreditation. About 40% of U.S. colleges are tuition dependent, relying on out-of-state international fees. So think about this for a second. Think about our educational system. Think about all the people that are going to school right now. Think about what they're studying there. Most of these people should not even be in college. And most of the people enrolled in colleges, they're wasting their time with ridiculous majors. What majors are the Chinese taking? 70% of full-time electrical engineering and computer science PhD students are international, with Chinese students forming a large share. Their work in university labs lead to high-impact publication, patents, and collaboration that advance global science. Chinese researchers have co-authored thousands of U.S. papers on topics like quantum computing and renewable energy, fostering partnerships that keep American institutions at the forefront. Without them, research output would drop, eroding the U.S. edge. So think about this for a second. Is Trump looking in the future? Yes. If we remove this right now, do we have the students in America to replace them? No. American students couldn't realistically take the place of international ones, like the 290,000 Chinese enrollees, to keep U.S. colleges financially open in the short term. The enrollment cliff from declining birth rates means there's simply not enough domestic talent to fill the gap. And even if numbers align, the economic model of higher education relies on international students' full price payments to subsidize Americans. Why domestic students can't easily replace the Chinese? U.S. college enrollment is already strained by a shrinking pool of traditional age students, 18 to 24, driven by birth rates that plummeted after 2008 Great Recession. High school graduates peaked at 3.8 to 3.9 million in 2025, but are projected to drop to 13% by the early 2030s, with overall undergraduate enrolling declining 7 to 15% through 2030. This demographic cliff hits hardest starting in 2026, when fewer kids from low birth years enter college. In short, swapping in more Americans wouldn't keep colleges open because we lose the high margin revenue stream that makes education cheaper for citizens. It could even raise costs for domestic as subsidies dry up. Long-term fixes like boosting U.S. birth rates or online expansion are in play, but they're years away. International students are the immediate lifeline Trump is referencing right now. And a lot of these students actually stay in America. They start corporations. They start technology companies. And as of right now, what does Trump have to do? He has to rebuild America. He's looking in the future. And he understands what we need right now to build this up. Think about it. Why did he mention that we need IVF right now? So if the birth rate is much lower, he's telling everyone we need to have babies. We need IVF. See, he's looking into the future. As of right now, as a temporary fix, we need to keep the foreign students here in this country. We need for them to start businesses. When the manufacturers come back to this country, they know how to manufacture. The people of this country must be trained. Remember, we're trying to do this in a very, very short period of time. And this is like any entrepreneur, any innovator. They're thinking of the future. What do we need now to get where we need to go? So when people are complaining, arguing, you're not seeing the bigger picture of what he's doing. You're not seeing that he needs to do this right now so we can get back up on our feet. Because think about it. When Charlie Kirk went to all the colleges and said colleges are a waste, they are a waste. Because most of the American students, what are they taking? Gender fluidity studies or whatever they're taking? What job are you going to get? There are no jobs. This is why they're angry. This is why they're pissed off. They're not really getting an education. It's a waste of time. They're not taking the same courses. They're not taking courses that are going to be beneficial to this country. This is what we have to shift. Why do you think he got rid of the Department of Education? Think about all this for a second. He's building a new America, an America the deep state players do not want. And you can see the deep state players, they're panicking, especially out in Europe. Right now, the EU, Ursula von der Leyen, she is now setting up a new intelligence unit. Remember, she's not elected by the people. And she's setting up an intelligence unit. Why? Because they want to spy on everyone. They want to know what everyone is doing. They want to spy on every single country. And this means that the countries of the European Union, they're going to be very, very angry with this. So senior officials within the EU Diplomatic Service, which manages the bloc's existing intelligence situation center, are reportedly opposed to this idea. They argue that von der Leyen's initiative would duplicate existing functions and undermine the current structure. Moreover, the plan has not been officially communicated to all 27 member states, though it envisions drawing staff from national intelligence services. So basically, they're actually taking the power away from the 27 member states. This is exactly what they want to do. And they want to expand what they have because they're panicking and they want to keep an eye on every single country. This is what their new one world government is actually going to be. She is going to run, or anyone else that comes into power, they're going to run the other countries. This is really what they're trying to do in the end. You could see by doing this, they're actually panicking right now because they're starting to realize that there are certain countries like Hungary that might be moving away from what they're planning to do here. They might not be on board. And you can see this is why, in the end, I do believe all of these leaders who are hanging on by a thread like Macron, Starmer, Merz, and many others, this is why they're going to try to start World War III. And this is why they're continually keeping the war going. And this is why Germany is now boosting Ukraine's defense with a $3.4 billion aid package for 2026. And remember, Trump is no longer giving them aid. Trump right now is making them purchase the equipment. He's selling it to NATO, and then NATO can do whatever they want. Most of the time, they're going to sell it to Ukraine. They can't just keep giving it away for free because NATO would run out of money and it would be a complete and utter disaster. So they have to get aid from other places. So now you see Europe and other countries in Europe like France and Germany and UK, they're all getting involved in funding Ukraine because they don't want the war to end. They need a major, major distraction in the end. And you can see Trump is on the opposite side. They're building war. He's doing what? He's building peace. That's what he's doing. That's why he continually says he's the peacemaker. And he just met with the new president of Syria, and he said it was an honor to spend time with the new president of Syria, where we discussed all the intricacies of peace in the Middle East, of which he is a major advocate. I look forward to meeting and speaking again. Everyone is talking about the great miracle that is taking place in the Middle East. Having a stable and successful Syria is very important to all countries in the region. And yes, the deep state players, they were trying to take over Syria. They wanted to use Syria and transit all the oil through Syria. And once again, we could see Trump is doing now the opposite of what they were trying to do. Remember, they were using the oil out in the Middle East to continually prop up the petrodollar. Trump now is drilling oil here in this country, bringing energy prices way, way down, and we're going to be independent. And it looks like the Marines, they are now celebrating their 250th birthday. And Trump, he put this out and said the following: "Happy 250th birthday to our incredible United States Marine Corps, from its founding at Tun Tavern in Philadelphia to the sands of Iwo Jima, Korea, Vietnam, and the Middle East, and every fight since then. The U.S. Marines have always led the way and crushed their enemies' peace through overwhelming strength. And today is Veterans Day, and happy Veterans Day to all those who served, and thank you for your service." Now, the other thing that has come out is that HHS and RFK Jr., they have now reported that there's been a lot of misinformation over the last 20 years. And this has to do with the misleading black box warnings on hormone replacement therapy to help women through menopause. Now it's starting to make sense of what the deep state players are trying to do. They were holding this back from the women. And when you look at all the Karens out there, I think it's now starting to make sense of why they're unbalanced. And the Trump administration has officially moved to end 2 decades of fear-driven misinformation about hormone replacement therapy. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. announced that the FDA will remove misleading black box warning placed on HRT medications in 2003, warning that discouraged millions of women from receiving life-improving treatment during menopause. For years, women were warned based on flawed and fear-mongering 2002 study that HRT could increase the risk of breast cancer and heart disease. Yet, the Women's Health Initiative data now reanalyzed shows those risks were statistically insignificant and misapplied to women far older than the typical menopause patient. The FDA's action followed a comprehensive scientific review, an expert panel in July, and months of public comment. The announcement also included the approval of 2 new drugs, a long-awaited generic version of Premarin, which will make HRT more affordable, and a non-hormonal treatment for women who cannot or choose not to use hormone therapy. RFK Jr. says it has been found to reduce the risk of cardiovascular disease and mortality by as much as 50%, Alzheimer's disease by 35%, bone fractures by 50 to 60%, as well as reducing cognitive decline and all-cause mortality. In other words, extending lives by as much as 10 years. It helps women sleep better, think more clearly, have fuller lives, longer and healthier lives. In short, it restores balance, not just hormonally, but emotionally and physically. The label was designed to frighten women and to silence doctors. It warned of diseases and dangers that data simply did not support. Since that decision, more than 50 million American women have been scared away from treatments that could have eased their suffering and extended their lives. So once again, I think we're starting to see why the deep state players decided not to allow women to get this treatment, why they scared them away. Because I think they needed them in the state that they were, where they couldn't think, where they broke down or they got crazy. I think this was one of the reasons. And now we could see RFK now is reversing all of this. Now, the other thing that we could see is that Antifa is basically doing what they do best. And it looks like Turning Point was having an event at US Berkeley in California. And it looks like it turned into a complete and utter war zone. Munitions are being lit on fire by Antifa while attendees are rushed into the venue. And when you really look at the video, it really does look like a war zone. And this is why Trump and the Patriots, this is why they're pre-positioning the National Guard across the country, which we'll be talking about in just a sec. But first, Trump, he retruced something which is very, very interesting. And he retruced government gangsters, and it's pointing to C3. And it says, Chris Wray had 13% of all FBI employees working on January 6 cases, 5,000 out of 38,000, hunting people down all over the America that were just in D.C. on January 6. But he couldn't identify the pipe bomber that lived and worked in D.C. It was an inside job. And Trump, he retruthed this, which is very, very interesting. So there was a report that came out saying it was a Capitol Police officer who was the pipe bomber. And I do believe that since Trump actually put this out there, I think we're going to find out very, very soon who it was. Now, just like we said before, Trump is pre-positioning the National Guard, ICBP, all across the country. And this is for a specific reason, because he knows eventually what's going to happen as we get closer and closer to the midterms. The deep state players, they're going to try to push an insurrection. And you can see that the deep state players, they're trying to continually put out fake information that Trump now is removing the National Guard, like from Chicago. Camelia Montoya Galvez says the Trump administration has made plans for Border Patrol official Gregory Bavino and many of his agents to leave Chicago as early as this week. And of course, this is according to U.S. officials, 3 U.S. officials that are anonymous. Tricia McLaughlin says, we aren't leaving Chicago. Since start of Operation Midway Blitz in Chicago, homicides are down 16%, shootings are down 35%, robberies are down 41%, carjackings are down 48%, transit crime is down 20%. And you can see that the deep state players, they keep putting out this fake information, and it's just that. It's fake information. Trump, he put this out on Truth. He said the following: the Miracle Mile Shopping Center in Chicago, once considered our nation's best, now has a more than 28% vacancy factor and is ready to call it quits unless something is done about the murder and crime, which is prevalent throughout the city. Call in the troops fast before it is too late. And he's absolutely right. It's time to call in the troops. It's time to bring in the National Guard, more and more soldiers into this area to shut down the crime. So yes, the deep state, the fake news, they want Trump to leave. Trump is saying, no, we must do the opposite because it worked everywhere else. We're going to do it there. Let's see how this all plays out. This is going to be very, very interesting. Now, we know that Trump has pardoned the alternate electors and those people that were investigating the rigged election in 2020. And remember, they censored a lot of people during that period of time. And now we could see that Trump now is, I think, ready to expose the election rigging. Now, I don't mean this is going to happen tomorrow, but I do believe it's going to happen in phases, and people are going to learn that, yes, the elections were rigged. And what's very interesting is Attorney General Ken Paxton, he put this out, said, I'm suing a radical organization for unlawfully registering illegals to vote in Texas. Any organization attempting to register illegals, who are all criminals, must be completely crushed and shut down immediately. Absolutely. And think about it. All those judges that have been ruling against Trump every step of the way. It seems there are calls now that are getting louder and louder to impeach these judges. We already had impeachment filed against Boasberg, and now we have Mac McPherson said, I have opened a bill to file articles of impeachment against Judge Gibson for gross abuse of power, violating the separation of powers and failing to uphold her oath of office to the Utah Constitution. So basically, the Utah State Rep Matt McPherson filed the impeachment papers because the Utah court ruled against the legislature's congressional map and enacts a plaintiff's map. So this is very, very interesting in what is happening right now. And you can see that these judges, they're not judges that follow the rule of law. These are judges that are activist judges. And I think every day that passes, Trump and the Patriots, they could see this very, very clearly, because I think in the end, once we have the power in the House and the power in the Senate, and we have the ability to impeach all these judges, I think it's going to be very, very easy and very, very clear on who we need to impeach. Now, the other thing that we could see is as the cases ramp up against the Russiagate probe, as they look into Comey lying to Congress, as they look into Letitia James, John Bolton, and the rest, we could see that there are certain individuals that do not want to be part of this because they're part of the criminal syndicate. And since subpoenas are flying in the Russiagate investigation in South Florida, it looks like 2 junior prosecutors in the Southern District of Florida who were asked to participate in the Russiagate probe have resigned. So that is very, very interesting. They're saying they felt like there was something they could not take part on because it would violate their ethical responsibilities. So that's very, very interesting. So the criminal syndicate, they're now jumping ship because they don't want to be part of this. Very interesting. So the other thing that's very interesting is that Kash Patel is investigating the British intelligence connection to Russiagate. And the spooks, they are terrified right now. Remember, just because you don't see things happening, and remember, when you're having an investigation, you don't blurt it out and saying, hey, by the way, this is what we're investigating. I'm going to tell everyone everything. No, you don't do that. Who does that? In any investigation, in a police investigation, in a government investigation, you never do these things. So all these people are saying, we must know. No, you don't have any right to know until the investigation is done. You have no idea what they're doing in the background. This is not like the old FBI, the old DOJ. Remember, Trump put these people into position for a specific reason, to investigate. And when you investigate, it's private, just like a grand jury. The grand jury doesn't come out and say, hey, by the way, this is what we're doing. I'm going to let everyone know. They keep it private just in case they don't indict the person, so they don't tarnish the person's reputation. The same thing with these type of investigations. What happens if they investigate and there's nothing there? I mean, we know there's a lot there, but you don't want to tarnish their reputation. So once again, they're investigating in private. That's the way it works. Svetlana Lokova put this out and said, all is not well in the special relationship. Buried in the New York Times article is the real story. Director Patel is investigating the British intelligence connection to Russiagate, and the spooks are terrified. In 2016 to 2018, Haspel, Brennan, and Obama's orders ran Russiagate out of U.S. Embassy in London using FBI and CIA in London with MI5, MI6 cooperation. And if you ever watched Kash Patel's movie Government Gangsters or read the book Government Gangsters, Devin Nunes and Kash Patel, they were investigating all of this behind the scenes. Not many people knew that they were doing this. They were putting all of this together, and they were doing it in private. Actually, Kash knows a lot more than people realize, and he already knows what to look for. He already knows what they've done, and when all this comes out, you're going to see that these people are completely and utterly guilty, just like Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton. So Attorney General Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel have produced to Congress a new cache of documents showing how Bill and Hillary Clinton's foundation collected donations from foreign and domestic interests seeking influence, raising fresh concerns that such evidence was kept from federal prosecutors who tried to investigate pay-to-play allegations against the former First Family a decade ago. Documents were transmitted to the Senate Judiciary Committee in recent days and detail numerous instances of foreigners and even U.S. defense contractors seeking to curry favors with the Clintons through donations to their family charity, including when Hillary Clinton served as Secretary of State. The officials said some of the evidence was flagged by whistleblowers who claim such evidence was kept from corruption investigation that was being conducted in 2015 by the Little Rock, Arkansas U.S. Attorney's Office before it was shut down by the Obama administration Justice Department. The documents will make clear that there was an effort to obstruct legitimate inquiries into the foundation by blocking real investigation line-level FBI agents and DOJ field prosecutors and keeping them from following the money. Officials said they have been gathering evidence for weeks and have dubbed the documents the Clinton corruption files. Kash and Pam Bondi hope to make the documents public as soon as the end of this week, once they work through some issues protecting whistleblowers' identities. So once again, they're producing information. Remember, this is about educating the public right now, because if you're going to have trials and you're going to bring these people to justice, you need the people to understand the crimes that they've committed. And this will be brought out over the span of time, over and over again, and it will build upon each other, and it will bring all the players together. Now, the other thing we could see, Trump now is actually going to the Supreme Court to throw out the E. Jean Carroll sex abuse case. And once again, we could see that there was corrupt judges that were ruling on this. And I do believe once this goes up to the Supreme Court, they're going to look at all the evidence and say, okay, this is a disaster. I can't believe the judge actually ruled in favor of E. Jean Carroll. Because again, during the case, Trump's team was not allowed to present the evidence. The judge blocked it. So I do believe that this is all going to be reversed. And you're going to see that E. Jean Carroll, she's a liar. And I think we all know it. And I think the world is going to see it. Now, we know that the Senate, they voted yesterday to open up the government. Now it goes to the House. I do believe they're going to probably go ahead and say it's good. Maybe they'll change a couple things here and there. Then it'll go to the president. The president already said he's all on board. We're going to open up the government. And the bill passed with a vote of 60-40. Now, remember, this only brings us, I think, to January 30th. And yes, we're going to have to go through all of this again. And yes, the Senate is going to have to vote on the ACA subsidies, I think in December. But I do believe that Trump did all of this to expose Obama, Obamacare, and where all this money is actually funneled so people understand what was really going on. And during this period of time, you could see that the airline, the air traffic controls, they were hit very, very hard. A lot of flights were canceled. We know the private flights, they have been shut down. Right now, I do believe maybe it's to keep a lot of these individuals in this country as the subpoenas come out, as the evidence comes out, so this way they can't run. But what's very interesting is that Pete Buttigieg, he decided to go after Secretary Sean Duffy, and he said the president wouldn't last 5 minutes as an air traffic controller. And after everything they've been through and the way this administration has treated them from day one, he has no business shitting on them now. Secretary Sean Duffy said, give me a break. You are basically AWOL at the Department of Transportation. I spend my whole day dealing with the neglect and cleaning up your messes. Sit this one out. Absolutely. And Pete Buttigieg, he destroyed the airline industry. And basically, they were trying to repair the antiquated air traffic control system when we really needed a new updated one. And that's what Secretary Sean Duffy is now bringing in. And since we learned about SNAP during the shutdown, where there's a lot of people who've been on there 10, 20, 30 years, and there's a lot of illegals on SNAP, I do believe that it's time to have all the people that are on SNAP to reapply in person with ID. Then perform a background check, and we can find out who should really be on this and who shouldn't be on this. I think this is what should be done now. Because why would someone be on it for 20, 30 years? And I think we would find out, just like with the elections, we would find out there's a lot of illegals that are on SNAP. And I do believe that this has to be done because this is one way to clean it all up. Just like you with the elections. I mean, you can't vote unless you have an ID. You can't get SNAP, and you got to be a citizen to get SNAP. So I think everyone should reapply, just like you reapply for your license. They should reapply for this, and they should come in person. They should have an ID. Are you a citizen? Let's see how this all plays out. This should be very, very interesting. Now, the other thing that I do believe is that everything that we saw with the shutdown leads to Obama. All roads lead to Obama. And we know that Obama, he was funneling money into certain accounts. The insurance companies, they were becoming very, very wealthy via the subsidies. And you could see the whole thing was one gigantic scam. Wall Street Apes put this out on X and says, American doctor of 40 years explains how Barack Obama allowed insurance companies to steal unlimited amounts of money from taxpayers with the Affordable Care Act. Why do our health insurance costs go up every year? The reason is it was designed that way. There's something called in the Affordable Care Act called the medical loss ratio. The medical loss ratio means that insurance companies must spend between 80 to 85% of all premium dollars on medical services. That means they're limited to 15 to 20% for administrative, overhead, and profit. So that means that they play a little game. The higher the top line is, the bigger that number is. So now all we did was say, let's charge more each year. If you look at each year, the insurance company's revenues go up every year. The second thing they did to get around that was they started vertically integrating. What's vertical integration? That's when you start buying companies that are not insurance companies, but in similar businesses. So they started buying pharmacy benefit managers, which are middlemen for the drug companies. They started buying pharmacies. They started buying physicians. They started buying services and physician groups. So why is this important? Well, think about this. I'm the insurance company. I want to make it look on paper like I'm making my medical loss ratio, because if I don't, I'm going to have to pay a rebate. So what I do is I have my physician over here who's owned and overpay him, but he's owned. So when I overpay him, all I'm doing is I'm showing I have an expense here, but it goes back in my other pocket. Same thing for drugs. I can take a $50 drug. I can pay $200 for it. Now I just gotten around the medical loss ratio because somehow the government can't figure out how to trace the dollar beyond the insurance. So that's how they get around it. And this is why our insurance premiums go up every year. And they're going to keep going up until we change the system. And I do believe this is why Trump and the Patriots had to expose the entire Obamacare system, because without exposing it, people wouldn't want to change it. Now, Trump, remember, he wanted to change it during his first term. He got rid of the penalty. But again, people thought this was absolutely incredible. And Obamacare was great. Now people are learning that, wait a minute, this is what the premiums really are. And the government has been actually funding the other part of the premiums. And the insurance companies have been getting wealthier and wealthier and wealthier. Well, it looks like Trump is going to use this to get rid of Obamacare. Dr. Roger Marshall put this out and said, Republicans will have a health care bill by December that puts the American patient first. And we will not be sending $150 billion subsidies to insurance companies anymore. Trump said this, and Nick sort of put this out. Trump said he's working to circumvent insurance companies in which are attempting to massively increase premiums and give health care money to people instead. Democrats will now be forced to defend insurance companies. Checkmate. He said we want health care system where we pay the money to the people, not the insurance company. And that reminds me of paying the parents and the student and allowing them to spend their money in the school that they want to go to. It's pretty much the same exact thing. And Trump, he put this out on Truth. This is from Just the News. The Obamacare secret at the heart of the shutdown. Insurers made billions at taxpayer expense. The whole thing was a gigantic scam driven by Obama. And yes, Obama profited from all of this. And think about it. Let's see, Obama spied on Trump, used Russia, cheated in the 2020 election. I do believe he was probably part of the assassination attempt, indicted him all throughout his entire presidential race. So I do believe that all of this leads back to Obama. Now, let's not forget about the infiltration in this country, trying to bring this country to war, trying to gut the country from the inside out. So I do believe when you start to look at this, everything revolves around Obama. And Trump, he put this out on Truth and reposted JB 500. And it says, nothing is more dangerous than an insane, mortally wounded animal. When Obama just said the country may not survive the Trump presidency, what he was really saying was our treasonous coup will not survive the Trump presidency. Obama is running around trying to shore up his fellow insurrectionists, traitors, because he knows better than anyone what treasonous crimes have been committed by him and his cronies. Democrats are in an all-out, anything-goes battle for survival. They're exposed and mortally wounded, and there's nothing more dangerous than an insane, mortally wounded animal. Absolutely. And then there's a meme under that says, if President Trump can be impeached and indicted for the fake Russian collusion story, then Barack Obama should go to prison for creating it. And that's absolutely true. And we can see that all roads are leading to him. And I do believe what Trump is doing right now, he's educating the people. Cash, Pam Bondi, they're going to be bringing out more and more evidence. Remember, those people that have been following this very, very closely, they know what's going on. Most of America, they have no clue. And I think Trump, he wants America on his side. He wants them to understand, no, these people are truly treasonous to this country. People might be saying, oh, yes, I don't like Hillary Clinton. I believe that she did this, that, and the other thing. Or Obama, I didn't like him. But he really wants everyone to see every step of the way the crimes that they have committed. And I do believe he's starting with Comey, starting with Bolton, starting with James, starting with all these people, because again, these are open and shut cases. And remember, if we don't have a judiciary that follows the rule of law, bringing all these people to justice is kind of meaningless. So I do believe in the end, Trump wants the American people to understand who these people are. And you have to remember, this is not about just, hey, let's just throw people in prison. This is about waking the people up and actually showing the people how they committed these treasonous crimes against America. Because remember, he's not thinking about a 4-year election. He's thinking about basically bringing back the America that we once had and removing all of these treasonous criminals. And the only way to do this and prevent it in the future is to actually show the people who they truly are by bringing out the evidence. Because I think in the end, the people are going to demand justice. And it's not just a couple of influencers on social media platforms. The people of this country, I think you're going to see the polls go way, way up saying, okay, we've seen enough. These people are treasonous. We must have trials. And people are going to demand trials and accountability. And the only way to have trials and accountability is you need judges that are going to follow the rule of law. So I do believe in the end, Trump is building this all up, just like he did with Biden. Yes, they overthrew the election. He could have marched in with the military. We could have had a coup. We could have had a civil war. But Trump, he didn't want blood on the streets. He didn't want people fighting, other Americans fighting Americans. So he let the people see what it looks like when you have the overthrow of the United States government, when you have the overthrow of a duly elected president. The people saw what happens when this occurs, and they saw the agenda of the deep state. Remember, when Biden first came in, a lot of American people were for open borders. They were all for it. Remember, when Trump was building the wall, a lot of people were against it. Not everyone was with him. And when Biden first came in, people said, yes, let's bring in the dreamers. They must have the same chance that we had. And then as time went on, all of a sudden people started to change their mind. I mean, look what happened in Martha's Vineyard. Illegals were set up there. They called in the National Guard, and they brought buses in to get rid of them. Because once again, when people experience the truth, well, you can't unsee it. So when people started to see what was happening, people started to see it. They started to experience it. They started to feel it. The same thing is going to happen right now with all these treasonous criminals. The people are going to see the true crimes that they committed. And every time they bring out the crimes they've committed, they're going to bring out other crimes. And it's just going to get worse and worse and worse for them. There'll be no going back from this. And that's the whole point of it. It's not just having a trial. It's about the people taking control and understanding what happened to our country. They're learning the history as we go through all of this. And remember, Trump is thinking about the long term. He's not just thinking about today. He's basically building the foundation, building the building, and the people, they're all part of this. And you can see that he's building the new America, the people's America. Elon sums up the central bank slavery, energy prices equals lower prices, golden age coming into focus. They are now panicking because they see that Trump's system is growing and growing and growing, and they know they have to stop it any way they possibly can before people recognize that his system is now basically overshadowing the central bank system. And when people start to realize that the system actually benefits the people, the central bankers are going to have a major, major problem. And this is what they're most afraid of, and this is what they're going to try to stop. And this is why they are bringing Trump to court. This is why they're trying to stop his tariffs that he's implementing right now. Because as his parallel economic system, as it grows, people are going to start to realize, well, wait a minute, it didn't cause inflation. I'm getting $2,000 dividend. Remember, it's not stimulus, it's a dividend. And when people start to recognize that this new system is now competing with the central bank and Trump is weaning us off the income tax, the people are going to go, holy crap, look at this. This is absolutely incredible. You have to remember, Trump is building the new system from the ground up, which means he dug the hole, he's putting in the foundation, and eventually he'll build the building. They're trying to stop him at the foundation phase. And this is not going to work because Trump and the Patriots, they have the upper hand. And this is the only system that will compete with a central bank. Because remember, we need to fund the government. Of course, a much, much smaller government, but we still need the funding. How do you fund a government? You need income or you borrow currency. Well, Trump rather bring in the income because the people are then not on the hook. They don't owe anything. Plus, you're not creating currency out of thin air, which means you're not adding to inflation. And the people don't have to pay anything back. You don't have to collect taxes from the people to fund the government. See, when you borrow currency from the central bank, there's interest attached. Someone's got to pay it back. Where do you get the funds? Now, of course, the central bankers, they don't want the tariff system in place because that would fund the interest on the borrowing. And the people wouldn't have to pay it. That's why they always get rid of the tariff system. Yes, they leave a couple tariffs here and there to use it for leverage. But overall, the tariff system is really non-existent. And they want the people to be enslaved. And actually, Elon Musk pretty much sums it up and explains to everyone why this system continually enslaves you, and it gets worse and worse and worse as time goes on. And Trump now is breaking us out of this enslavement, and he's created this new system, and at every turn, the deep state, the central bankers, they're going to try to stop. Now, what's very interesting is that as time goes on, people recognize and they experience and they see that his system does not harm the people. The system assists the people. And this is something the deep state players do not want anyone to see. And he already has Fed Moran in position. He's pushing for another rate cut. He's looking for a half a point, saying, okay, we could go for a quarter point, but He'd rather have a half a point. Now, we're going to be talking about Fed Moran because he also talks about the stable coin. He also talks about how this could be used later on, and we'll be talking about that a little bit later in this report. But like we've been saying, Trump knew the only way to counter the central bank inflationary system was to bring down energy prices. This would counter the higher prices that everyone is experiencing. So as soon as Trump came into office, he actually spoke to OPEC. OPEC decided, you know what, we're going to start producing a lot more oil. Oil prices started to come down. He prepared and got the oil leases ready. He removed a lot of the regulations. He knew it was going to take time for the oil companies to put everything into place. But now as 2026 is approaching, we could see that the oil companies are ready to go ahead and drill, which means energy prices are going to come way, way down, which means that is going to lower prices. And as long as Trump keeps the inflation steady the way it is, 1%, 2%, yeah, it'd be great if he could bring it down to 0%. That means as energy prices continually drop, people are going to have more and more currency in their pocket. If they have more and more currency in their pocket, they say, hey, inflation went away. This is pretty good. Inflation really didn't go away because remember, it's cumulative. But Trump was able to mitigate the inflation. He was able to keep it steady. And by lowering energy prices, the price of production, the price of transportation, the prices of food at the market, the airline tickets, everything all of a sudden starts to drop. And people see this as a really good thing. And people think inflation is dropping. Now, of course, inflation hasn't really dropped because inflation is created by what? By the private or central bank. As they put currency into circulation, it dilutes the currency and it creates inflation, which is the devaluation of the currency. And I do believe in the end, Trump will eventually go after the central bank. But you have to remember, he needs to set everything up. He needs everything in place before he goes after the central bank system. He needs to make sure that his parallel economic system is running and countering everything the central bank is doing. He needs to make sure that it's strong. He needs the ruling from the Supreme Court. So this way, the deep state, the central bankers, they'll have nothing to fight back with, except maybe one thing, maybe some type of cyber attack on the financial institutions, because when they see there is no hope and he's winning and people are starting to see it, people are starting to experience it, and they can't use the argument, oh, you're going to see inflation, oh, it's going to be terrible, Trump is ruining the economy. Remember, Trump is bringing us out of this recession that Biden/Obama brought us into. Yes, I do believe in the future you're going to see the government go back a little bit in time saying, actually, we were in a recession. It started in the year of 2024, probably in the beginning of the year 2024. And Trump, with all his policies, everything that he was doing, he brought us out of the recession. And I don't think the central bankers actually believe that he'd be able to do this quickly. But you could see that as energy prices come down, people are really going to start to notice. Rapid Response 47 put this out and said, and this is coming from Secretary Burgum, we're going to continue to see a downward pressure on energy prices because of abundance, because of the increase in supply. When you lower the price of energy, then you lower the price of everything. And that's exactly what Trump and the Patriots were going for. And what's very interesting is that we've been in this slave system. I mean, think about it. All these people talk about slaves. Everyone's talking about, oh, you know, back in the day when black people were brought to this country, they were slaves down south. People don't even realize that they're slaves right now. All they did was change everything up. All they did was they figured out a different way to enslave you in a different system. And Elon Musk pretty much summed up the modern slavery in one sentence. And he says, you work, you get taxed. You buy something, you get taxed. You own something, you get taxed again. It's a loop of control. And basically, you're enslaved in their system. You can't escape. It's very, very difficult to escape. Take a listen to what he says here.
On what you own, you get taxed on what you buy, and you get taxed on what you own. And it's like, okay, this is you know, taxes, and you know, and then what does it get spent on? A bunch of the stuff it gets spent on you don't even agree with. So you know that's why we need to reduce the size of government and just spend less money and you know let the people keep a lot more of their hard-earned money. You know, it's yeah. So.
Brian Cates responded to this and said, now add in the hundreds of billions of dollars these same people that created the vile taxation system have been laundering and sending to themselves once it reached the U.S. Treasury. Trump and Elon already showed you one of the major ways they were accomplishing the money laundering. They showed it to you and then they shut it down. NGOs the world over getting unverified, often untraceable, no questions asked disbursement from the U.S. Treasury to the tune of hundreds of billions a year. This was on top of the billions they were sending to Ukraine and about 60 other countries as foreign aid. They extract a massive amount of wealth from the American public yearly, around $2 trillion. I think then they use the U.S. Treasury payment system to disperse over $100 billion per year to their NGOs around the world to launder that money to themselves. This was probably one of the biggest revenue streams they had, and it was the first one Trump and Doge boys cut earlier this year. When this was happening, you had the lawmakers in Congress and former presidential administration officials screaming at Trump and Percent to turn the USAID and other NGO disbursements back on. You don't hear much of their whining anymore. They know it's not going to happen. Trump got the U.S. federal government to a surplus in 2 of the past 10 months. I guarantee you none of the rat bastards who carefully constructed taxation and theft system he's destroying saw this coming a year ago. And that's the beautiful thing. And think about it, all that money, when you see all the debt and everything like that, most of that debt, I do believe, does not belong to the American people. This was done through criminal activities. The criminal syndicate was laundering this money across the globe, and the people should not be on the hook for any of this. And I do believe Trump, the Patriots, they're going to prove this. So when Trump says, yes, we're going to pay down the debt and eventually pay off the debt, I do believe he's talking about the debt that is actually belongs to the people to run the government. I'm not talking about all the laundering that went to Soros and went to other foreign countries, went to other political activists and congressmen and congresswomen. I'm just talking about the money that actually went to keep the government operational and the actual programs that assisted the American people. I think that debt is going to be much, much lower. And I do believe we will have a chance to actually pay all of this off. And like we discussed yesterday, when we pay all of this off, you know what happens? Your buying power comes back to you. It's almost when you go back to 1971, when we came off the gold standard, everyone saw inflation, the devaluation of the currency. So everything had to adjust, except everything that was fixed. So you had a fixed car payment. Well, that car payment got really cheap because my wage just went way up. Hey, look at that. My housing fixed mortgage, my wage went up, and that seems a lot cheaper now. It's going to work the opposite way. Since the value of the currency has declined so much, like 98% or so, when we go back to sound money, all that buying power that they stole from you, that's what they did. They stole it from you. It is then returned. So when Trump pays it off, that 3,000% inflation is wiped out, which means the value of the currency is then returned. So anyone with fixed payments, fixed mortgage payments, fixed car payments, anyone that's holding gold, silver, Bitcoin, all of a sudden you have incredible buying power. And this is why Trump is developing and creating and pushing the tariff system, because this system allows him to compete with the Federal Reserve. This system allows him to return us back to sound money. This system allows us to return back to the Constitution. Remember, Trump is a builder. He's building a new system, and they're trying to stop him every step of the way. And they most likely are going to try to force him to return the money. Now, I don't think they're going to win, but I do believe this is what they're trying to do. Now, think about it. If he has to return the money, what effect do you think this is going to have on the economy? Remember, they're trying to destroy the economy. They're going to destroy it if Trump was in office or not in office, because that was their plan. They told you back in March of 2020, the plan was the Great Reset. The plan was to bring us into the central bank digital currency. The plan was to bring us into war. This was always their plan. So if they could do this and they can get the Supreme Court to rule in their favor, it would wipe out and destroy this economic system. Trump knows this. And I do believe he will win in the end. And once he gets the ruling, they're screwed, which means they're going to have to do something else to try to stop Trump. But this is what Trump put out on Truth. The U.S. Supreme Court was given the wrong numbers. The unwind in the event of negative decision on tariffs would be including investments made, to be made, and return of funds in excess of $3 trillion. It would not be possible to ever make up for that kind of a drubbing. That would truly become an insurmountable national security event and devastating to the future of the country. Possibly non-sustainable. Yes, it would implode the entire economic system. It would crash the system, and then the rest of the world would crash. Yes, this is the plan of the central bankers, the deep state players. This has always been their plan. Their plan was to destroy their old system and try to bring us into the new system. And that's what they're trying to do right now. But you know what people are noticing? The people are noticing that Trump's tariff system is actually pretty darn good. They're noticing that they're not seeing inflation. Remember, the inflation that everyone's experiencing is the inflation from Biden. That's what they're experiencing. Yes, you experience it a little bit in the very, very beginning, but later on, you experience the full force of that inflation a year to 2 years later. That's what people are experiencing. So when the fake news is out there saying, oh my God, this prices are up, yeah, blame that on Biden/Obama. They're the ones who created all this. Actually, if you go back in time, every single president, every single Congress created 3,000% inflation. Remember, if they keep telling you we're going to go back to 0% inflation, we go back to 1971 prices. Have we? No, we haven't. Because, again, that inflation stays. It doesn't go away. But people are seeing that the tariff system is working. They're seeing that it's not causing inflation. Secretary Scott Bessent was being interviewed by an MSNBC panel, and he was explaining how tariffs have actually helped Americans. Eric Doherty put this out and said, tariffs help consumers because we brought down the budget deficit. MIT came out with a study that said that 42% of the great inflation was caused by the big deficit spending. So as you bring down deficit spending, inflation will come down. Right now, we've taken the substantial tariff income over time that will rebalance as the factories move to the U.S., and that will become the corporate income or wage income. And by bringing down the budget deficit, we are bringing down inflation. And you can see that he's setting them straight. And you can see that everything is now being reversed, everything the central bank, the deep state players have caused. And I do believe we're going to see a lot more of this. See, they're losing the narrative already because remember, they told us we'd be seeing incredible inflation right now. They said that Trump was going to destroy the economy. The actual opposite is happening. What do you think is going to happen when the people all of a sudden get their $2,000 dividend from the new economic system? You think the people are going to return it? I mean, remember, they're going to be getting it from Trump. So do you think all the liberals and all the far left people, you think they're going to say, you know what, I don't want this money? You think they're going to say, we don't want it, take it back? No, they're going to accept it. Watch. But think about it. He didn't say stimulus. He said dividend. News Treason Channel 17 explains. The key word is dividend. We're going to issue a dividend to our middle income people and lower income people of about $2,000, and we're going to use the remaining tariffs to lower our debt. Trillions of dollars have been taken gotten in terms of investment from the tariffs. Notice he didn't say stimulus. He said dividend. Dividend. A dividend is a payment made by a corporation to its shareholders, usually in the form of cash or additional shares of stock. It represents a portion of the company's profits or retained earnings that is distributed as a reward to investors for owning the company's stock. Do you recall that Trump has discussed creating a sovereign wealth fund in the United States? If payments like Trump's $2,000 tariff dividend became permanent, it could be the seed of U.S. sovereign wealth fund. Tariff feeds a nation's investment pool. Profits from the pool fund annual citizen dividends. Basically, tariffs goes to funds, goes to investment, goes to dividends, goes to the citizen. A self-sustaining American fund. The golden age. Absolutely. And that's what we're experiencing right now. The beginning stages of the golden age. And it's coming into focus right now. And you have to remember, Trump now is treating the country as a business. This tariff system brings in income. It funds the expenses. So again, we do not have to fund the bloated system that the deep state players have created. The people, just like our founding fathers wanted, we get to keep our hard-earned money. And think about it. We mentioned this in the very, very beginning. Stephen Moran, he was talking about interest rates. He would like the rates to come way, way down. And he also described the growing stable coin market, which I do believe they're going to be using to maybe even pay off the debt and to maybe hook into the gold standard. Joe Lange explains. Trump is purposely pushing stablecoins as a permanent safeguard against central banks and a corrupt banking system. Federal Reserve Governor Stephen Moran argued that stablecoins' potential multi-trillion-dollar growth over the next 5 years will help push down interest rates. The Donald Trump-appointed Moran told the BCVC summit in New York on Friday that the dollar-pegged crypto tokens could be putting downward pressure on the neutral rate, or R-star, that doesn't stimulate or impede the economy. If the neutral rate drops, then the central bank would also react by dropping its rates. The total current market cap of all stablecoins sits at $310 million, according to CoinGecko data. And Moran suggested that Fed research found that the market could grow up to $3 trillion in value in the next 5 years. Stablecoins were always part of the plan, and so was the Genius Act. Can you imagine the stablecoin market growing from $300 million to $3 trillion in just 5 years? Most of the stablecoin market is outside the U.S., as people around the world try to protect their wealth from their country's low-value fiat currency. Just wait till we ditch the fiat dollar and move to gold-backed dollar stablecoin. The stablecoin market might go much higher than $3 trillion. The cabal banking system is panicked. They can see what Trump is doing but cannot stop it. My thesis is that stablecoins are already increasing demand for U.S. Treasury bills and other dollar-denominated liquid assets by purchasers outside the United States, and that this demand will continue to grow. Stablecoins may become a multi-trillion-dollar elephant in the room for central bankers. Organizations, including the International Monetary Fund, have warned that stablecoins pose a threat to traditional financial assets and services as they potentially compete for customers. U.S. banking groups have also urged Congress to tighten oversight of stablecoins, with Yield arguing they could attract would-be bank users. Did you catch that key word? Compete. Yes, Trump is using stablecoins, using the tariff system, using the gold card, using energy sales, technology sales, cryptocurrency to compete with the central bank. The banking cabal has always controlled the money and financing along with credit scores. Those days are coming to an end. The International Monetary Fund and the banking lobby are trying to instill fear in the people that competition in the banking system is a bad thing. Competition isn't bad for consumers. It's bad for the corrupt banks that had a monopoly for many generations. When these DeFi stablecoins companies are allowed to pay yield to customers, the banks will not only be forced to compete for bank depositors, they'll have to compete for loan applications that will now favor the consumer rather than the banks. Unlike the crooked fractional banking system, these stablecoin companies are required to hold a 1-for-1 stablecoin to dollar ratio. During his speech, Moran praised the Genius Act for setting out clear guidelines and consumer protections, as he indicated that the regulatory framework will play a key role in spurring broader adoption of stablecoins. While I tend to view new regulations skeptically, I'm greatly encouraged by the Genius Act. This regulatory apparatus for stablecoins establishes a level of legitimacy and accountability congruent with holding traditional dollar assets, he said. For the purposes of monetary policy, the most important aspect of the Genius Act is that it requires U.S. domiciled issuers to maintain reserve backed on at least 1-to-1 basis in safe and liquid U.S. dollar denominated assets. A 1-to-1 basis to the dollar. We're moving towards a sovereign money system where only the Treasury has the authority to create new money, and commercial banks would act solely as intermediaries without the power to create money through lending. So think about it. The Treasury would be the only part of the government that can create the currency, which means the Federal Reserve will no longer exist, which means the Federal Reserve is going to be restructured into the Treasury. And this is exactly what our founding fathers wanted. They wanted us to create our own currency. They wanted us to be in charge of the financial system, not a private corporation. Trump is setting everything up. He's building the foundation. The foundation is almost complete, and he's going to start building the building. When you have a very, very strong foundation, the building goes up quickly. It's sturdy. It could withstand quite a bit. And that is what Trump is doing right now. Yes, the golden age is coming into focus. And when you look at gold, when you look at silver, when you look at Bitcoin and other crypto assets, you can see all of these are going to go up because, again, when you return the buying power back to the people, what happens? Well, gold has buying power. Crypto has buying power. Right now, they're showing you right now that the fiat currency is worth absolutely nothing. That's why gold is going to continually move up. If you notice, gold is moving up once again. I do believe gold is going to get to a point where we're at $10,000, $15,000, $20,000. Because what is Trump going to do in the end? He's going to audit Fort Knox and other gold holdings, and he's going to revalue gold to support the new system. And the new system, we will not be using the Federal Reserve note. Remember, this is a note that you do not own. You borrow this note, and it's an instrument of debt, and you owe interest on that debt. That is going away. And I do believe we'll be going back to real money. And I do believe that we're going to be following the Constitution. And this, once we do this, this is going to completely and utterly destroy the central bank system, because when people see that their buying power is returned, and it was because we got rid of the central bank, people are never, ever going to want to go back to the central bank system. And this is not just going to happen here in the United States. It's going to happen worldwide, which means the corrupt, they'll have no way of getting their funds. These are responsible for shutdown, deep state kept in the U.S., election rigging ready to be exposed. It seems that as they were pushing the shutdown, everything was exposed about them and about all of their programs. The people now are seeing the truth. The people are seeing who's responsible for all of this. And the people have learned that the government is funding every program the D's created. And a lot of these programs were created without the Republicans. A lot of these programs were created without anyone actually reading the bills. So everyone now is starting to see all of it. And I do believe Trump and the Patriots, this is what they wanted everyone to see. They wanted everyone to see the truth. And you can see what the far left is doing right now. They're now removing those individuals that have been in Congress for many, many years. First, it was Pelosi. I do believe she was pushed out. Now they're making calls to get rid of Schumer. And I do believe Trump now is leading them down this path. And as they continually replace their people with far left people, basically what people are going to start to recognize and what people are going to see is that the Democrats, they are moving into an area where no one wants to be associated with them. And I do believe in the end, they will cease to exist, because think about it, without their cheating, without the rigged elections, they have no power whatsoever. And you could see what makes up the rigged system. It's the illegals that they bring in. It's the mail-in ballots that they use. It was the Social Security numbers, and it was the machines. And what they had to do is they had to extend the election day to an election week or an election 2 weeks, because otherwise they wouldn't know how many mail-ins to create to make up the difference on those people that voted on election day. And you could see at this point in time, every step of the way, Trump and his team, what are they doing? They're shutting down their rigged system. We have Harmeet Dillon and many others. They are looking into the voter rolls, looking into their system, and basically cleaning it all up. Plus, there's a ruling that's going to be made by the Supreme Court where they're going to decide what is election day. Is it election day plus a couple of days? Is it election day plus 2 weeks? Or does all mail-ins, all votes have to be done and counted on one day? Now, if I do believe the Supreme Court most likely will make the ruling that all the votes have to be counted on election day, according to the Constitution, which means this is going to be a major, major problem for the deep state players because, again, they need to see how many more votes they need, and they need to wait until the count is done on election day. Then they can trickle them in over time. We've seen this in Arizona. We've seen it in many other states. We've seen it during the presidential election. We've seen it everywhere. So this is going to be a major, major problem for him. And think about it. Trump pardoned the alternate electors. He also pardoned those people that were investigating election interference, which means that he's getting prepared and ready. And I don't mean himself, his team. They're getting ready to expose the entire election rigging system. And I do believe that is getting closer and closer every single day. And you can see that during the shutdown, something very interesting happened. We keep talking or keep hearing about how the air traffic controllers, how they're not coming to work, how they're not getting paid. But something else happened where private planes in multiple cities, they were not allowed to take off. Now, what's very interesting, the timing of all this is very interesting because it actually goes with those people that are getting subpoenas, those people that have been indicted, and those people that are going to be indicted. Is Trump and the Patriots, are they trying to keep all these treasonous criminals in this country? Are they trying to make sure they don't escape using a private jet? It's starting to seem that way. We'll be discussing a lot more about this a little bit later. But first, let's start off with the illegals once again, because we can see the fake news. They're continually putting out the stories. And actually, I think it's a pretty good thing that they keep putting out these fake stories, because every time they're debunked, it's showing that the fake news is just that. It's fake news. And it shows that these people are actually criminals. These people are here illegally in this country. They're part of gangs. They've committed other crimes. And I think the people now are hearing this every single day. And the people are starting to realize the fake news is actually covering for all these people. And you can see ICE right now, they're conducting raids on the Hawaiian island of Kauai. So Nick sort of put this out and said, dozens of Tren de Agua gang members were just apprehended, and more raids are expected. You cannot hide from ICE, even on island thousands of miles from the U.S. mainland. They're all going back. And that is absolutely true. And what's very interesting, all these people that are trying to obstruct justice, well, they're getting a warning right now. And if they continue to do this, they're going to be arrested. And what's very interesting is that a Portland woman, she was started to panic because she was trying to box in ICE vehicles. And the team saw what she was doing and they pulled her over. And she tried to use the excuse that she's just a mom. Well, if you're just a mom, then go home to your kids and take care of your kids. And instead of boxing in ICE. Colin Rugg put this out and said, Portland woman starts panicking, hyperventilating, and begging for mercy after getting pulled over for impeding ICE operations. I'm just a mom. I'm just a mom. I'm shaking, she pleaded. The woman was captured on camera by Katie Davenport running a red light before trying to box in ICE vehicles. According to the Post Millennial, the woman is a spotter who is stationed in the neighborhood to alert illegal immigrants about ICE operations. The woman's information was reportedly handed over to HSI and the U.S. Attorney's Office. And once again, you could see that these people, they never experienced anything like this. They never experienced getting stopped. They never experienced the ability where they would actually get arrested. They were always protected, but they're not protected anymore. And you could see that all these debunked stories that the fake news is putting out, and a lot of the D's and other people, you could see that these individuals that ICE is going after, CBP, that they're going after, they are actual criminals. Homeland Security put this out and said, ICE arrested so-called non-criminal illegal alien who is actually a wanted killer and a gang member. While the media will report Antonio Israel Lazo Quintia's only crime in the United States is driving without a license, this illegal alien is wanted in El Salvador for aggravated homicide, extortion, possession of drugs, and a litany of other felonies. He is confirmed member of the 18th Street Gang. Lazo may lack a violent rap sheet in the U.S., but his criminal illegal alien is clearly a public safety threat. The media's false claims that ICE is not arresting the worst of the worst could not be further from the truth. And this is why we need to vet every single person. This is why they need to be brought to the port of entry. They need to be vetted. We need to see their IDs. We need a background check. Because again, why would we let someone like this into this country? We would not. We would look and say, holy crap, look at this guy. We're not letting this guy in. Send him back to El Salvador. And once again, the fake news is just that, fake news. But the people of this country, they are now completely and utterly on board with deporting all the illegals. And you have to remember, when 2026 rolls around, what happens? Well, the one big beautiful bill goes into overdrive. The funding can then be used to pay for all those people that want to help out in deporting the illegals. And as of right now, and Secretary Kristi Noem put this out, ICE has received more than 200,000 applications from patriotic Americans who want to defend the homeland by removing the worst of the worst criminal illegal aliens from the U.S. Americans are answering their country's call to serve and help remove murderers, pedophiles, rapists, you name it. So think about it. The American people now, they're all on board with this, and they want to assist in removing the illegals. And do you think there's going to be a lot more of these people? I remember when the number was 10,000. Now we're up to 200,000. When people start to get paid, what do you think is going to happen? This number is going to skyrocket, and we're going to be assisting law enforcement. This is the deep state's players' worst nightmare, having the American people assist law enforcement deport their illegals. This is going to be absolutely amazing when this all happens. And you can see that it's approaching very, very quickly. Now, the other thing that's very interesting, and we mentioned this before, Cash's FBI, they are going after all the criminals. They're going after pedophile networks. They're going after the missing children, and they're saving them. I do believe this is all happening way before the Epstein stuff is going to drop. I'm talking about the grand jury information. I do believe they want to make sure that most of the networks are shut down, most of the kids are safe, and most of the people that are associated with all this, because remember, it's not just the creepy pedophiles that you see, it's other people that are working with the networks that are behind the scenes that you really don't see. But when you look at Memphis, you could see that Trump's admins, the Memphis Safe Task Force, they've located 101 missing children in 40 days. And this is coming from the U.S. Marshal Office. This is absolutely incredible. And I do believe Trump and the Patriots, what they're doing right now, they are prepping the country for what is coming. And yes, the information that will be coming out against the deep state players, the treasonous criminals again in this country, it's going to be devastating. And yes, you know that once this information pours out, you know those individuals, they're going to get the signal to shut down the pedo networks. They're going to get the signal to, I guess, get rid of the children. They're going to get the signal to wrap it up and move operations. And I do believe this is why Cash and team and others, this is why they're going after them right now. So this way, there's not that many pedo networks, and the signal, well, it's going to go to no one. And they will be trapped in all of this. Everything will already be exposed. Remember, when they save these children, when they shut down the pedo networks, this is evidence. This is evidence that they're collecting. And what do you think they're going to do? They're going to tie this all back to who? Where do you think the money's coming from? You think they're just arresting people saying, it must be a one-off thing. I guess it is. No, this all leads back to the deep state players. They're going to follow the money. This is what's going to come out later. They're going to report on this saying, okay, we finished the investigation. We've tracked down the money, how it flowed into this pedo network. We saved the children. And this money goes to this NGO, and originated from USAID. And it went through the Soros network. And I think people are going to start to see this. And people are going to start to see that, wow, look at this. This is absolutely unbelievable. And I do believe this is what they're prepping for. And when the time is right, all this information is going to be coming out. And you can see that Trump and Patriots, they're going after the deep state players. They are now subpoenaing certain individuals. They're indicting certain individuals. Looks like Adam Schiff is next up. I do believe he'll be indicted very, very soon. And you can see that all these people, they're panicking, they're scrambling. And this is just the beginning. These are just the open and shut cases. This is the documents that they filled out. This is the documents that they signed. This is their own criminal activity, personal to them. And I do believe Trump is testing the judiciary to see what lawfare tactics they try to use, if any, which I do believe they will. And they're also seeing which judges are blackmailed, which judges are going to follow the rule of law. And I do believe this is going to be a very good test, because this is just the beginning. This is not the only crime that Comey is going to be held accountable for. This is not the only crime that Letitia James is going to be held accountable for. This is not the only crime that Brennan, Clapper, Schiff, and many, many others are going to be held accountable for. There's going to be many more different crimes that are going to be associated with all these people. And yes, you could bring in Fauci and many other people. Yes, this all leads up to Hillary Clinton. This all leads to Obama, Soros, and many, many others. Now, we know that the deep state players, they've been trying to control speech. They've been trying to control the social media platforms. They've been trying to control pretty much everything because, again, they don't want the truth out there. And they've lost the control because what happened? True Social started up. Elon bought X. And Rumble competes with YouTube. So this has become very, very difficult for the deep state players, which I do believe in the end, when all their hate speech laws that they're trying to push out in the EU, Canada, and many other places, when all that fails, I do believe they'll have no choice but to actually try to shut down communications. Because again, we're still in information war. We're always in an information war, but I do believe they want to bring it physical. And if you're going to bring it physical, can you have the truth out there? No. So I do believe they will attempt this. It doesn't mean they're going to succeed. And right now they're trying to control it out in Europe because they have certain laws. They have the ability to shut down the truth in different countries in the EU. And of course, let's include Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and many other countries. Here in the United States, they don't have the same ability. But look what Rumble has just done. They secured $100 million in advertising commitment from Tether. Rumble Inc., the Freedom First technology platform, agreed on a $100 million advertising commitment with Tether, representing $50 million per year over a 2-year period, beginning in the first quarter of 2026. And you have to remember that Rumble needs to stay alive, and the only way it could stay alive is with advertisers. Because again, yes, they also have Rumble Premium, where people can pay and get rid of the advertising and bring in money that way. It's the same strategy that YouTube uses, because without advertisers, without money coming into Rumble, they really can't stay afloat. And we need them to stay afloat. Same thing with True Social. Same thing with X, because this is how they make their money. So I do believe this is a very good thing, and it's good that they have an influx of cash coming into Rumble to keep it operational. Now, the other thing that we could see is that everything is changing around the world. The people of all different countries now, they're voting in their candidate. Instead of being installed, the people now are able to vote in their candidate. And in some places, they're overriding the rigged election system. And we can see that Argentina, El Salvador, Bolivia now, everything is changing. And this is going to change in many countries across the globe. We can see that France, they are on the precipice of ousting Macron. The UK is on the precipice of ousting Starmer. Germany is on the precipice of ousting Merz. And this is going to continue. And it's going to happen throughout the world. George put this out and said, the new right-wing president of Bolivia immediately got to work by eliminating all socialist symbols from the country's flag and coat of arms. He also promised to start capitalist revolution in the country. We're going to put Bolivia in the world and let the world come to Bolivia. Capitalism for everyone. Capitalism to produce. Capitalism to have resources. And I wonder if Trump is going to be making a deal with Bolivia very, very soon. Most likely, yes. Now, out in the UK, we could see that Nigel Farage, he is making huge gains in the UK. And you can see that Starmer's polling numbers, they're down in the dirt. And Nigel Farage says he is strongly in favor of British people having the right, through petition, to call a national referendum if they feel the political class are out of touch with them substantially on major issues. So he's already building the narrative right now to oust the ruling class. I do believe that's exactly what he's doing. And you can see that the ruling class, the deep state players, they're now panicking over all of this because they see change coming, and the change is not in their favor. And I do believe this is why, in the end, they're going to be pushing this information war that we've been in for quite a while into a physical war, because, again, they need a distraction of all distractions. And this is part of their 16-year plan to bring this country and the world into war so they could stay in power. The problem with all this is Trump has already set up the narrative that he is the peacemaker. So this is not like other presidents that we had in this country. Trump is not going to go along with the war. He's not going to fall for the false flags. He's not going to bring troops into other countries to have regime change. Trump, he's going to usher in peace. So basically, we now have an individual that is going to counter everything the deep state players are going to try to do in respect to war. When they push war, he pushes peace. You see, in the past, when the deep state players push war, the presidents of not just this country, but other countries went along with it. They fell for the false flags. Trump is not going to fall for it. And in the end, he's going to usher in peace. Now, of course, what he's doing right now, he's bringing the deep state players down this path because he's going to need the people behind him, not just in this country, but around the world, to usher in peace, because I do believe they're going to try to push a nuclear war. But the other thing that's very interesting is that Pete Hegseth, who's the Secretary of War, and I think that's an incredible name because, again, we're not defending anything. If something happens across the globe, we're going to war. And when people hear this, they're saying, well, you know what? Maybe I don't want war. Maybe we shouldn't be heading into war. Maybe we need to think about this. But Pete Hegseth, he delivered a pointed warning at the National War College in Washington, declaring that most significant threat to America's strength comes not from abroad, but from within its own defense establishment. For decades, the Pentagon has evolved into one of the most complex bureaucratic systems in the world, employing over 750,000 civilian workers and managing a budget exceeding $850 billion. Yet, despite record spending, much of it vanishes into administrative overhead, delayed contracts, and consulting fees, rather than directly enhancing defense capabilities. It also goes to money laundering. According to defense auditors, nearly $220 billion of the Pentagon's budget each year cannot be properly accounted for, a figure larger than the entire defense budget of most allied nations. Programs designed to modernize military hardware routinely face years of delay as they pass through layers of committees and contracting offices. Basic equipment orders can require signatures from dozens of different officials. Routine upgrades often cost taxpayers millions before a single prototype reaches the field. The result, he says, is a defense establishment that consumes vast sums of money while producing less and less real-world capabilities. And remember, going back to 9/11, weren't they looking for trillions of dollars? And Donald Rumsfeld was talking about it, and then the next day, all of a sudden, we had 9/11? Yes, that was part of the agenda to distract. But think about it. All this money has always gone missing because it's the deep state criminal syndicate system. It's a money laundering system. I mean, not to know where $220 billion is absolutely ridiculous. And yes, this whole thing has to be shrunk down. Cuts have to be made. And once again, Secretary of War is telling us that we're fighting an enemy from within, just like Trump told the troops when he brought them all in. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that the deep state players are losing their grip on their entire plan. And you could see what their plan was. It was to basically confuse the young boys and girls, bring in the entire trans movement, blend the countries with Muslims, losing all identity, not just with the nationality of the people in the country, but also your identity as being a male, female. And you can see that they've been setting this up for their world that they wanted to create. And you could see they were trying to push men into women's sports, men into women's bathrooms, and men were taking over. And this was done on purpose because most of these individuals were pedophiles. I would say the strong majority of them are pedophiles. And what's very interesting, there's been a lot of pushback, and it seems that we, the people, are now winning. The transgender athletes are now going to be banned from female competition at the Olympics following a review of evidence about the sporting advantages of being born a male. I mean, really? The new policy may also bar female athletes with differences of sex development, possibly including boxers like Emain Kalof. And once again, this wasn't really that difficult. Everyone knew it. Everyone was continually saying this. And the Olympic Committee, who deals with physical exercise, athletes, they couldn't figure this out. Of course they knew. They knew the entire time. They were gaslighting the people. And now everything is changing. And you could see the deep state players, they're very, very angry because you have to remember, for a very long time, they've been trying to keep the population of the white people way, way down. They didn't want the white population. They were trying to bring in the illegals from other countries, trying to outnumber the number of white people in this country and even the black people in this country. And this is why they've been pushing abortion and everything like that. Actually, if you go back a little bit in time, there is a speech that Biden gave that where he said that eventually what's going to happen, the white people are going to be the minority because this is how they were tricking the young women and the young men, saying, listen, don't have a family. There's no need for a family. Be single, be independent. And actually, if you look, Charlie Kirk was saying the actual opposite. And you can see that they're panicking right now because The Economist put this out. With Trump and Vance in power, many pro-nationalists believe this is the moment to jumpstart baby making. But some critics see pro-natalism as part of an insidious project to create a wider America. And Trump knows exactly what the deep state players were trying to do. And this is why he's pushing IVF. This is why he's saying we need to have babies in this country. Because once again, they were reducing the population. And he knows that we need to reverse everything. Now, they were reducing the population via food, via vaccines, especially the COVID vaccine. And now we're trying to reverse all of this. And you could see that the deep state players, they do not like this. Because, again, they were trying to outnumber the people that made this country great. Now, I'm not saying that those people that are coming into this country that are not white, they don't make the country great. They do, as long as they meld into our country. That's why they called it a melting pot. The melting pot was you basically melted into the country and actually conformed to the Constitution. The Constitution drove this country. So you melted into this country and you became a part of this country. You didn't come into this country saying, I want to change this country. I want to have a different law in this country. I want to get rid of the Constitution in this country. That's not what the founders wanted. And you could see that the deep state players, they're very, very panicked over this, and they do not like it. And you could see the infiltration as clear as day. All you got to do is look at New York. Mamdani was brought in because he was promising everyone free everything. I'm going to give you free everything. Well, nothing is free in this country, anywhere in the world, actually. Somebody's got to pay for it. The money's got to come from someplace. And they always point to the very, very wealthy. Oh, we'll just tax the wealthy. Well, do you really think the wealthy just sit around going, hey, you know what? Go ahead, tax me. I'll pay for everybody. No, the wealthy say, listen, if I can't do business here and you're going to tax me up the wazoo, see you later. I don't want to stay in New York. What would be the purpose? It makes no sense. So they'll leave. And you know who becomes the wealthy? All those people that are saying tax the wealthy. They become the wealthy then because they're the ones who are making money. There's no one above them anymore. And you could see that Catherine Hochul is not going along with Mamdani. She's the governor of New York. Eric Doherty put this out and said the following. Supporters of Mamdani are repeatedly developing buyer's remorse after learning Governor Hochul will not greenlight his free bus plan or tax the rich. I cannot set forth a plan right now that takes money out of the system that relies on the fares of the buses and the subways. That's absolutely brutal. Vote for a commie and you get played. You F around, you find out. So right now, the people of New York, they're going to be blaming Kathy Hochul. So that's going to be very interesting. So let's see. We have Elise Stefanik, who is now running for governor in New York. This could be the chance to actually take control over New York. This is going to be very, very interesting how this all plays out. But the other thing that's very interesting, and Data Republican put this out, she said that international actors are involved in the State Department-led color revolution. She says this is not speculation. It's straight from a recorded call. Ex-USAID employees described how, before January 20th, they moved internal groups off government systems and into encrypted signal chats, then quickly linked with foreign partners and NGOs after the inauguration. This attempt at creating a color revolution isn't new news. This part was already reported in Notice earlier this year. But what's not reported is the international aspect. One participant explicitly frames it as global anti-authoritarian movement connecting U.S. officials with colleagues from around the world who have dealt with this directly. They reference coordination with Johns Hopkins International Democracy and Conflict Mitigation Spaces and efforts to mobilize across borders against what they perceive as a domestic authoritarianism. At what point does this become treason? Well, I think it's treason right now if you really think about it. Let me continue. She says, note at the end of the video, the we in reference to organizing the February 5th protests that was organized by Soros-backed groups 50501 and Indivisible. This is the first solid link I've found connecting the No Kings movement, State Department, and Soros together. Ro Tucci herself goes on to talk about bringing in international actors to assist with the color revolution. Their role is going to be mobilizing around corruption. What does that mean? They justify the international aspect by claiming that the authoritarians are already globally networked. So this is very, very interesting. So they're planning something, and it's connected to foreign governments, and they use the NGOs to fund it all. And this is the grand master conspiracy everyone's been sensing, but couldn't find. It's a supranational network of democracy technocrats flushed with countless billions and hundreds of thousands of full-time employees. Their real target is the American people. And that is absolutely true. And we could see that they're planning a color revolution. Now, think about this. This is why Trump is now pre-positioning the National Guard in all the different cities. Because what do you think they're going to do? What do you think a color revolution is? Color revolution is basically an insurrection on this country. So basically, you could see these people, they're planning for this. They are the insurgency that are going to actually push the insurrection. And Trump, the military, and we the people are the counterinsurgency. And I do believe this is why the deep state players are trying to divide the MAGA movement. And what's very interesting is that Trump, he actually went after Marjorie Taylor Greene. Eric Doherty put this out and said, President Trump excoriates Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene in the Oval Office, saying she's catering to the left. When somebody like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's now catering to the other side, I guess she's got some kind of act going, but I'm surprised at her. When she makes statements like that, it shows she doesn't know. So that is very interesting. And we can see that there has been a change in her, and something's very, very odd. And so far, Trump has not endorsed her whatsoever. Now, I do believe there are rumors that she wanted to go into the Senate, and Trump said you didn't have the vote, so I'm not going to endorse you for that. She got very angry and pissed off. And now Trump is saying, listen, something's going on here. So that is very, very interesting. But let's see how this all plays out in the end. And like I said from the very, very beginning, we need to watch certain people very, very closely, because in the end, we have to see where they truly stand. And the only way to know where they stand is to watch their actions, not what they say, but what they do and where they go and who they speak to and what they're actually doing on the side. Because again, by their actions, you can tell who they truly are. And we'll have to see how this all plays out. This is going to be very, very interesting. Now, the other thing that we could see is that there are certain judges, federal judges, that are deciding to basically retire or leave the bench. Yoni Applebaum put this out and said, Mark Wolf, appointed to the federal bench by Ronald Reagan, writes that he's resigning as a judge to have the freedom to speak out against the president's assault on the rule of law. So basically, he's an activist judge, and he does not want to be a federal judge anymore. This way he can speak out against Trump. So basically, it would be nice if all the activist judges in the judiciary just resign right now, and they go speak, however you want, and Trump can just go ahead and put in the judges that will follow the rule of law. But let's see how this all plays out. I think in the end, what's going to happen is that once we get control of the House and the Senate, we're going to have to impeach all these judges, because if we're going to bring people to justice, we're going to need a judiciary that follows the rule of law. And you can see that Trump, he's already started the pardons. And he went ahead and he pardoned the alternative electors. He pardoned those individuals that were involved in investigating the 2020 elections, which means this is probably leading up to exposing the election rigging. Patriots Are in Control put this out and said, MSNBC's Jonathan Lemire on Biden's preemptive pardons, a remarkable historic movement. MSNBC's Jonathan Lemire on Trump's 2020 election pardons. Yet another example where he used the powers of government to reward his friends, those who do his bidding. How does anyone take these people seriously? I mean, really, it's okay for the Democrats, but not okay for President Trump. And I think everyone can really see this now. ALX put this out and said, President Trump issued pardons to Rudy Giuliani, John Eastman, Mark Meadows, Tyler Bauer, Christine Bobb, Boris, Jenna Ellis, Sidney Powell, Jeff Clark, Kelly Ward, and many, many others. And Ed Martin put this out, and Trump has pardoned the 2020 alternative electors. And basically, you could see that all these people are protected against federal charges, not state charges, but federal charges. But it looks like Trump has done this because it looks like the truth about the 2020 election is about to come out. And this is coming from Monica Crowley. And I do believe this is setting the stage for all of this. This is going to be absolutely unbelievable. Now, remember, Trump, he would like to get control of the House and Senate. Actually, he would like to get rid of the filibuster, so this way the Republicans can just vote and get rid of the cheating. And once we usher in and pass the laws for voter ID, paper ballots, one-day voting, no mail-in ballots, the D's won't be able to win an election ever again. But again, we're still dealing with certain rhinos, and it looks like they're not going to actually end up doing this. Trump's going to keep forcing them to do this, but he also has another plan. He's actually cleaning up the entire election system. He shut down all the Social Security numbers. They're actually looking at the voter rolls in all the different states. Actually, he wrote executive orders now shutting down a lot of the mail-in ballots. Now, it's not going to be everywhere. And it looks like the Supreme Court right now is going to be looking at what election day actually means. So the Supreme Court has taken up the decision to count ballots when they arrive past the deadline. States run presidential elections, but federal law sets the standards that must be met. And that specifies that the election day in America is the Tuesday next after the first Monday in November of even-numbered years. So can states arbitrarily say they're going to have an election week, accepting ballots that arrive after the election day deadline? Well, that's before the Supreme Court right now. It is Watson versus Republican National Committee out of Mississippi that the court is reviewing. That law allows state officials to count ballots when they are mailed and received up to 5 days late. The RNC sued the state, charging that Mississippi is in violation of the federal statute that designates Election Day as the single day on which elections are held. The RNC contends that means ballot collection is done that day. And that, I do believe, is absolutely true. Why would the founders put that in there then? Saying that this is the day that you have elections. It didn't say this is the election day, but it goes on for another couple of weeks as long as you get the ballots in there. When would be the deadline? There is no deadline, because that's what happens. If you look at Arizona, when you saw the race for the Senate between Kerry Lake and Ruben Gallego, they just kept it going until they have enough votes where Ruben Gallego won, which means they cheated. So when does it end? Could it go on for a month saying, oh, we're just waiting for a couple more mail-in ballots because I think we're almost there? No, it has to be on election day. If the ballots aren't there, they're not counted. But why do they need the extra time? Because they need to see how many votes they need. And once they see how many votes they need, this is when they print them up. This is when they bring them in. And this is what they've been doing for a very long time. Actually, it went completely crazy during 2020, 2022, and 2024. So the Supreme Court is going to decide what Election Day actually means. And I do believe what they're going to do is they're going to rule that Election Day means all ballots are in on that day. That is the day that you count. That is the Election Day, period, the end. And what is that going to do to the deep state players? That's going to actually put them in a difficult position because they will not be able to see how many ballots they need. Because first they see on Election Day, and then they trickle them in afterwards. This is going to be a major, major problem for them. And if you really look at this and you step back, you can see Trump is making it very, very difficult for the deep state players because he knows it's either we get rid of the filibuster and we actually pass all these laws, or we make it so difficult for the deep state players to cheat in the elections that they have a very difficult time cheating, which means we can win the elections. So I do believe we have an incredible chance. I think a chance that we haven't had in a very long time. And I do believe that in all the different blue areas, you're going to start to see them turn red, which is going to be very, very interesting. Now, as of right now, we're still in a shutdown. Now, again, the Senate now is voting to see if they're going to end the shutdown. It looks like the Democrats decided to say enough is enough. 10 of them or 8 of them have defected. And of course, the Democrats are very pissed off about this. And the filibuster was broke. And now they said, okay, we will go ahead. We will vote. I think the procedural vote has already passed. They're doing the final vote. Then it will go to the House of Representatives. And then finally, Trump will sign it. But it looks like during this period of time, during the shutdown, the D's, they were making themselves very, very rich. Anna Paulina put this out and said, Pharma owns Congress. The Senate Democrats weren't fighting for you. They were fighting for their cartel. And when you look at these numbers, they're absolutely unbelievable. Bernie Sanders, 23 million. Raphael Warnock, 14 million from Big Pharma. Elizabeth Warren, 10 million. This is from healthcare providers, Big Pharma, you name it. This is how much money they're getting. Whose side are they really on? Not the people. And now it looks like they're trying to get rid of Chuck Schumer. Ro Khanna put this out and said, Senator Schumer is no longer effective and should be replaced. If you can't lead the fight to stop healthcare premiums from skyrocketing for Americans, what will you fight for? So let's see. They got rid of Nancy Pelosi. They forced her out. They're going to be getting rid of Chuck Schumer. They're forcing him out. And now the far left is going to fill the void. Seems like a very interesting plan. I wonder who set this up. Because really, think about it. You basically tell all these people that they're not going to be running for election. You have them forced out. You have the D Party then bring in the far left, the Marxists, the socialists. You show the people what the D Party really is today. Is anyone going to be voting for the D Party? You're going to see everyone start to move away from them. Now, think about it. By doing that, by mitigating the election rigging, by having the Supreme Court rule that, no, we just have election day, What do you think the elections are going to look like as we approach the midterms? Well, I think they're going to be in favor of the Republicans. This is going to be a complete and utter disaster for the Ds. Soon, the Ds will cease to exist. And it looks like Trump, with all these subpoenas coming out against the deep state players, with certain individuals being indicted, it looks like Trump and team might have been using the shutdown to keep the deep state players from fleeing. Trump, he put this out on Truth. He said, all air traffic controllers must get back to work now. Anyone who doesn't will be substantially docked. For those air traffic controllers who were great patriots and didn't take any time off for the Democrat shutdown hoax, I will be recommending a bonus of $10,000 per person for distinguished service to our country. For those that did nothing but complain and took time off, even though everyone knew they would be paid in full shortly into the future, I am not happy with you. You didn't step up to help the USA against the fake Democrat attack that was only meant to hurt our country. You'll have a negative mark, at least in my mind, against your record. If you want to leave service in the near future, please do not hesitate to do so with no payment or severance of any kind. You will be quickly replaced by true patriots who will do a better job on the brand new state-of-the-art equipment, the best in the world, that we are in the process of ordering. The last administration wasted billions of dollars trying to fix antiquated junk. They had no idea what they were doing. Again, to our great American patriots, God bless you. I won't be able to send you money fast enough. To all others, report to work immediately. God bless America, President Donald J. Trump. Now, what's very interesting is that Good Karma put this out and said, if NOTAM, N-O-T-A-M, on private jet till 12/31 is true, when federal government is expected to be funded until January 30, 2026, something else may be going on. Prevent deep state like Hussein, George Soros, Hillary Clinton, pencil neck, etc., escaping via private jet. Well, the Federal Aviation Administration issued notice to air missions, effective immediately as of midnight on November 10th, prohibiting general aviation and non-scheduled business jet operations at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport and 11 other major U.S. airports through December 31st, 2025, unless canceled earlier. These restrictions are direct response to reduced air traffic controller staffing amid the ongoing federal government shutdown, which has furloughed thousands of FAA employees. The 12 airports under the full GA non-scheduled ban include DSA, Boston, Harry Reid in Vegas, Los Angeles International Airport, Chicago O'Hare, John F. Kennedy, LaGuardia, Newark Liberty, Philadelphia, San Francisco, Seattle, Tacoma, Miami. So that is very, very interesting. So they're not allowing certain planes to leave. Karma Patriot put this out and said the following. Okay, now I'm starting to realize what the drawn out dramatic shutdown and flight crisis narrative might really be about. The Federal Aviation Administration will limit business jets and other private flights to some of the country's largest airports to ease strains on air traffic personnel. Indictments and subpoenas can't escape justice without a plane. Drop one. Passport approved to be flagged effective 10:30, 12:01 a.m. Expects massive riots organized in defiance and others fleeing the U.S. to occur. U.S. military will conduct operations while National Guard activated. Proof check, locate a National Guard member and ask if activated for duty. 10:30 across most major cities. Drop number 5. Why did Soros' son have several meetings with Canadian Prime Minister, and how is that related to Clinton's? Can you rely on being able to board a plane and fly away? Drop number 4. Focus on military intelligence, state secrets, and why might that be used versus any 3-letter agency? Drop 6. What is Pelosi's net worth by way of one example? What coincidentally is her memory apparently going? Cover for possible future indictment to plead what? Very interesting. Drop 11. Military intelligence versus FBI, CIA, NSA. No approval or congressional oversight. State secrets upheld under Supreme Court. Who is the commander-in-chief of the military? Trump. Under what article can the president impose military takeover investigation for 3-letter agencies? What conditions must present itself? Why is this so very important? Who surrounds POTUS? They lost this very important power, the one area of the government not corrupt and directly serves POTUS. Drop 13. Now think about the timing of POTUS traveling to China, South Korea. I've said too much. God bless, patriots. Drop number 2. What is military intelligence? Why go around 3-letter agencies? What Supreme Court case allows for use of military intelligence versus congressional assembled and approved agencies? Who has ultimate authority over our branches of military without approval conditions unless 90 plus in wartime conditions? Drop 3. Why is the National Guard called up across 12 cities? So it looks like they might be keeping certain people here. And you could see that subpoenas are being issued, indictments are being issued, and other investigations are going on. Very, very interesting. And think about it. The Dems, they spent the last month squealing about how Trump is responsible for the shutdown. Clint Essen put this out. Now they're upset the Senate Dems caved and are willing to reopen the government, meaning they were full of shit the entire time and everyone knew it. All they know is deceit. So let me see. If now there's Democrats saying, let's open it up, they were always in control of opening opening the government and shutting down the government. So they were always in control of this. And actually CNN kind of tipped their hat saying they're the ones who are responsible for all of this. Unseen One put this out and said, did you see the play this week? Democrats plan for a big win in elections through hook or crook. They tried parlay that went into forcing weak-kneed Republicans to cave on the shutdown. The lying legacy media tried to help the Dems by pushing fake news stories about the GOP caving. Seemed to be working somewhat, and then Trump came in. Trump pushed the filibuster to end the shutdown. He pushed ending Obamacare and giving the money to the people. Trump admin allowed just a small amount of pain to come through the airplane cancellations and no SNAP benefits. Dems unable to capitalize on their win on Tuesday and faced with increasing political pain and a direct threat to two of their favorite things caved. Trump checkmated Schumer. The Schumer gambit was defeated. Absolutely. Observing Consciousness says, this is bigger than some realize. Let's tease this out some. The government reopened on terms that end the old spending machine. The Democrats agreed to a structure that forces every hidden funding channel into daylight for all to see. No omnibus bundled foreign aid, no automatic renewals of the network that operated in the dark. The pressure is now staged across January and February. No, this doesn't end here. It is only starting. Each deadline draws a new layer of the structure into view. This move secured position. The ground shifted toward open visibility. Spending is now traced line by line and vote by vote. The old guard lost their grip. The older order relied on one move, push everything into a single oversized spending package, giving nobody time to even read it. No light, no record, no accountability. Now the structure is finished. This is key. Watch. Funding now moves into two phases, January 19th and February 2nd. These dates function as a pressure gate. The timing itself reveals the network. January exposes defense and national infrastructure. Global projection lives here. Contractors, intelligence routing, foreign stationing, cyber and space build-out. Once viewed directly, the pattern is clear. February exposes the domestic operating system, border flow coordination, NGO distribution networks, public health command chains, education narrative scaffolding. Follow the funding and the architecture stands in full view for everyone to see. No bundled foreign aid entered this agreement. No border trades. No quiet Ukraine channels. Every request now stands alone before the public. Every vote carries a name. We see you. Continuity moves through design. Power shifts when the flow of authorization changes. Recognition arrives through sequence, not announcement. The laddered CR keeps government functions alive while preventing the old channels from rebuilding themselves. Operations continue. Concealment does not. Signals now forming. Border funding posture in January. Funding, foreign aid separated into single issue floor votes. Treasury alignment inside defense appropriations. Audit triggers embedded in February agency text. Track the pattern. The awareness rises layer by layer. We see the system clearly now. The Republican returns through exposure and integration. January begins the next movement. The shift is in motion now. Stay observant and hold position. We see them, and they know we see them. Absolutely. And you can see everyone can see everything. It's all exposed. MJ Truth Ultra says, now that the government shutdown is over, well, it's actually not over. The procedural vote was passed, but as of this report, they haven't voted yet. Maybe they will. But let's just look at the different sides. The Democrats gave up guaranteed Obamacare subsidy extension, 40 days of leverage, public image, 60% of voters blame Dems. Republicans gave up, reversed approximately 150,000 federal layoffs, only until January 30th, locked in full SNAP VA funding for 1 year, excludes illegal aliens. Thune promised Dems a Senate Affordable Care Act vote. Moot, it dies in House anyway. Why this is a clear Trump GOP win? Got their exact bill, clean CR. 0 for ACA, flat funding. 2, made Democrats fold after 40 days of pain on their own voters. 3, next showdown, January 30th, 2026, with bigger GOP majorities and total control. 4, prove shutdowns are Trump's superpower again. Longest ever, mission accomplished. Final score, Trump 1, Dem 0. So once again, the Ds, they do not have the lead. And you can see that everything now is exposed. Obamacare is exposed. Now, Trump, we read this yesterday. He put out a truth, and this is from a satire publication. But why did Trump put this out? Let me just read it again. Doge holds a yearly payment of $2.5 million to Barack Obama for royalties linked to Obamacare. Obama has collected this payment since 2010 for a total of $40 million in taxpayer dollars. And Trump said, wow. Now, this is from a satire publication. People are saying, hey, yeah, that's what this is from. So this isn't true. But Trump doesn't say these things unless he has some type of proof. Joe Lange explains, people refuse to ask the right questions. Why would Trump repost this satire site post of Obama getting paid royalties from Obamacare? Does Trump not know that it's a satire site? Of course he does. Trump knows a lot more about things than any of us. He already declassified everything. He knows everything about Obama. So why did Trump repost this satire site post on Obama getting royalties of Obamacare if he already knew it was satire? Because it's true. Obama was getting money from Obamacare. How do we know? Anybody remember this Q drop? 466, January 5th, 2018. Why is Hussein traveling the globe? All dollar signs. And it looks like it's millions. Account number, and this is just the ending account number, 39670, account number 2391. Where did the money come from? How do you destroy the most powerful country in the world? Direct attack? Covert op by Class 59-241Q to infiltrate at highest level to destroy from within? Think game? Who are the players? What are the rewards? America for sale? Patriots in full control. We will make more public. So that's very interesting. After Hillary lost and Obama's puppet master, Prince Alawid, was arrested in Saudi Arabia, Obama traveled the world. He was visiting several banks and withdrawing a whole lot of money. Pay attention to one of those bank accounts listed in that drop. Account number, a lot of X's, 2391. Q says that Obama was traveling the world collecting money from bank accounts. Where did the money come from? Guess who that account was connected to? Someone that was indicted for tax evasion. Someone connected to the medical industry and with Muslim background. Just a coincidence? And Anand connected the dots by noticing that the bank account was connected to this owner of medical facilities in New Jersey who got indicted for tax evasion. Q posted the connection. Post 814 February 23rd, 2018. El Amir Medhat indictment, PDF, Department of Justice. Had access to checking account in the name of one of his sons. And that was a Bank of America account ending in 2391 in New Jersey. Pretty sure we found our Hezbollah connection. Q respond to the Anon who connected the dots of the bank account, which Obama had access to. You have more than you know. This is why we are here. Great job, Patriots. Watch the speech. We're talking to you. Proofs only meant for you. Now, if people don't think Obama was getting money through Obamacare corruption, they haven't been paying attention. The the entire Obama administration was a gigantic taxpayer money laundering operation from the very beginning. Do you think it's just a coincidence that this doctor and owner of some medical facility in New Jersey was caught cashing millions in insurance checks through a check cashing facility to avoid paying taxes on income? And is it just a coincidence that Obama had access to one of those personal accounts? What are the odds that the common denominator in this story is Obamacare and the Muslim Brotherhood, along with money laundering? And that is absolutely true. And you can see that all roads lead to Obama. Trump is now laying the path so the people could see it very clearly. See, he wants everyone to see who the treasonous criminals are. And he has to lay it all out because most of the people, they haven't been following along. A lot of people won't even believe this. But as he produces this information, and remember, think about how he's producing it. He's allowing the D's to produce it. And as this information gets out there, and you see who the treasonous people are, and think about it, they're starting very slowly with these open and shut cases where Comey lied to Congress, Letitia James lied on her form, Adam Schiff lied on his real estate form. This is all being done on purpose. Think about John Bolton. He kept classified information. Other people have been subpoenaed. Trump now is building the treasonous case in front of America. Once people understand that these people are liars just on these open and shut cases, they will accept everything else after this. Plus, he's testing the judiciary along the way. Because eventually what's going to happen, once we take complete and utter control, we're going to have justice. Deep state central bank agenda, crash the economy. Do you know what happens when your buying power returns? You can see their main agenda is to do what? It's to crash the economy. Remember, when Biden/Obama, when they were in office, they were working with the Federal Reserve, and they were preparing the economic system to crash. Now, the problem is Trump, he decided, you know what? I'm going to counter all this. I'm going to create a parallel economic system. I'm going to use the tariff system like our forefathers, and I'm going to start bringing in currency into this country. It will compete with the central bank, and basically it will counter what they're trying to do, where they're trying to shut down the entire economic system. And now we have those same people that are trying to destroy the economy because, again, remember, they told us we were ready to go to the Great Reset. And actually, if you look at the European Union and you look at many of the countries within the EU and Australia, New Zealand, they're all following the path of a central bank digital currency. But you have to remember, here in this country, what's keeping the economy alive is the tariff system that Trump has set up. And this is what those deep state players, the central bankers, are trying to get rid of. This is why they brought him to court, because they want the power back, which they actually gave to the presidents. So they're trying to remove his power because in the end, what do they want to do? They want to crash the economic system. What's preventing the economic system from crashing? It's the tariff system that he's building. It's not just the tariff system, but it's the energy system. It's the technology system. It's the gold card system. And this is something they do not want Trump to have because, again, he is countering everything that they're trying to do. And he actually has the Federal Reserve boxed in because I do believe in the end, as the EU and the other nations go in the direction of the central bank digital currency, they're already preparing to do this, and we'll explain that in just a sec. Trump is going the opposite direction. He's getting prepared to remove the Federal Reserve and actually restructure it into the Treasury, which will then return the buying power back to the people because, just like he said yesterday, he's going to pay off the debt. What happens when Trump pays off the debt? What happens when all the currency that is in circulation, what happens when that currency goes back to the owner of the currency? Well, all of a sudden, the buying power for the people, it returns. The inflation disappears. And what happens when the buying power comes back to the people? Well, we'll be explaining that in just a bit. But first, let's start off with what's happening with the EU. Now, Shanaka Anselm Pereira put this out. Some of it's correct, some of it isn't, but I just wanted to lead off with this, and then we'll make the corrections as we go along. It says cash in 847 days. Europe just legislated the end of the financial freedom and nobody noticed. January 2027, every euro above 10,000 becomes illegal tender. Every Bitcoin needs government permission. Every transaction becomes a data point in Brussels surveillance grid. Now, this is kind of right, and this goes on a little bit further, but you get the gist of all of it, where the EU now is moving away from the fiat currency and moving into a central bank digital currency. That's really what's happening. So basically what's really happening here is that cash over 10,000, what happens to it? Well, starting in the summer of 2027, there will be an EU-wide limit on cash payments for goods and services, no more than 10,000 per transaction. This applies across all 27 member states, though countries can set lower thresholds if they want. Some already have limits around 1,000 to 3,000. The goal is to curb illicit cash flows used by crime. Now, I thought it was just Bitcoin that did this. So now they're admitting that criminals use this currency. But again, this is the cover story. You have to remember that. Oh, we're trying to protect the people because criminals are using the currency. Well, does it really become illegal? No, not really. They're just limiting the amount that you can have, which I guess in certain respects it is kind of illegal, but they're not saying this is illegal to have. So you can still hold unlimited euros in cash, withdraw it from banks, or use it for smaller payments without issue. The restriction is only on using cash to pay for things above the limit. So you couldn't buy a $15,000 car in cash without switching to a wire transfer or card. So basically, they're going to limit the amount of fiat currency that they are going to hold because you don't have to give that out. So then that means they're moving towards more of a digital type of currency. Now, let's talk about Bitcoin, for example. The rules that ban anonymous crypto asset accounts or wallets held through service providers like Binance or any other type of exchange, well, you're going to actually have to tell everyone who you are. So crypto firms must perform customer due diligence, verifying identities for any accounts they manage, similar to how banks already handle fiat currency. So accounts, I should say. Privacy-focused coins and unhosted wallets face extra scrutiny if used for high-risk activities, and anonymous services will be prohibited. So basically, what they're saying is they don't want anyone to be anonymous. So if you held cash and you didn't have a bank account and you just accept everything in cash, I guess that would be illegal too. Interesting. So they want everyone to be known. Now, of course, why would they want this? Because this goes into the central bank digital currency. And it looks like what they're trying to do is they're trying to shift everything into the central bank digital currency. So you can still hold Bitcoin in a personal wallet. You can still mine it, or you can still have peer-to-peer trade without approval as long as it's not through a regulated service that demands know your customer checks. This ties into the broader market in crypto assets regulation in Europe called MiCA, effective 2024 to 2026, which licenses crypto platforms but doesn't micromanage personal holdings. So that's what they're saying, but we know what's going to happen as we move forward. Now, once again, you could see what they're setting up for. They're setting up for the central bank digital currency. They're limiting the number of cash. They want to know who owns Bitcoin. They want a record of all of this. So basically, they will be trying to shift everyone into the central bank digital currency. And you know, the EU has already started down this path. Now, here in this country, the opposite is happening. So Europe, probably Australia, New Zealand, and other countries are all going to be following this path, just like they followed the COVID, the vaccine passport during COVID. Here in this country, we're doing the opposite. We're actually embracing cryptocurrency. We're actually moving away from the central bank system, and Trump wants to pay off the debt and return the buying power back to the people, because that's what that really means. And he mentioned the other day about a 50-year mortgage opportunity. Now, of course, everyone goes crazy saying, oh, you're going to pay a lot more interest. This will be a disaster. Instead of, paying whatever the interest is, you're going to pay double because you're extending it. But what's very interesting about all this is what happens when the buying power comes back. And what happens if people take out a 50-year mortgage and they decide to put some of it into Bitcoin? Adam Livingston explains. Here's the full picture of the 50-year mortgage opportunity, including the extra interest you get wrecked by on the 50-year mortgage. Monthly payments, 6% interest, $500,000 home. So what are your payments monthly? 30-year will be $2,997. 50-year will be $2,632. So this is your monthly payment. And the difference between the two is $365. So what is your total interest paid? 30-year is $579,000. 50-year is $1 million or so. Extra interest from choosing 50-year, $500,000. So stretching the loan 50 years means you pay an extra $500,000 in interest to the bank. But here's the twist. If you take the $365.73 monthly savings and throw it into Bitcoin compounding at 20% for 30 years, you get $8,400,000. So the trade-off is basically pay the bank $500,000 more, but stack $8.4 million in Bitcoin. Even a 20% CAGR on Bitcoin gets you 1 million status in about 18 years with that small monthly contribution. But remember, this is a 50-year mortgage instead of 30 years. You keep stacking 365 into Bitcoin, compounding at 20% annually for 50 years. Your final stack becomes $445 million. Yes, $445 million off the mortgage payment difference. This is why the 50-year mortgage discourse is hysterical. So, yes, there are certain people saying, well, you're going to pay a lot of interest, you're going to do this. But I do believe what Trump is doing, he's trying to spur the real estate industry. He's trying to get the young people into homes. And if you just look at it the way it is today and you say we're going to keep the central bank system, yes, you're going to be paying a lot more in interest. But if you think about what Trump is doing right now, and he's looking to pay off the debt, that reverses the inflation, and that actually allows you to get your buying power back. So let's say Trump pays off the debt. And remember, the dollar right now has lost like 98% of its value since 71. And let's say this is completely reversed. And let's say you're making $50,000 a year. So this would then have the buying power of $2.5 million in today's terms. This isn't just a number on paycheck. It would transform everyday life into something that is absolutely unbelievable. For example, a weekly supermarket run for a family of four, which might cost $200 to $300 today, would feel like pocket change, equivalent to just $4 to $6 in your enhanced dollar terms. Same thing with the mortgage rate. Because if you're taking out a 50-year mortgage for a $400,000 home, let's say it's 7% interest, that locks you into a monthly payment of about $2,407. So basically, that would eat up a lot of your $50,000 income. Now, as Trump is returning the buying power back to the people, what happens? Well, it looks like if you're making $50,000 and he returns the buying power back to the people, all of a sudden that $400,000 home suddenly feels like an $8,000 college in 1971 terms. And what is your monthly payment? It'll be about $48, $50. That's what you would experience. That's what it means by getting your buying power back. You see, when the central bank first came into existence, people that went ahead and they purchased their homes before 1971, and whatever the income they were making, let's say there was a house that was worth $25,000 and the mortgage is, say, $350 a month, the person was making probably around $5,000 a year. What happened during this period of time, when we came off the gold standard, the mortgage, because it was fixed rate, it stayed at $350 a month. But what happened was, because of inflation, your wages inflated. See, they couldn't inflate the payment because it's fixed. So your wages inflated. So instead of $5,000, you were making $15,000 a year instead of $5,000 a year, and your mortgage payment was still $350. So everyone felt really good. Now, on the flip side, since Trump is going to be returning the buying power back to the people, the rate that you're paying is also fixed. But when the debt is paid off, all that currency that's in circulation, which devalued your wages, comes back to you. And then all of a sudden you're like, wow, look at this. My buying power is absolutely incredible. And this mortgage payment is nothing. So when people complain about 50 years, and they're saying, look at the interest rate. Oh my God, this is going to be ridiculous. You're going to be paying a lot. They're looking at it in today's illusionary economy. I don't think Trump is looking at it in today's illusionary economy. Now, yes, if we move into a 50-year mortgage, we're still playing within the central bank illusionary economy. Will this allow younger people to get into the housing market? Will this spur construction while he's going after the Federal Reserve? Absolutely. What do you think these people are going to feel when all of a sudden the buying power returns to the people? Are they going to be very happy that they own this house? Absolutely. People are going to feel absolutely incredible. So he's looking down the road. He's looking, hey, when we pay off the debt, when we get rid of the Federal Reserve, when we return the buying power back to the people, the economy, the buying power, what people are going to feel is something they've never, ever felt before. It's almost like when you talk to maybe your parents or your grandparents going back to 1971, what did they feel like when they purchased their house in the 60s and then all of a sudden we came off the gold standard and everything started to inflate away, which means the value of the currency devalued, and then all of a sudden people's wages had to keep up, so they raised the wages. How did they feel when they had that fixed mortgage payment? I'm going to say most of them said this was the most incredible time, because absolutely incredible. Now, I'm not talking about the part when we came off the gold standard and we're moving into the petrodollar system and people didn't have jobs. I'm talking about those people that still had their jobs, that had a house. All of a sudden, everything got much, much easier. And I think this is what people are going to feel here. But we're not going to have the recession that we had going back to 1971. It's going to be very, very different. And this is what the deep state players, the central bankers, are trying to stop. They don't want Trump with the tariff system because this counters everything that they're trying to do. They're trying to down the economy. That's basically their entire agenda here, because they want to bring us into what Europe is doing right now. And Trump knows this. And this is why he's trapping them in everything that they're doing. Trump, he put this out on Truth. He said, the payback numbers are being quoted by the radical left lunatics who would love to see us lose on tariff because of how bad it would be for our country, are much higher than those being stated by our fake opposition. Opposition mainly from foreign countries that would do anything to be allowed to charge us tariffs without retribution. The actual number we would have to pay back in tariff revenue and investment would be in excess of $2 trillion. And that in itself would be a national security catastrophe. Those opposed to us in the United States Supreme Court are giving low numbers so that the court will think it is easy to get out of this terrible situation that these anarchists and thugs have put us into. Of course they're giving low numbers because they want this backed out. They want the economy to fail. They want it to crash it. This has been their agenda from the very, very beginning. But like we said yesterday, Trump is kind of trapping them on all this because once again, he's saying we're bringing in all this currency and he wants to give each person $2,000. So if there is a family of four, you're going to get $8,000 from the tariffs. Do you think the people will be on Trump's side? Do you think this is going to be very, very difficult to basically have everyone give back that money? Yeah, this would be absolutely terrible for the central bank, for the deep state players. Trump, he put this out and said, all money left over from the 2000 payments made to low and middle income USA citizens from the massive tariff income pouring into our country from foreign countries, which will be substantial, will be used to substantially pay down the national debt. Thank you for your attention to this matter, DJT. So right there, that tells you everything you need to know. You could see what he's doing. He's countering what the deep state, what the central bank is trying to do, where they're trying to get rid of the tariffs. They do not want Trump to have the power of the tariffs because the power that he has is creating this incredible, powerful parallel economic system that competes against the central bank. Remember, the central bank right now is the only way we can fund the government. There's no other real income coming in except for Trump's tariff system. Yes, we had tariffs before, but it wasn't nowhere near enough to pay for anything. Now, Trump has built this parallel economic system, and it's competing with the central bank, and we have the ability to pay down the debt. We have the ability to actually give the money back to the people. And actually, I think what he's really doing here is all the money that's been sent overseas for many, many years, he's trying to give it back to the people. Now, is this the right amount? Of course not. But this is the start. And you could see the deep state players, they do not want this to happen because, once again, if we have income coming in externally, do we really need the central bank? No, we don't. This is what Trump and the Patriots are trying to do right now. They're planning, they're prepping to remove the private West Central Bank. It will be out of business. It will be restructured into the Treasury. And as we pay down the debt, I don't think the debt is much as what everyone thinks. I think Trump is going to show that we don't owe, the 37, 38, 39, because I think a lot of it was done illegally. So I think the debt amount is going to be much, much lower. And I think what's going to happen is we're going to probably end up paying all of this back, probably via stable coins or other methods, and also tariff money and oil money and gold card money. And once this is paid back, what people are going to experience is that the buying power continually comes back to the people. And is he going to pay it off at once? Maybe. Or is he going to pay it off over the next 2 years? So basically, you're going to feel the buying power continually come back, because I think as he pays it down, he's going to be able to actually then wean us off of the income tax. And as he weans us off the income tax, we're going to see two things. We're going to see the buying power coming back from the money that they've been taking us via the income tax. And you're going to actually experience the buying power coming back, because as you pay down the debt, the buying power comes back to the people, and the people, they get their income becomes stronger and stronger and stronger. So I do believe when you put all this together, what do you see? You see something completely different than what the central bank has done to this country, and not just this country, but the world. And I do believe that everything is about to change, a change that no one would ever could imagine, a change that is going to change the entire structure of this country and every single country. Because once you get rid of the private West Central Bank, everything changes. I think you're going to see new technologies. I think you're going to see infrastructure that you cannot believe. I think you're going to see cars, planes, everything is just going to become so much more advanced, because you're going to have the ability to pay for the research. You're going to have the ability to expand and move forward. You see, the central bank has kept us back, and they didn't want any country, especially the U.S., to expand and to experience what it's like to have an incredible infrastructure, to have incredible buying power. Trump has trapped the D's in the shutdown. It's all being exposed. Power is being restored. They are now being exposed every step of the way. They decided to shut down the government, and you can see that they're trying to push their shutdown again for the elections that we just had. Plus, I do believe they're trying to cause pain on the American people, and they are trying to keep all their programs operational. And you could see it's failing every step of the way. And what is happening right now is Trump and his team, they are exposing the deep state players. They're exposing the D's, and they're exposing SNAP. They're exposing Obamacare. They're exposing everything the D's have done in the past. And when you start to really look at this, all roads lead to Obama once again, because you have to remember, Obama lied to the American people. He lied about Obamacare. He's a very good snake oil salesman. And Trump now is just exposing all of this every step of the way. And you can see the D's, they're trapped in all this. Actually, there was one point where Bernie Moreno was basically having discussions with Schumer. And when Bernie had more questions, Schumer decided, I'm just going to leave, which is absolutely ridiculous. Plus, they didn't want to put anything in writing. So basically what you're seeing right now is Trump is showing the American people what the D's have done, every single program that they have implemented needs subsidies, needs government funding because they do not work whatsoever. They are gigantic failures. And all they have done right now, especially Obamacare, they have basically laundered that money. They made the insurance companies very, very wealthy, and the people have been paying the price ever since. Just like with everything else, when you look at the EV market, it's the same exact way. And you can see without the government subsidizing their programs, there is no demand. That the people don't want this. The people have been pushed into it, and they're saying this will be good for you. Again, this is something the people do not want. And what Trump is doing right now, he's returning the power back to the people. He's restoring the power back to the people. And that's what this is all about. But you can see the D's, they're going to try to keep the government shut down. Now, there is talk that there are certain Democrats that are willing to negotiate. They're willing to vote on the clean CR, and they're willing to open the government up because every step of the way, the people are starting to realize that it is not the Republicans, it is the Schumer shutdown. And people are starting to realize, wait a minute, is Obamacare that bad? Let me hear more about this Obamacare, because everyone's starting to see that this has been a scam from the very, very beginning. They were able to hide the scam with the subsidies. Now, without the subsidies, people can see the scam very, very clearly. And Trump, he's letting the people of this country know that in order for us to regain the power, we need to get rid of the filibuster, because this is exactly what the D's are going to do if they ever get into power once again. And I do believe Trump wants the filibuster gone before the midterms, because we could basically seal the deal for the midterms if we get rid of the filibuster, which would mean the Republicans would have the power to vote. We'd be able to vote in voter ID, paper ballots, one-day voting, remove the mail-in ballots, and that would give us the power to take control of the House and Senate, so Trump can actually move forward with every other plan that he has. And he doesn't have to worry about the D's whatsoever. Actually, this would destroy the D's because, again, they wouldn't be able to cheat in another election, and they wouldn't be able to pass any type of law. They would cease to exist. That's basically what that means. And he continually says it. We need to nuke the filibuster. Because as soon as the D's, if they try to cheat in the midterm elections and they gain power, this is the first thing they're going to do. They're going to remove the filibuster, and the Republican Party, the people of this country, they're screwed. So I do believe Trump is letting everyone know and exposing the D's for who and what they are. And you can see there are certain rhinos, and again, this is allowing Trump to see the board very, very clear. There are certain rhinos that are continually pushing against this, because once again, they're part of the system. And how do you know they're part of the system? All you have to do is look at their actions. Because again, they know it's true that the Democrats, because it's all over the place, you can see that what they're planning to do. They tried to do it before. There's only two people that tried to stop them, and that was Sinema and Manchin. And for those rhinos to say, no, we don't want to do this, you could tell that they're for the other side. And you can see they're not for America, because if they were truly for America, they would let the president do what needs to be done, because they wouldn't be where they are today without President Trump. Because you could see that the Republicans, the rhinos, I should really say, not the MAGA Republicans, but the rhinos, they don't have the power they think they have. And you could see in the end, all these individuals, they're still part of the system. And Trump is letting everyone know it's time to remove all of this and take complete and utter control. And that's what we need. The people need to have complete and utter control. We need to put our representatives in place, and we need to take control of creating the laws, because once we do this, the D's, they're done for. And Trump pretty much says it the way it is. They would be done for if we go ahead and remove the filibuster, because again, they would never be able to do anything from that point on. And Trump would be able to put all his policies into place to take back control of America. And that's why we elected Trump. That's why we gave him the mandate to do all of this, to return the power back to the people. Actually, when you go back in time, this is exactly what Trump said he was going to do. So he's telling you this is what needs to be done. And everyone should be calling up their senators saying, you know something, remove the filibuster, get rid of it. If you really want to battle the D's, it's time to remove it. And remember, the filibuster is not in the Constitution. It's something the Senate made up. It's time to remove it and use this power right now. But let's see how this all plays out. We'll be talking a lot more about this a little bit later. But first, let's talk about what's happening with the illegals right now, because you could see the fake news. They continually make up more and more stories every single day. And every day we have Tricia McLaughlin, we have DHS. They are continually debunking everything that they're doing. So here's another story. And this is coming from longtime, first time. ICE grabs father by the neck, sent him into a violent seizure while his arms lock up around his toddler. He's having seizure and they're trying to rip the baby out of his hands. Agents then handcuff him before putting in ambulance with his child. Mother is detained by agents as the original target of arrest during the traffic stop, according to witnesses. They kept saying, "We're going to put your kid in state custody if you don't comply." So in the end, she decided, for the safety of my kid, I'm just going to go. I was crying on and off every time I got an angle where I saw the kid. I started crying more because the baby was so confused, she said. This incident occurred in Massachusetts. Well, is this story really real? No, it really isn't. As usual, here's the real story, Tricia McLaughlin says. This was a targeted ICE arrest of a violent criminal alien who, in August, repeatedly stabbed her coworker with a scissor and then threw a trash can at her victim. Number two, emergency medical personnel on the scene found no legitimate medical episode. ICE called 911 and the illegal alien refused any medical care. Julian Montoya, a criminal illegal alien from Ecuador, was released into the country by Biden administration in 2023. In August 2025, local police arrested the criminal illegal alien for assault and battery with a dangerous weapon after she stabbed her coworker twice with a pair of scissors and then threw a trash barrel at her. During ICE's targeted vehicle stop of Montoya, her child and husband were in the car. The target threw the child into the arms of her husband while he purported to have a medical episode, though refused medical help and displayed absolutely no signs of medical concerns just moments later. Agitators attempted to impede the arrest. Fitchburg police responded to the scene to help with crowd control. So once again, you could see that these people, I mean, think about this for a second. Let's just think about this for a second. These people are criminals. They came into this country illegally. The criminals are going to try to protect themselves. So what do criminals do? They lie, they cheat, they fake things. They are criminals in the end. And every day that passes, it's proven that they are criminals. And the people that obstruct justice, they are criminals. I mean, think about it. If you're on the street today and the police were arresting someone and you decided to trip the police officer, then throw a rock at the police officer as he was chasing the criminal down the street, what do you think would happen to you? You'd be arrested. It's the same thing with ICE or CBP. If anyone obstructs them arresting a criminal, they will be arrested. And you can see that these individuals who are obstructing justice, because they're criminals themselves, they're becoming more brazen. Homeland Security put this out and said the following. Today, U.S. Border Patrol was conducting immigration enforcement operations near 26th Street and Kenzie Avenue in Chicago, Illinois, when an unknown male driving a black Jeep fired shots at an agent and fled the scene. An unknown number of agitators also threw a paint can and bricks at Border Patrol vehicles. Chicago Police Department was called for assistance and cleared the scene. The shooter and vehicle remain at large, and this is a dynamic situation. This incident is not isolated and reflects a growing and dangerous trend of violence and obstruction. Over the past 2 months, we've seen an increase in assaults and obstruction targeting federal law enforcement during operations. These confrontations highlight the dangers our agents face daily and escalating aggression toward law enforcement. The violence must end. It won't, because the deep state players are pushing this, and you can see what's going to happen in the end. This is why Trump is pre-positioning the National Guard, because he knows eventually what's going to happen. The D's, Soros, Obama, they're going to become so desperate, they're going to tell their people to go all out and become extremely violent. Use your weapons, use the guns, go after these people. This then will be an insurrection. That's what this is all leading up to. And this is why an Obama-appointed judge has restricted Trump's use of tear gas and other anti-riot measures in Chicago. So basically, an Obama-appointed U.S. District Judge Sarah Ellis said during a hearing the government witnesses' claim of violence at protests in Chicago were not credible. Now, of course, who do you think they brought in there? Who do you think is testifying there? Again, they're doing this because they don't want the National Guard, ICE, CBP. They don't want them to have the upper hand. They don't want them using weapons on the insurrectionists, the insurgency. So they're going to try to do this because they want the insurgency to have the power in the end. But what do you think is going to happen? As soon as Trump says it's an insurrection, all bets are off. So no matter what they do right now, they cannot stop this. They can't stop the National Guard, the military, because once they use violence the way they're going to use violence, no matter what these judges do, it will not stop the end result. Now, they could try to delay it right now and try to delay ICE and CBP from arresting and the criminals and using tear gas to try to drive people away. Because again, the judges are assisting Antifa, assisting the obstructionists, assisting all these people. So this way they don't deport the illegals. Remember, the illegals are the constituents of the deep state. Without them, they have nothing. They're screwed. They can't even use their cheating system. It wouldn't make any sense. But DHS did something very, very interesting. In Portland, they decided that there's going to be a mask ban, and it's in effect around federal facilities, which means Antifa cannot wear masks if they're protesting the federal facilities, which is very, very interesting. So they're warning the Portland anti-ICE protesters that a new ban on mask wearing has gone into effect around the federal facilities. Many protesters have taken up the habit of hiding their identities. And they've been doing this for quite a while, not just here, but many other areas. But they put everyone on notice saying 6 SFR Part 139 defines when it's illegal to conceal your identity in public. Wearing a mask, hood, disguise, or device that conceals the identity of the wearer when attempting to avoid detection or identification while violating any federal law and state local law, ordinance, or regulation. So basically, they are now going to strip them of their masks. But of course, what do you think is going to happen? They'll probably move further away from the federal facilities and they will attack farther away. And we will see how this all plays out, but this is going to be very, very interesting. But you can see they're making it more and more difficult for the D's, Soros, Obama to push this. On the other side, you can see the judges are trying to delay everything that the ICE agents, the CPP, National Guard can do to their Antifa rioters. So you could see both is happening right now. But again, when Trump says this is an insurrection, because they're going to get very, very violent, all bets are off. They lose. The end. That is it. And this is where Trump is leading them. He's leading them all down this path because that's eventually where this is all going to go. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that King Charles now has stripped Prince Andrew, of being a prince after the Epstein fallout, which is very, very interesting. So that is interesting. And now the House Oversight Committee has summoned Prince Andrew to appear before Congress over abuse claims against him. So let's see how this all plays out, because this is becoming very, very interesting, because we know that Prince Andrew was friends with Jeffrey Epstein. We know that he was on the island. He was at his place in New York. And we'll have to see how this all plays out with Andrew, because he's no longer royalty. He's just a citizen. That's very, very interesting. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that we could see down in South Africa, they are treating the white farmers very, very poorly. And Trump is saying that here in America, we are not going to the G20 that's going to be held in South Africa. And he says is a total disgrace that the G20 will be held in South Africa. Afrikaners, people who are descendants from Dutch settlers, and also French and German immigrants, are being killed and slaughtered, and their land and farms are being illegally confiscated. No U.S. government official will attend as long as these human rights abuses continue. I look forward to hosting the 2026 G20 in Miami, Florida. So as of right now, it looks like nobody's going. But you can see Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, he is continually destroying and killing the narco terrorists. And remember, this is being done in international water. We are not bombing Venezuela. We're not bombing Colombia. We're not starting World War III with any of these countries. And every single day, they're making it very, very clear that they're doing this in international waters. So this is not being linked to any country whatsoever, even though the drugs are coming out of the country. But this is a separate criminal organization outside of the government of these countries, even though we know there's a link. But this is what Secretary of War Pete Hegseth put out. As we said before, vessel strikes on narco-terrorists will continue until their poisoning of the American people stops. Today, at the direction of President Trump, the Department of War carried out a lethal kinetic strike on a vessel operating by a designated terrorist organization. The vessel was trafficking narcotics in the Caribbean and was struck in international waters. No U.S. forces were harmed in the strike, and 3 male narco-terrorists who were aboard the vessel were killed. To all narco-terrorists who threaten our homeland, if you want to stay alive, stop trafficking drugs. If you keep trafficking deadly drugs, we will kill you. And we could see that right now we have the USS Ford. It is outside of Venezuela. And basically, Trump is not telling the armed forces to go into Venezuela because he knows that this would kick off World War III. And Trump is not here to kick off World War III. He's not going to invade a sovereign country. He's not going to overthrow the government in a sovereign country because, again, that happened to him. See, that's what the deep state players, that's what they do. Remember, they overthrew the United States government. They put in a puppet government. They did this across the globe. Trump is not going to do that. He's not going to start war with a sovereign country by invading the sovereign country. This is what the deep state players want him to do. This is what they would do, because we could see from the past this is exactly what they've done. Trump is not going to do this, but he's going to shut down the cartel systems that the deep state players are running in Colombia, in Venezuela, and many other countries. And you could see that the deep state, they're becoming more and more desperate as time goes on. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that Viktor Orban, he was visiting the White House, and it looks like Hungary is getting its badly needed Russian energy exemption. And you could see that basically they're landlocked and it's very difficult for them to get fuel. And I do believe in the end, Trump is putting pressure on the EU itself, putting pressure on the UK, France, Germany, Brussels, Zelensky, because again, they're the ones who are trying to start World War III. Is Viktor Orban trying to start World War III? I don't believe so. But Trump, I think he knows that all these other countries, they would like war. They would like World War III. And this is why they haven't been talking about peace. This is why they're striking into Russia, going deep, deep into Russia. And what's very interesting is that the European Commission is considering plugging Ukraine's colossal funding gap with a cash raised from common EU debt and bilateral member state grants. The reparation loan is the Commission's preferred option for supporting Ukraine, despite Belgium's refusal to back the scheme at a summit of EU leaders in Brussels in October. Belgium Prime Minister Wever has pledged to block the reparation loan scheme unless other member states share legal and financial risk associated with the loan, and other EU countries harness Russian sovereign assets held in their own jurisdictions alongside Belgium. So this is very, very interesting. The EU, they're having a problem now because every single state or country, they're not on board. The Commission estimates that $25 billion worth of Russian sovereign assets are held in the EU outside of Belgium. Germany, France, and Luxembourg are among the other EU countries believed to hold some of their assets. So they're trying to keep this going. They're trying to fund Ukraine. But I think in the end, all of this is going to fail. And yes, they will probably end up trying a false flag. Yes, we'll probably end up in a Cuban Missile Crisis. But I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they're leading the deep state players down this path. Because again, once you show the world where all of this is headed, the world is going to say, no, we do not want nuclear war. No, we're not going to do this. And this is going to be Trump's power to usher in peace. And you can see that Trump, he is now setting all the pieces in place. He has the Abraham Accords. He's putting all of that into place and isolating Iran right now. And Trump, he put this out on Truth, and he said the following: I just held a great call between Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel and President of Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan is the first country of my second term to join the Abraham Accords, the first of many. This is a major step forward in building bridges across the world. Today, more nations are lining up to embrace peace and prosperity through my Abraham Accords. We will soon announce a signing ceremony to make it official, and there are many more countries trying to join this club of strength. So much more to come in uniting countries for stability and growth. Real progress, real results. Blessed are the peacemakers. Endgame Macro responded to this and said the following. The new Silk Road runs through the Abraham Accords. Kazakhstan joining the Abraham Accords, paired with Uzbekistan recently signing big trade and energy deals with the U.S. signal a much deeper move. Washington is trying to connect the Middle East, Central Asia, and the West into one continuous economic corridor and cuts around both Russia and Iran. Kazakhstan's inclusion matters because it turns the Accords from a regional peace pact into a cross-continental framework. You link Israel's techs and logistics, the Gulf's capital and energy infrastructure, and Central Asia's minerals and geography, and suddenly you have a new trade spine running from the Mediterranean to the Caspian, independent of old Russia-Iran roots. It's supply chain engineering. Uzbekistan's deal drive the point home. Buying American aircraft, signing mineral exploration agreements, talking small modular reactors, and partnering on irrigation. Those aren't isolated transactions. They're commitments that tether Tashkent's economy to U.S. and Gulf systems. It gives them leverage with China and Russia, but also locks in long-term alignment with Western standards and financing. If Saudi Arabia eventually normalizes with Israel, the whole thing scales. You'd have a seamless commercial and logistic corridor connecting Europe, the Gulf, and Central Asia with American technology, Gulf capital, and Israeli coordination at the core. But even without that, the direction is clear that this is geoeconomic statecraft with trade deals, infrastructure, and investment shaping power as much as alliances or armies ever did. In my opinion, this is one of the most important quiet shifts happening right now. It's not about peace for its own sake. It's about building a network the U.S. and its allies can actually control, a new lane for energy, minerals, aviation, and data that avoids hostile choke points. The speeches will fade, but in real money goes into rails, ports, energy projects along this route. It could end up being one of the most consequential rewiring of global trade since the end of the Cold War. And what is Trump doing? He's reversing the globalist trade routes, and he's making it America first, if you really think about it. And you can see that this is going to compete with China and Russia, and it's going to bypass certain countries. Absolutely amazing. Trump, he put this out and said, I am thrilled to announce an incredible trade and economic deal between the United States and Uzbekistan. Over the next 3 years, Uzbekistan will be purchasing and investing almost $35 billion, and in the next 10 years, over $100 billion in key American sectors, including critical minerals, aviation, automotive parts, infrastructure, agricultural, energy and chemicals, information technology, and others. I want to thank Uzbekistan's highly respected president. We look forward to a long and productive relationship between our countries. So it is happening right now. And Trump, you could see that in the end, he wants denuclearization. But the deep state players, the neocons, the Ds, they want nuclear war. And I do believe Trump, he's leading the deep state players down a path of peace. Now, it might not look like peace, but I do believe in the end it will be peace, and it will start the discussions of denuclearization. Rapper Response 47 put this out, and this is Trump saying the following. I think that denuclearization would be a great thing. We could blow up the world 150 times. There's no need for this. I've spoken to Putin about it. I've spoken to Xi about it. And everybody would like to spend all the money on other things. So Trump, he's letting everyone know that he already spoke to these two leaders. They want economic deals. They do not want war. And there's no reason to have all these nuclear weapons. See, the nuclear weapons were put into place for the deep state players. Because in the end, part of their 16-year plan, they wanted World War III. They wanted the population reduced. They wanted the infrastructure destroyed. They'd be able to build the infrastructure with their new Green New Scam hoax plan. And they would actually put the smaller population in all these small little cities, and basically everything would be running off of solar panels and windmills. This is why they wanted it. Trump is using back channels and speaking to all these leaders, saying, no, forget about the war. Forget about all these nuclear weapons. Let's make economic deals and we can grow the countries. We could prosper. And this is what Russia really wants. This is what China really wants. And I think Trump, in the end, he's going to be coordinating all of this. And all of a sudden, we're going to see the economic system grow like we've never seen before. Because think about it. Everything the deep state players have tried to do to us, well, the truth is coming out. And everything that they have done to try to push us into the Great Reset, into World War III, has completely failed. And the next phase of what they're trying to do, nuclear war, that will also fail. But think about it. Go back to March of 2020. We had Klaus Schwab, at the time Prince Charles, telling us that this is the perfect time for the Great Reset. And they basically unleashed a virus on the people of this country and the world. And of course, they had to get rid of Trump, so they had to cheat in the election. They used it for that. But they also used it to reduce the population with what? Their bioweapon. And they used a fake test to convince the public that this was a real pandemic. Well, there's been a peer-reviewed study, and it shows only 1 in 7 positive PCR tests in Germany corresponded to an actual COVID infection. The findings of the new study stand in stark contrast to the statements made by the German government. The PCR test, and the guy that created the PCR test has always said it doesn't work. It gives you false positives. But the deep state players, they knew this. They wanted the false positives. Why? It convinced you that the pandemic was real. The whole thing was rigged. And the other thing that's very interesting is we can see that Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, they are continually shutting down certain Chinese spies, Russian spies, Muslims from getting their hands on biological weapons, getting their hands on technology, because I do believe they're trying to use this to actually try to push us into World War III. Dan Bongino put this out and said, an update for you on our efforts to protect the homeland. 3 research scholars from China, Zhu Bai, Fergfan Zhang, and Ziyang Zhang, have been charged with conspiracy to smuggle biological materials into the United States and for making false statements to U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers. These are the latest charges in a string of cases stemming from Chinese national students' criminal activities at university research centers. FBI counterintelligence will not tolerate any attempt to exploit American institutions to break the law and remain dedicated to protecting our communities and our educational institutions from threats like these. The FBI leads the National Counterintelligence Task Force, which has 55 federal and 143 state and local partners, with a counterintelligence task force in every FBI field office. The NCITF launches a nationwide initiative to crack down on biosmuggling. So basically, you can see they're shutting this all down. And every step of the way, the deep state's plan to try to bring us into a world war or, unleash another virus is completely and utterly failing. And I do believe that Trump is now boxing them in. And what will they have left? They will have a nuclear war and a cyber attack, which I do believe Trump is prepared and ready for all of this and is going to use this against them. But the other thing that's very interesting is that the Supreme Court, in a 6-3 decision, is now allowing Trump to enforce a new policy that has ended the use of the X marker on passports. So the Supreme Court is allowing Trump to mandate biological sex on passports. Once again, Trump has won another case in the Supreme Court. Absolutely amazing. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that we know Nancy Pelosi, she finally decided to retire. And it looks like most likely she was pushed out because the far left is trying to come in. And if you really think about it, the more the people see the far left, the more the D's see the far left, the more the D's actually side with the Republicans. But Trump, he put out something very, very interesting, and Lisa May put this out, and this is what Trump put out. Nancy Pelosi, the old and broken political hack who impeached me twice and lost, is finally calling it quits. She illegally made a fortune in the stock market, ripped off the American public, and was a disaster for America. I'm glad to see the stench of Nancy Pelosi go. So that is very, very interesting. Lisa May says, did Nancy Pelosi do as told during her time as Speaker of the House? Remember, POTUS promoted her being House Speaker in 2018. and offered our votes when it looked like Dems weren't going to vote for her as Speaker. Drop 24. Any person making statements that they will not be seeking re-election was put into submission. For the betterment of the country, not all will be prosecuted, and all will do as told. You will see more of this occur, not normal yet disregarded, and even on the D side. So that is very, very interesting. But look what is happening right now. More and more information is coming out about January 6th. And I think it's just going to get worse and worse for the deep state players. I do believe information is being dripped out. Don't know if this information is true because, again, the FBI, DOJ has not confirmed this. But you could see that information is being brought out into the public realm, and it's making people think. Now, first of all, just the other day, we played 2 clips that showed what the BBC did to Trump's speech. They edited it to make it look like he told people to go and march into D.C. and fight. And that wasn't the real clip. Trump basically told everyone to peacefully go into D.C. And the CEO and Director General of the BBC just resigned after being exposed for deceptively editing Trump's January 6th speech. So basically, you could see that these people tried to create the insurrection, and they were trying to convince people that Trump was in charge of the insurrection, and he had his people commit the insurrection. But again, there was only one sitting president, and that was Trump. Biden was not certified. So the deep state players, the FBI, the Capitol Police, Antifa, some individuals from Ukraine, confidential human sources, they all created the insurrection, and it was actually against the sitting president, which was President Trump. They used the MAGA people to cover up their insurrection. That's what they did. And you could see that as of right now, they definitely had information that there was going to be an Antifa presence and they were going to start riots near the Capitol. Representative Barry Loudermilk says he fears that the FBI withheld vital intelligence, creating fateful security holes before the Capitol riot. Numerous confidential informants alerted the FBI prior to January 6th riot that there were strong possibility of armed conflict at the U.S. Capitol, but that intelligence was not dispersed aggressively enough to force a change in security on that day. Representative Barry Loudermilk, the chairman of the House Judiciary Subcommittee investigating January 6 law enforcement failures, said he was floored to see there were specific threats and the consistency in warnings that multiple confidential human sources provided the FBI, and that the intelligence was serious enough that it should have prompted more security and possibly even a cancellation of President Trump's speech that day on the ellipse. Loudermilk said the intelligence report came weeks and days in advance of the Capitol riot from about 24 informants embedded in the radical groups around the country, and that many of these informants came to the Capitol to keep assisting the FBI. He says, I was surprised that we found the significant intelligence that was derived from these people embedded in these organizations. There's no way that at least the Washington field office or the FBI headquarters was not aware that they were elements, not the entire crowd, there were elements of people coming to Washington, D.C. with the intent of attacking the Capitol of the United States. So yes, they were warned about Antifa. They knew exactly what was going to happen. But what do you think happened? They were told to stay quiet. Now, what's very interesting is that Steve Baker is saying that he identified the pipe bomber. And they're saying that it is a Capitol Police officer, Kirchhoff, and she fits the build of the pipe bomber. Now, what's very interesting about this is that other people are involved in this, like Kyle Seraphin, who's saying, yes, this is the person. Kaneko the Great said the 94% gate match to Shawnee Kirchhoff looks far more damning when you realize the FBI traced the pipe bomber to the house right next door to hers just within days of January 6th. Investigators linked that address to both MetroCard used by the suspect and a vehicle that picked up the bomber on January 5th. Then the FBI reportedly pulled agents, including Kyle Seraphin off the lead. That looks like a cover-up. So that's very, very interesting. So the other thing that we've come to find out is her family is from Ukraine and she works for the CIA. I think that tells you a lot. Plus, she was the first one out there that was taking shots at the protesters. She was shooting them in the head. That's interesting. Now, the other thing that's very interesting, and Karma Patriot put this out, Ed Martin says, everything that you're hearing right now, it is false. Neither Mr. Martin nor DOJ has made this determination. So he didn't say that it is not her. They haven't made the determination because I think they have different suspects, or maybe there's multiple suspects saying they all fit the same exact pattern. Now, once again, we're learning a lot here. Maybe it'll come out that it is her. Maybe it won't be. But this is very, very interesting how this is all playing out right now. And I do believe we have to remember when we saw this individual walking down the street, they actually waved to a Capitol Police squad car. So it looked like when you look at that, the Capitol Police knows who this person is. So this is very, very interesting. Gaina Fauci put this out and said, the Capitol Police on January 6th planted the pipe bombs, shot tear gassed peaceful protesters in efforts to agitate them, removed barriers and literally waved people to go towards the Capitol building, opened giant magnetic doors from the inside to allow people in the building, shot and killed an unarmed female veteran, the only person that was killed that day, lied about all of this, also lied about the death of Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick, who died of natural causes, became celebrities that received congressional and presidential awards for their efforts. Am I missing anything? It was all staged from the very, very beginning. And that's what people are starting to learn. And I think in the end, I think what people are going to learn is that it wasn't we the people that did this. It was the deep state, because they cheated in the election and they needed a way to cover it up. They needed an emergency event. So this way, Nancy Pelosi could take control and no one could object to the election results. And that's exactly what happened, because this was the completion of the overthrow of the United States government. And that's when Trump became completely and utterly in control, commander-in-chief, and actually was controlling the country while allowing Biden to be in the White House. This is why when Trump says, I might have had 3 terms already, I do believe the 4 years was to wake the population up, because without that, the people would not be awake. And this is what allowed Trump to win the election, because we're able to override the rigged elections and actually gave him the mandate to go after the deep state players. Remember, he needs the people in the end. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is Senator Tom Cotton is urging the Justice Department to open investigations of a far-left group called Code Pink. And he says these organizations are funded by the Communist China and support terrorist groups, shouldn't influence the U.S. public policy. I'm urging Pam Bondi to investigate Code Pink. And they should be investigated, because most of these groups, they're funded by China, funded by Soros and many other foreign governments. So yes, they should be investigated, because again, if you're going up against the United States, going up against the people of this country, going up against the president, once again, this is infiltration from within. But it looks like Trump and team now, they are now going after the treasonous criminals of this country. And this is just the beginning, by the way. Clandestine put this out and said, a federal grand jury in the Southern District of Florida just subpoenaed former Obama CIA director along with former Obama FBI official Strzok and Page, with a lot more coming. These subpoenas are related to the grand treasonous conspiracy case. Justice uploading. So basically, they're going to be issuing more than 30 subpoenas, and this is coming from Storm Has Arrived, tied to the false claims of Trump-Russia collusion that were propagated by the U.S. intelligence community and federal law enforcement in 2016 and beyond. So basically, Trump now is going after, not him himself, of course, his team. They're going after all of these people, and they're building the cases. Remember, to actually have trials, we're going to have to swap out the corrupt judges, which is coming. But you can see the deep state players, they are panicking. Svetlana Lukhova put this out and said, deep state in deep panic. Mueller attack dog Andrew Weissman, a likely recipient of Florida grand jury subpoena, wakes up to the reality of Florida justice. With Judge Aileen Cannon, your lawfare BS does not work. You are going to jail. And yeah, when you have a judge who follows the rule of law, lawfare falls apart. And the other thing that's very interesting, and Clandestine pointed this out, the prosecutor overseeing the grand jury in the Southern District of Florida is Trump's first appointment U.S. attorney this term, Air Force Reserve Lieutenant Colonel Jason A. Redding Quinones. Trump hands selected military guy is directing this major criminal investigation. Panic in D.C. Oh, and there is panic. Why? Because the elections that were just held in New Jersey, in New York, Virginia, and many other places, people are now pointing out, hey, look, this is very odd. It looks almost like the 2020 elections, the 2022 elections, the 2024 elections. It looks like the D's are cheating. Right Angle News Network put this out and said conservatives are now pointing to inconsistency in the New Jersey gubernatorial race after nearly 500,000 new voters appeared from 2021 to 2025. More than double the state's population growth over 4 years, with almost all of them going to Democrats. So that is very, very interesting. And when you really look at this, you can see the Democrats, their votes jumped from 1.34 million in 2021 to 1.81 million in 2025. A 35% increase. How is this possible? Well, it's possible because they cheated. That's how. And you can see that Trump, he's been monitoring the election fraud for a very long time. And this is why he's continually out there telling everyone it's time to shut down their cheating system. And one way to do this is to end the filibuster, which we'll be talking about in just a bit. But let's go out to California, because it's very interesting that as of right now, we've known this, I think, on Thursday, Trump and team, they're investigating California. And they're investigating the fraud with mail-in ballots. Shiloh Marks put this out and said, Trump was known for not wanting to campaign in California because it was a lost cause. Today, the U.S. Department of Justice has sued the California Secretary of State and will get the entire statewide voter database. The White House has announced California is under federal investigation for fraud with mail-in ballots. Furthermore, Trump has been working on an executive order to ban mail-in voting. California is in good hands. We will flip California in 2026. I am more confident of that than I have ever been. Thank you. And most likely, with everything that Trump is doing, without ending the filibuster, where we can, usher in voter ID, paper ballots, one-day voting, get rid of all the mail-in ballots, I do believe he's trying to mitigate it as best he possibly can, because, again, we need to win the midterm. So if the Senate doesn't go along with nuking the filibuster, and we don't have the ability to bring into law voter ID, one-day voting, paper ballots, and no mail-in ballots, he must allow the election system to work properly as best he possibly can, and to mitigate the cheating that they're going to try to do. And I do believe this is what he's been doing this entire time, because, again, he needs to make sure, and he needs two paths just in case. Yes, getting rid of the filibuster would be great. That would be the ultimate way to go. But if that isn't done, he's trying to make sure that the voter rolls are clean, make sure that we're not using mail-in ballots, they're not using Social Security numbers, the machines are on the up and up. And this way he can give we the people a fighting chance in the midterms. So he has both paths right now. And if you actually look at all the cases that have been thrown at Trump, he's winning them. Chad Mazzelli said, since 1963, 75% of all nationwide injunctions have been against President Trump. 90% of those injunctions came from Democrat-appointed judges. Yet the admin has a 92% win rate at SCOTUS. Trump isn't the one abusing his power. It's Democrat-appointed judges. And right now, Trump has won at the Supreme Court 24 times in 10 months on the emergency docket. We are winning every step of the way. Now, what's very interesting is we know we're in a shutdown right now, and we know that the people aren't getting their SNAP benefits. But very interestingly, over a dozen states outmaneuvered the Supreme Court, and they're taking their full SNAP money anyway. So basically, in the few hours between Trump administration appealing Judge McConnell's decision to take appropriation authority on himself in the Supreme Court, disabusing him of that notion, several states took their full allocation of SNAP benefits and loaded beneficiaries' EBT cards. This is how Solicitor General D. John Sauer describes it in the administration's plea for a stay of McConnell's order. Hours after the district court issued its temporary restraining order last night, and before the government could even seek appellate relief, Wisconsin, one of the plaintiff states, immediately updated its issuance file to demand 100% SNAP benefits. The USDA system rejected the file because the government had not yet had an opportunity to comply with the just issued TRO. But the processor moved forward, resulting in Wisconsin currently overdrawing its letter of credit by $20 million. And other states did this. So now what is happening? The Trump administration has instructed states that they must immediately undo any steps that were taken to provide full SNAP benefits to low-income Americans, saying the states that did this were unauthorized. So they tried to pull a fast one. Very, very interesting. And they did it on purpose because they wanted to make it look like that Trump administration was pulling the money back, but they did this illegally. And really, there's no mechanism for the government to get the fund. There's nothing automatic. So this is very, very interesting in what they did here. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that we could see the Democrats, they're trying to make a deal with Thune, and there are approximately 10 Democrats that are willing to vote to get us out of the shutdown. And the Democrats want to give $35 billion next year to insurance companies for subsidies with no fraud controls and to benefit the wealthy. This is a hard no right now. And that is what the Senate Republicans are saying. But what's very interesting is that Bernie Moreno, he was basically speaking with Chuck Schumer on the floor, and he was grilling him, and you could see that Schumer was panicking because he asked him, listen, do you have anything in writing so we can know exactly what you're talking about? Can I see the proposal? And they have nothing in writing. And once again, what are they going to do? They're going to subsidize Obamacare. It's going to go to the insurance companies. It's going to go to the wealthy. That's what they're planning to do right now. And you can see that every time they do this, it's exposing them. It's absolutely unbelievable. Matt Whitlock put this out and said, incredibly important exchange here. Democrats' entire shutdown strategy relies on people not finding out what is in the proposal. It's worse than pass the bill to find out what's in it because they don't even have a bill. So Schumer storms off after being questioned. So they're trying to use the same strategy, but it's not working. And they're being called out on this. And what's very interesting, it looks like all of this is leading up to Obama once again. The Skiff put this out and said, Obamacare subsidies send $40 billion to insurance companies and are exactly why the Democrats shut down the government. They're protecting the insurance companies, not American families. Democrats have cash machine funneling funds to fraud and abortion coverage while your premiums keep going up. It's DC helping the big insurance companies, the insurers, not Americans, and their families. Ryan Race says Democrats created Obamacare. Democrats created COVID subsidies. Democrats created COVID subsidies cliff. Democrats repeatedly failed to extend COVID subsidies cliff when they had full control of government. Democrats, Republicans did this. And Cynical Publius says the two greatest economic pressures on young people in America today are outrageous student loan payments, which were paid to finance outrageous tuition for useless degrees, and the tuition was outrageous because the federal government guarantees the loans, and the loans are non-dischargeable in bankruptcy. Number two, outrageous health insurance premiums because Obamacare forces all of us into health insurance plans that do not meet our needs, especially healthy young people. And now with the shutdown, they're being forced to pay the subsidies to the health insurance cartel as well. Both of these problems were created by the Democrats, and only Democrats during the Obama era. Yet these facts are simply not understood by the vast majority of young people, and instead they think the fix is more of the Marxist same through tyrants like Mamdani. So Trump let everyone know the only one that's profiting from this is the major health insurance companies, and their stocks are skyrocketing. Go back a little bit in time. United Health Group. Back in 2010, their stock is $25.66. 2025, $327. If you look at Cigna, their stock was $32. Now it's $295. Anthem Insurance, $61. Now it's $318. Humana, $47 back in 2010. Now it's $279. Ever since they implemented Obamacare, they made the insurance companies very, very wealthy. And if you really think about this, and Mays put this out, virtually everything that Obama promised about Obamacare was a lie. Take a listen.
Will actually reduce the deficit by $4 trillion over the long term. Reducing the waste and inefficiency in Medicare and Medicaid will pay for most of this plan. It will slow the growth of healthcare costs for our families, our businesses, and our government. There will be a provision in this plan that requires us to come forward with more spending cuts if the savings we promised don't materialize.
Every single one was a lie. None of that happened. Trump, he put this out on Truth. He said, no more money, hundreds of billions of dollars to the Democrat-supported insurance companies for really bad Obamacare. The money must now go directly to the people, taking the fat cat insurance companies out of the corrupt system of healthcare. The people can buy their own much better policy for much less money, saving for themselves an absolute fortune. And he's absolutely right. It's almost like when he said, hey, why don't we give the money to the parents and let the parents decide what school they should go to? Isn't this the same exact thing? Because why should it go to the insurance company? Let the subsidies all go to the people then. Let them decide where they should buy the insurance. And actually, this would create competition, wouldn't it? Huh, that's very interesting, because all the insurance companies wouldn't just be getting all the subsidies. Very, very interesting. But Trump, he put out something else that's very interesting. And this has to do with Obama, because all roads lead to Obama. Doge halts yearly payment of $2.5 million to Barack Obama for royalties linked to Obamacare. Obama has collected this payment since 2010 for a total of $40 million in taxpayer dollars. Trump knows exactly where all the money is going, and he knows Obama pulled a fast one on the people. Cynical Publius said this is a brilliant plan by Trump. So let me just read what Trump put out there. I am recommending to Senate Republicans that the hundreds of billions of dollars currently being sent to money-sucking insurance companies in order to save the bad health care provided by Obamacare be sent directly to the people so that they can purchase their own much better health care and have money left over. In other words, take from the big bad insurance companies, give it to the people, and terminate per dollar spent. The worst health care anywhere in the world, Obamacare. Unrelated, we must still terminate the filibuster. Cynical Publius says, this is why I voted for this man. He's never on the defensive and is always on the offensive. He always keeps the enemy off balance. He is the General George S. Patton of presidents. In this case, he's putting the ordinary American people against the despicable health insurance cartel that wrote the original Obamacare legislation. Sheer brilliance. So what is the D's going to say? No, the people must not get the money. It must go to the wealthy. It must go to the big corporations. They're trapped in all of this. And Dr. Roger Marshall says this, every day the Democrats drag out the shutdown, they make a stronger case for ending the filibuster. Unless someone can guarantee me that they won't scrap the filibuster when they're back in power, we should seriously consider doing it right now. And it should be done. And you could see that the D's, they're going to remove the filibuster because this is the only way they can protect themselves in the end and drive their agendas. Because think about what Trump has done right now. He's reversed almost everything that they have done. And he's going to reverse even more. So to put it all back, what do they have to do? They have to get rid of the filibuster. They have to take control, and then they can create every law that they want. Observing Consciousness says, Signal, the filibuster is the last structural shield protecting the old uniparty status quo. As long as it stands, real change cannot happen. Everything gets sandbagged in endless procedural delay. I feel it is only a matter of proper timing at the point perhaps after 45 days Trump will push the filibuster vote. I do believe we need to get rid of it. And Trump says, Republicans, terminate the filibuster and bring back the American dream. If you don't do it, the Dems will. You'll never see office again. And he's absolutely right. And here's the proof. Bad Hombre put this out and said, Republicans, either you nuke the filibuster or these Senate Democrats will. It'd be stupid not to take them at their word. And then shows all of their posts on X. Richard Blumenthal. The filibuster and procedural tactics must not stand in the way of protecting people's right to vote. It's time, and this is Elizabeth Warren, it's time for the Senate to end the filibuster. Senator Alex Padilla, end the filibuster. Chris Murphy, the filibuster is killing democracy. Bernie Sanders, I happen to think that at the end of the day, to deliver for working people, we have to end the filibuster. Ruben Gallego, same thing. Senator Mazie Hirono, same thing. End the filibuster. They're all on board. They will remove the filibuster, period, the end, that's it, and they win. That's what's going to happen. Trump says, how easy should voter ID identification be to get from the radical left Democrats? There should be nothing easier, right? Well, out of 47 Dems, we don't have even one vote from them. That is for one reason, and one reason only. They want to cheat. They're a bunch of scoundrels, cheaters, psychopaths. Terminate the filibuster and take our country back. Approve voter ID. Make America great again. That would destroy the deep state players. They would cease to exist. Cynical publicist says the Democratic Party, as we know it today, would cease to exist if the following three measures were implemented. Nationwide voter ID with in-person same-day voting except for true absentee situations. End tax-exempt status for all 501c(x)s, even religious, because if we leave that, they will abuse it. Continue Trump's enforcement of existing immigration laws until we have rolled back all damage done over the last 10 years. Seriously, literally all we need to do is these three things, and America will be transformed back into the constitutional republic it was always intended to be. It's just that easy, and it really is. And Trump, he's telling everyone how easy it is. And think about it. Think about what Trump has done since he stepped on the scene in 2016. MJ Truth Ultra put this out and said, look who's gone. Nancy Pelosi, Cheney, McCain, Bush. Their dynasty wiped out. Colin Powell, Andrew Marshall, Pope Francis, Benjamin de Rothschild, Evelyn de Rothschild, Jacob Rothschild, William Rothschild, Nathaniel Philip Rothschild, David Rockefeller, Henry Kissinger, Queen Elizabeth II, Prince Philip, Silvio Berlusconi, Constantine II, Epstein blackmail op, Diddy blackmail op, Nexium, John of God, Peter Nygaard, the Canadian Jeffrey Epstein, Roe v. Wade overturned, constitutional carry protected, religious freedom secured, affirmative action overturned, climate change agenda halted, West Virginia versus EPA, Ohio versus EPA, cleaner and safer streets, federal power weakened, SEC versus Jarkessi, fourth branch of government destroyed, Georgia Guidestones destroyed, Space Force created, Planned Parenthood being dismantled, mainstream media mocking media exposed, big tech exposed, election being rigged exposed, Eric George Soros roles exposed and taken out of multiple states, massive amounts of resignations, exposure of school indoctrination of our children, evil exposed like never before, the explosion of human trafficking arrests, big pharma exposed, three-letter agencies exposed, NWO exposed. Chemicals in our food exposed. Rhinos and deep state exposed. Disney exposed. Biolabs exposed. Warmongers exposed. Vaccines exposed. Chemtrails exposed. BLM exposed. George Soros exposed. FTX exposed. Child trafficking exposed. Executive Order 13848 extended again. America's spirit reignited. People worldwide are waking up every day. Twitter, Takeover, True Social, Rumble. We have the upper hand. Trump is letting everyone know all we need to do is to get rid of the filibuster. And we take complete and utter control, and the power comes back to the people. And what do I mean by the power coming back to the people? If we get rid of the filibuster, which I do believe Trump is going to keep pushing for this, we remove their cheating system, because we go to voter ID, we go to one-day voting, we go to paper ballots, no mail-in. They lost all the power of cheating, which means the people then call the shots. The people actually elect their representatives. Trump is telling everyone it is time to do this. We're heading towards the midterms. Let's make it a clean sweep. Make it so we win every single time. This is one of the most important elections of our lifetimes, because for Trump to complete his plan, we need control of the House and Senate. And Trump, he's saying we need to do this. And we need to do this now. And he's letting everyone know. And I do believe it will be done. And even if it isn't done, even if the rhinos keep pushing back, I do believe this is why Trump has his team cleaning up the rig system as best he possibly can. So this way, we the people have a fighting chance. Would it be easier if the filibuster was gone? Absolutely. But again, we're still battling the deep state players. We're still battling rhinos. The private West Central Bank to World Economic Forum. You can see they are now panicking because, once again, what are they trying to do? They're trying to stop Trump with the tariffs. They want the power taken away from him. And the reason why they want this is because they realize that Trump is using the tariffs like no other president. He's using it to basically shut down the central bank system. He's using it to give the power back to the people. Remember, Trump has the key with the tariffs, and a tariff is not a tax on we the people. So everything that they're trying to tell the people, it is completely fake, phony, and false. Plus, Trump now, he's trapped the deep state players, the central bankers, in everything that they're trying to do. Because again, if he gives the people $2,000 from the tariffs, and they decide, you know something, we're going to reverse this, that means they're going to be taking the money back from the people. How do you think that's all going to play out? Not too well. Plus, we could see that the president uses the tariffs for national security issues to protect the companies in this country. And if that power is taken away and given to Congress, and Congress can't make a decision, which they never really can, what happens? Everything starts to fall apart. And this is why when you go back in history, you could see that president after president after president, the tariff presidents, they've been using it for a very long time to protect this country. And we could see that most likely the Supreme Court's going to be ruling in Trump's favor, but it looks like he's protecting everything by making certain maneuvers to basically outdo what the central bank, the deep state players are trying to do, because that's really who's trying to stop all this. They're the ones who brought the suit. They're the ones who are pushing all this. And when Trump gets the ruling from the Supreme Court, this will shut down the deep state players, the central banks, for good, just like with everything else. And you can see everything the deep state players are doing. It is completely and utterly falling apart on them. Their entire green new scam, the push to bring us into an energy economy that would actually destroy everything, is completely and utterly falling apart. And you can see when you look at Germany, which is their template out in Europe, and California is the template here in the United States. Germany, well, their industrial power is completely imploding on itself. And we've mentioned this many, many times before, and we can see it's getting worse and worse. German Chancellor Merz hosted top executives from the German steel industry at a summit in the Chancellery to discuss solutions to the deepening crisis. Since the peak year of 2018, German steel production has fallen by around 25%. German economic crisis is accelerating right now. Sky-high energy costs, relentless competition from China and India, and the EU's absurd push for green steel, a climate-neutral variant no one demands on the world market. are pushing companies either into insolvency or out of the country. So let's see. They're doing the same exact thing that they did here in the United States with the Affordable Care Act, with the EVs. They're pushing green steel that no one has asked for. There's no demand for it whatsoever. And if you look at the electricity costs out in Germany, they are skyrocketing. Industrial electricity prices have hovered around 16 to 17 cents per kilowatt for months. German industry still pays up to 70% more than U.S. or French competitors, who benefit from nuclear power as their energy base. And this shows you that the Green New scam has completely and utterly failed. And right now, Germany's transition to a climate neutral economy has failed also. Reality is knocking at the door, and it looks like they're not answering whatsoever. And it's just getting worse and worse as time goes on. I mean, when you really look at the Green New scam, all you got to do is look at what's happening out in the Amazon. I don't mean Amazon that delivers the package. I'm talking about the Amazon rainforest. And you could see that it's one gigantic scam. Trump, he put this out on Truth, and he's pointing to a Fox News article. It says 100,000 Amazon trees cut for a highway leading to UN climate summit. Trump says they ripped the hell out of the rainforest of Brazil to build a 4-lane highway for environmentalists to travel. It's become a big scandal. Absolutely. Eric Doherty says Trump just exposed the fact that they destroyed 100,000 trees in the Amazon rainforest to make way for this left-wing environmentalist at the United Nations. They are hypocrites. They ripped the hell out of the rainforest. So I thought they're trying to save the earth, but only when it has to do with them, they don't care. And I think everyone's starting to really see this. Does anyone know where Greta Thunberg is? Because she should really be getting on this right now. Oh, that's right. She doesn't care anymore because the earth is not imploding. So once again, they're hypocrites. And I think everyone's starting to see this. And think about what Biden has done. Not just Biden, but Biden / Obama / the Federal Reserve. Before Biden left office, they made sure that the fake numbers were pushed out there. They made sure that the economy looked like it was strong. They made sure that the illusion was alive. And what they really did was they set everything up where the economy was completely and utterly imploding on itself. And you could see everything that they are doing is artificial, like the egg prices. Yeah, if you kill all the chickens and you make up a story of, oh, the bird flu, yeah, you're going to have high egg prices. It was artificial. They created it because they thought when they handed the economy over to Trump, Trump wouldn't be able to control that. They also did this with meat. And basically the meat packing companies, they are involved in all of this. And Trump, he put this out on Truth. He said, I have asked the DOJ to immediately begin an investigation into the meat packing companies who are driving up the prices of beef through illicit collusion, price fixing, and price manipulation. We will always protect our American ranchers, and they are being blamed for what is being done by majority foreign-owned meat packers who artificially inflate prices and jeopardize the security of our nation's food supply. This is the majority foreign-owned meat packers. Action must be taken immediately to protect our consumers, combat illegal monopolies, and ensure these corporations are not criminally profiting at the expense of the American people. I'm asking the DOJ to act expeditiously. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So we could see that the big four meat packing companies, JBS, Tyson, Cargill, and National Beef, control about 85% of the U.S. beef process. They have faced multiple antitrust lawsuits and Department of Justice investigations, accusing them of colluding to suppress prices paid to ranchers for live cattle while artificially inflating wholesale and retail beef prices. This creates wide meat margin profit for packers at the expense of producers and consumers. The practices are alleged to violate the Sherman Antitrust Act and the Packers and Stockyards Act, banning unfair practices in livestock markets. These allegations span over a decade, but intensified around when? 2015. And Trump, when he came into office, he was battling all of this. And then, of course, Biden came into the picture, and what happened? It got worse and worse as time went on. So if you go back in time, when Trump came into office, he had the DOJ looking into this. And basically, they filed many different lawsuits. In April of 2019, the first major lawsuit filed against Big Four for the Sherman Act violations. And basically that was in April. And then in August, the USDA probed pricing after Tyson plant fire raises manipulation concerns. In May of 2020, 11 state AGs urged DOJ probe. Trump publicly calls for an investigation into improper practices. And then after that, we could see Biden took over. And it looks like Biden might have made a deal with these foreign meat packing companies, even though they're here based in the United States. So the Biden DOJ actively pursued cases, including the 2023 Agri-Stats lawsuit, and overseeing $100 million plus in settlements. Critics, including ranchers, argue enforcement was insufficient as market concentration remained high and no criminal charges were filed against executives. So basically, they did absolutely nothing. And think about what they did here. They allowed this to happen. They allowed the meat packers to continue to do this because they knew when Trump was going to come into office, this was another way to put pressure on the Trump administration, saying, listen, their entire push to control inflation is not working. They had the egg scandal, they had the meat scandal, and now Trump is calling them out on all of this. And now we have Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's saying that the investigation is underway, and her antitrust division, led by Slater, has taken the lead in the partnership with our friend, Secretary Rollins at USDA. So as of right now, there's an investigation going on. And you can see this is what the deep state players have done in coordination with the central bank. They have basically created this instance where they made the economy completely look like it was doing fine. But in the background, they were setting everything up to basically completely and utterly collapse under Trump. And this way they can blame him for what is happening. But again, Trump is continually calling them out on this. And remember, a lot of these things like inflation, it takes a while for it to actually, for people to feel the effect. You feel it a little bit in the very beginning, but later on, you really start to feel it, especially when wages aren't going up. And when you look at the Biden administration, it was a complete and utter disaster. Carolyn Levitt put this out and said, Trump and his entire administration, from the NEC to Treasury to USDA, are working hard every day to address the affordability issues created by Joe Biden, who unleashed the worst inflation crisis in modern American history, something the liberal media barely blame the Democrats for over the past 4 years. In less than 10 short months, Trump signed the largest middle-class tax cuts in American history, including no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, unleashed American energy dominance to help bring gasoline prices to the lowest in 5 years, and also lower energy costs overall, and they will continue to fall. This is very important because we know energy costs are the number one driver of inflation. Actually, not number one. I would say it's the central bank where they continually print. The deep state borrows the currency. They put it into circulation. That is what creates the inflation. And as you add more and more and more, it just adds on top of the inflation because the inflation never, ever goes away. And you could see at this point, the deep state players, Biden/Obama, they try to force the economy to implode. But that didn't happen. Trump moved very, very quickly to stop all of this. So basically, what else did Trump do? He negotiated the most favored nation pricing agreement to lower prescription drug prices with 5 big pharma companies and counting, cut 30 regulations for every new one on the books to remove unnecessary red tape and fuel small businesses. Wages rising at the fastest pace in 60 years. The cost of the typical new mortgage is down by nearly $3,000 a year. The price of eggs, butter, ice cream, fresh fruit, cereal, fish, seafood, rice, pasta, ham are all falling. And the best is yet to come. Trump's pro-growth policies are proven formula to make America affordable again. They worked in his first term, and they are slowly but surely working now. And you have to remember, this time around, they were actually prepared for Trump, and they set everything up to damage what he's doing right now. They're trying to say, oh, no, look, whatever he's doing is not working. He's causing these problems. No, these problems were created by Biden/Obama, created by the Fed, and you're just seeing the after effects of all of this. But Trump is moving so quickly that everything that they have done is not actually working. And you can see Trump, he has the lead on all of this, and everything that they had in place is not working right now. Actually, Trump now is actually proposing a 50-year mortgage compared to a 30-year mortgage. Now, of course, everyone's going, well, that's going to put you in debt. This is going to be ridiculous. But you have to remember what Trump is doing right now. This is not business as usual. This is not, hey, let's keep the central bank. Let's keep the rates up high. Let's take everyone and bring them out to 50 years of mortgage so they can pay an enormous amount of debt. He's about to change everything. And I do believe he wants the rate to go down to zero. Think about it. If the rate goes very close to zero, are you paying that much more? No. So why in the world would he even want a 50-year mortgage? Well, he points to President Roosevelt, who actually introduced the 30-year mortgage. And I do believe, like we said many, many times before, I do believe we are now in a recession that the Biden/Obama has caused. And let's not forget the Federal Reserve. And Trump has been taking us out of their recession. And this is exactly what Roosevelt was doing going back in time. So Roosevelt signed the National Housing Act into law on June 27th, 1934. He was bringing us out of a depression, establishing the Federal Housing Administration, the FHA. This was part of the broader New Deal efforts to address the Great Depression's economic fallout, particularly the housing crisis. So why did Roosevelt do this? The U.S. was gripped by a severe mortgage crisis in the early 30s. Banks had failed to amass and foreclosures surged. Over 1,000 homes per day at their peak, and traditional mortgages were short-term, 3 to 5 years, non-amortizing, requiring balloon payments with high down payments, 30 to 50%, and interest rates around 6 to 8%. Home ownership rates had plummeted to 44%. The FHA was created to ensure mortgages issued by private lenders, reducing the risk of defaults and encourage them to lend more freely. So basically, this prevented further foreclosures and stabilized the banking system, stimulate the construction industry and broader economy by making home buying accessible to middle class and working class families, promoted long-term home ownership as a pillar of economic recovery and social stability. So basically, what did this do? This allowed the people to give a very, very small down payment, as low as 10%. And it took everything and brought it out 30 years so people could actually afford a home, to bring us out of this recession or depression that the country was in. And this injected liquidity into the mortgage system, spurring a boom in home construction. Over 2.3 million FHA insured homes by 1940. Home ownership rates climbed steadily from 44 in 1934 to 63% in 1972, and peaking near 69% in 2004, fueling suburban growth and middle-class wealth building. The 30-year fixed-rate mortgage became the dominant product, financing about 80% of U.S. homes today. So think about this. If Trump brings down the rates to 1%, 0%, and implements this, would this spur economic growth very, very quickly? And think about it. If he got rid of the central bank and brought back the buying power of everyone, wouldn't this be everything the central bank did, but in reverse? Now, go back a little bit in time. In the 70s, we came off the gold standard. And what happened during that period of time? During that period of time, all of a sudden, when we came off the gold standard, inflation hit. So those people that purchased their homes, they were making a lot more in regards to wages. The mortgage, they were fixed. And all of a sudden, everyone was like, this is incredible. My mortgage was $300. I was making $5,000 a year before. Now I'm making $15,000 a year, and my mortgage is still $300. I feel really good. Fast forward to today. So if Trump says, okay, take out a 50-year mortgage, very low down payment, very low interest rate, you're at a fixed mortgage. You start getting rid of the central bank system. You start giving the buying power back to the people, removing the taxes. Isn't he just doing this all in reverse? Absolutely. And Trump has let everyone know, look, I brought down the cost to buy a new home, and it's way, way down. Under Biden, it was $429,000. Trump, it's $395,100. And you can see that's a very, very big difference. And the other thing that's very interesting is that U.S. companies, they're being less concerned about the economy now. Why is that? Because everything is about to change, and they're starting to see this. They're starting to recognize this, that the investments are coming into this country. Energy prices are going down. Once people start to receive their tax refunds, this is going to change everything. The Cobicio letter on X put this out and said the number of mentions of job cuts and economic slowdown During earnings, calls fell to 59 in October, the lowest since February of 2022. In September, there were 137 such mentions, the fewest for any September since 2021. Since April, mentions of negative macroeconomic headwinds have declined by minus 90%. By comparison, the 2022 peak saw approximately 1,500 mentions, or 24 times higher than current levels. This is in sharp contrast to the recent slowdown in job market hiring. Is the U.S. economy set to pick up? I do believe it is. And Trump is letting everyone know how important tariffs are, that we need this so we can move away from the central bank system. We need this to protect the country. We need this to protect companies and industries. Trump put this out on Truth and said the following. So let's get this straight. The president of the United States is allowed and fully approved by Congress to stop all trade with foreign country, which is far more erroneous than a tariff, and license a foreign country, but is not allowed to put a simple tariff on a foreign country, even for the purpose of national security. That is not what our great founders had in mind. The whole thing is ridiculous. Other countries can tariff us, but we can't tariff them. It is their dream. Businesses are pouring into the USA only because of tariffs. Has the United States Supreme Court not been told this? What the hell is going on, President DJT? Absolutely. And you can see that, yes, the Supreme Court is still discussing this because, again, the oral arguments just happened on Friday and Thursday. And basically, they're trying to convince everyone that a tariff is a tax, but a tariff is not a tax. And I think American Thinker actually explains it very, very well. There have been 8 presidents in just the last 100 years who had no problem in using tariffs as leverage to gain a better deal for American consumers. Starting with Herbert Hoover, the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act was established in 1930 to protect the interest of American farmers and manufacturers. It raised tariffs on more than 20,000 imported goods, often by 40 to 60%. It first targeted agricultural products, but later expanded to industrial goods under pressure from manufacturing lobbies. The result was that it became one of the highest productive tariffs in U.S. history. Seeing the success of Smoot-Hawley, FDR got the Reciprocal Trade Act of 1934 passed through Congress. This act didn't increase tariffs, but it gave the president the ability to negotiate from a position of strength and eventually reduce duties through bilateral trade deals. In 1963 to 1964, President Lyndon Johnson retaliated against European tariffs in what has become known as the Chicken War. Johnson imposed tariffs on imported light trucks, brandy, potato starch, and dextrin. The 25% tariff on light trucks, the chicken tax, still exists today and protects U.S. automakers. The 1980s saw Ronald Reagan use tariffs on Japan to address trade imbalances and unfair trade practices by that country. He placed quotas and tariffs on Japanese motorcycles and helped protect Harley-Davidson's competitiveness. He also restricted imports of Japanese semiconductors and automobiles. Reagan's successor, George H.W. Bush, helped protect U.S. steel manufacturers by imposing tariffs on Brazilian and European steel. Bush used these tariffs as a negotiating tool in similar fashion to his predecessor. In 2002, following his father's footstep, President George W. Bush imposed 30% steel tariffs on imported steel to help the struggling domestic industry. After the European Union threatened sanctions, the World Trade Organization ruled against the U.S., and tariffs were withdrawn after 21 months. Obama imposed a 35% tariff on Chinese tires in 2009 to protect U.S. tire makers. This boosted U.S. tire makers' production, but it ended up in higher consumer prices. China then retaliated with tariffs on U.S. poultry and auto parts. Trump took the tariff gloves off during his first term with his America First trade policies and pressured China, Mexico, the EU, and others. He imposed tariffs on $360+ billion in Chinese goods under Section 301, slapped steel and aluminum tariffs 25% to 10% respectively, and threatened or imposed tariffs on automobiles, solar panels, and washing machines. And while this triggered global retaliation, disrupted supply chains, it was the first major salvo fired aimed at reshaping U.S. trade policy debates. Even though Biden has only been an ex-president for 11 months, people in the media and in the pundit class have apparently forgotten Biden's use of tariff policy. Unlike Trump's broad and aggressive use of tariffs, Biden treated tariffs as a leverage in negotiations, particularly with China, as a tool for industrial and climate policy rather than pure protectionism. Biden actually continuing using Trump's era tariffs on China. He maintained nearly all of Trump's tariffs on Chinese imports and use them as bargaining tools in U.S.-China trade and technology talks. This was done to protect semiconductors, green tech, and critical minerals industries to promote his green economy. Think about it. Why didn't he just remove Trump's tariffs if they were so terrible? He linked tariffs to the Inflation Reduction Act and Chips and Science Act, both supposedly aimed at strengthening domestic production. In addition, Biden either imposed or considered imposing tariffs on Chinese solar panels, batteries, electric vehicles to prevent dumping of subsidizing Chinese green tech into U.S. markets. During the last year of his presidency, Biden raised tariffs on $18 billion of Chinese imports. These were deemed necessary to protect strategic industries. So basically, we could see that all these presidents used tariffs. So critics argue that this approach blurs the line between protectionism and industrial policy, while supporters see it as a strategic containment of China's dominance in key sectors. The U.S. Supreme Court began hearing oral arguments about whether the president has the authority to essentially take over and manage the setting and implementation of tariffs. Those opposed to this power being vested in the executive hands will argue that only Congress has the power to tax and that a tariff is a tax. Tariffs are simply another legitimate and normal cost of doing business when it comes to imported goods, unlike those fluctuating costs directly related to the production of an item like energy, logistics, labor, and many others. The major difference with tariffs is that they are the most visible and fixed costs associated with the product. The bottom line is that no consumer is required to buy any imported product that has a tariff attached to it. And should they choose to reject those products and keep their money in their pocket, they will not pay any of the costs of producing that product, including tariffs. Taxes, on the other hand, are applied when a product either passes from one part of the production and distribution chain to the other, but they stop dead in their tracks at the end user stage if the end user simply says no thanks. I'm not buying it. So tariffs are not a tax.